Now, today, we're going to see what if I was Isekied in Harry Potter and did absolute nothing. Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. I'd like to say that I died in a flashy, dramatic way, but unfortunately that's not true. There were no fiery explosions or head-on collisions, no terrorist bombings or botched kidnappings. In reality, I died in a boring, it could happen to anyone kind of way. It only took a broken pipe to kill me. It was gas that lulled me into that final sleep. I was alone that night, thank God, house-sitting for my parents while they enjoyed a night out. My siblings were all off to college, and the animals had already been let outside. Well, not all of the animals. We had a goldfish in his bowl on the kitchen counter. Poor Bubbles. Who would have guessed that we'd share our end? Like I said earlier, the actual dying process was pretty dull. One minute I was there, sitting in my bed registering a strange smell, and then, faster than I could blink, I just wasn't. I was suddenly not in my room anymore, though I was also not anywhere I'd expected to go either. My warm blankets had melted into constricting flesh and blood. The very air had morphed into heavy fluids. It had taken a while to truly realize what was happening, but when I had understood, I had been disgusted. Of course, it had been only a matter of time before the walls had tightened and launched me forward, onward with a veritable slippery slide's worth of those fluids. That was when my disgust had all but disappeared. It was only horror that I felt then. What had waited for me at the end of that tunnel was something I'd had the pleasure of not remembering the first time around: my wet, sloppy, and disgusting birth. Even now, years after this experience, I shudder at the memory. If I hadn't been in a similar situation to a watermelon shoved down a straw, I think I would have thrown up back then. That would have been an interesting experience for my mother. I doubt I was the picture-perfect child when those horrible walls threw me out into the world. It was a birth after all, not one of those ridiculously clean movie scenes. Like every other child on the planet, I came out bloody and screaming. Because even though I possessed an adult mind, I will freely admit that birth hurt. It was strangely dark the day I had been born, even to my blurry baby eyes. At the time, it confused me, especially when my very first memory was that of a little boy desperately trying to quiet me. I hadn't understood it. Babies were meant to cry. It was a sign that they were healthy. Why did he look so afraid? That look, that fear, was on every face I saw that first day, from the boys to my mother's, to a horribly tired man I could only assume was my father. It was a day that stretched until it covered months, years. It was a sad day when a child couldn't laugh, couldn't cry, had to play in silence. My brother, the boy who had quieted me on the first day, tried to make it fun, but I could see the fear in his eyes. It was even worse when there was noise, because those were the days when scary men in masks swooped in and scattered the hiding masses like pigeons in a park. Panic, people fleeing in every direction, some falling under stomping feet and flashes of green light. Those nights haunt me still. I hear the screams in my nightmares. When the men had left and the survivors regrouped, we'd troop as one to the nearest barn or cave, another place of shelter that could only last so long. There were hundreds of us, scavenging in the backs of fields at night and cowering in our dark place during the day. There were days when some of us disappeared hours before the rest of us would get up for the night, before stumbling in with horrible bruises ages after we had returned. It was confusing for me, a mystery that I would have loved to have solved, but you must remember that I was a child, a baby. I couldn't have done anything even if I had wanted to. Besides, there was another mystery that did solve itself eventually. The mystery of how I had gone from falling asleep in a gas leak to being born in a barn, as that is where I had discovered we'd been. Well, no, actually, that's a lie too. The mystery I solved was not how I got there so much as it was where I had ended up. For about 6 months after my second birthday, a man burst into our newest barn, throwing showers of light down on all of our cringing forms. "Get up!" he had cried, running straight to my father and hauling him to his feet. "The Dark Lord is dead. Hail Harry Potter, the boy who lived." Now that I think back on it, it actually made sense. The hiding, the scavenging, the masked men, the fear. I had been born into a group of people fleeing from a serial killer, afraid that at any moment their loved ones would be killed. I could see why they had rejoiced and cheered at the news. I could understand why so many faces lit up with relief. Still, it probably seemed rather strange for the leader's 2-year-old daughter to choose that moment to collapse, to faint just when the celebrations were starting. They blamed it on the excitement. But after that, I was regarded as a weak-willed child who was incredibly fragile and vulnerable. This was probably the most annoying aspect of my new life. I hated being treated like I would break at the drop of a hat. My new life did get easier after that, though, but at the same time it also got stranger. It turned out that my family was a magical circus, famous in both the magical and muggle worlds for making real magic seem like the fake muggle kind. During the war, many of us had been hunted because of our reliance on muggle business, and like animals we had abandoned our tents and fled in terror. I had been born not long after that, torn out of my old life to make a new one here in this world. Julia Cynthia Whitman, that was my name here. I was just the daughter of a harassed ringleader who was fortunate enough to be born only a few years before a time of peace. I wondered what their reaction would be if they could only know what I knew, the precious information I had leisurely read in another life. Just the notion made me cringe. I would never be left alone if they found out who I was. The Ministry, who hated my family because of how close we came to revealing magic to muggles, but could never seem to find enough evidence to shut us down, would probably react to me in the same way they eventually reacted to Harry. They'd call me a liar and a lunatic in front of the entire wizarding community. They would shut down the circus on the grounds that it was making me unstable. Then later, when Voldemort rose again, they would suddenly become my best buddy as they pleaded for the future. There was another side to consider too, as one should never forget that the book had two sides, not just one. The Death Eaters, the masked men. I had no doubt would kill for the stuff I knew, and of course by kill I'm speaking quite literally. Rather than just shut them down, my entire family would be eliminated if I didn't cooperate, and after I had told them what they wanted to know, I would be killed as well simply for knowing too much. They both sounded like amazing options. Heavy sarcasm here. But I'd rather take my chances with staying quiet. Besides, who knew? Maybe if I blabbed about what I knew, something in the universe would unravel and everyone would die anyway. That's exactly why when I did end up in Hogwarts, it was to be expected. I was born into a wizarding family and couldn't exactly say. I didn't want to go because I had to avoid Harry Potter. I mean, come on, everyone already thought I was weird. And when I did sit with the sorting hat on my head, I told it firmly that I wanted to be placed in Hufflepuff. This was because, as far as I could tell, and excluding Cedric Diggory, Hufflepuff was the least important of all the houses. The hat actually didn't argue that much, though it did tell me I was a bit too crudely observant to fit in without a bit of effort. I was welcomed to my new house with much cheer, just like everyone else. I took great lengths to not sit next to Cedric, much to his confusion, and my life at Hogwarts continued without a hitch. I was basically a wallflower, keeping my grades at average and gathering only casual friends. I paid no mind to anyone who had played a part, no matter how brief, in the books I had once loved so much. If they talked to me, I tried my best to keep the conversations to a minimal. The Weasley twins, who were in my year, and the famous Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff were pretty much all my original must-avoid list covered. However, time did go on, and eventually Harry Potter and his friends did come to Hogwarts. Their names, along with many others, were added to the growing parchment. Living through the first few years may sound easy, but trust me when I say that it most definitely was not. Once my third year rolled around, and the famous Harry Potter became a Gryffindor, well, let's just say that things started to become more interesting. For starters, I knew what Quirrell was, and he was one of those that I literally couldn't avoid. He was my teacher. I was legally required to spend hours at a time with the guy. It made me jumpy and nervous, enough so that rumors even began to spread. I told everybody that his turban just creeped me out, but I'm not entirely sure they believed me. The next year was better, though Lockhart annoyed the hell out of me. I was a little bit nervous of being petrified, to tell the truth. The circus kind of made me a blood traitor. But thankfully, the worst part of that year was nothing more than a detention signing autographs with Lockhart. I had accidentally practiced my water to wine spell on his hair gel. In my 5th year, I of course added Sirius Black to my list and tried my best to avoid certain places in Hogsmeade. Even so, that year still turned out to be harder than I thought. The reason behind that? Dementors, plain and simple. and more specifically, the memories they forced me to relive. As the most horrific thing I had experienced up until that point was my own birth. Not to mention those nights of chaos and panic. You could probably guess why I hated having the Dementors around. I didn't go to the Quidditch Cup that summer, though both my father and brother tried their very hardest to convince me otherwise. This, along with a few other events, such as Diagon Alley when the Potter gang was there, was just another thing I just had to avoid. It was a shame. I actually liked Quidditch, I just hadn't tried out because of how tied in it was to the books. If only I could have gone to the Quidditch Cup without witnessing a Death Eater attack. As it was, I listened on the radio. My life in the Harry Potter world actually wasn't all that bad. All I had to do was stay out of the way and try to not attract unnecessary attention. The people I avoided didn't seek me out or generally notice me at all. Something that was fine by me. I planned to live a peaceful existence, living out my days until I could discover why I had ended up here in the first place. It would have all been just fine if the ones on my must-avoid list had not suddenly decided they didn't like their lot in life, had not suddenly made it impossible not to notice them. The problem? Well, starting in the beginning of my 6th year, that's exactly what they did. So much for not getting involved. Leaves floated around me in a sort of soft maelstrom, the green flurry tinted with occasional splotches of orange and red. I sighed contentedly. Leaning back against a rock, I lay on so as to catch the full extent of the sun's rays. My socks and shoes were strewn absent-mindedly to my side, my bare feet already dangling off and into the cool lake water below. It was serene, relaxing, and best of all, in my opinion, completely peaceful. I smiled a wide, lazy smile and closed my eyes lethargically. It was my free lesson, I reasoned. No one would mind if I drifted off for a bit. Oi! You over there? I cracked an eye open ruefully, only to snap it right back shut when I saw who was coming my way. Crap, it's Cedric. Maybe he'll go away if I ignore him. In a heartbeat, I had flipped myself completely in the other direction, kicking up a bit of water as I curled into a ball and screwed my eyes shut. I'm pretty sure he saw all of this. He wasn't that far away, but I was still hoping he'd either buy the sleeping routine or get the hint and go away. No such luck. The sound of footsteps got louder and louder until they stopped completely. It wasn't long after that he began to laugh. And not one of those polite chuckles either, but the kind of laugh that made you know that they were making fun of you. My fake sleeping face instantly transformed into a scowl. You are the worst actor I've ever seen. He let out between breaths, calming down briefly only to burst out obnoxiously a few seconds later. I opened my eyes grudgingly. I wasn't fooling anyone anyway. Is there something you wanted? I asked coolly, sitting up so that I could get a better look at him. To him, I probably looked like an indifferent and rude girl, one who had better things to do with her life than talk to him. Good. If he thought that, then maybe he would leave sooner. I was just going to warn you about the lake. Cedric replied with an easy yet cheeky smile. Sometimes first years forget about the giant squid. I blinked, forgetting my aloof persona as I processed what he had said. Did he just say? Did he think? Did Cedric Diggory just call me a first year? I shot him a glare. Only this time it wasn't half-hearted or pretend. It was real. But more than that, it was icy. The boy in front of me winced almost instantly. He knew he had said the wrong thing. I am not a first year, I growled, standing up so that I could poke him in the chest menacingly, an effect that was only scary for the amount of time it took us both to realize that I only came up to his prefect's badge. I scowled. He laughed, both for the second time today. Damn. Not only was I flat as a board, but I was short too. No wonder he thought I was 11. You're not, he asked once he had once more regained the ability to speak in complete sentences. The sad part about this is that he actually sounded surprised. Really? Yeah, I mumbled, still glaring. Really? Turning around, I began gathering up my things, doing my best to ignore the guy behind me. He was on the list after all. I couldn't afford to have any more contact with him. What are you doing? Cedric asked curiously, leaning over my shoulder to get a better look. Going to the dorms for my nap? I replied curtly, going to move past him, but frowning when I saw that he had blocked my way. I looked at him pointedly. Can you move, please? Wait, I didn't catch your name. His expression turned hopeful as he looked at me. I sighed. Why is it that one of the people whom I didn't want to speak to wouldn't shut up? That's because I didn't tell you. There was a certain weariness to my voice. I was still trying to get past him. Now can you move? I want to go to my dorm. I'll go with you, he replied cheerfully as he wrenched my bag away from me. ignoring my protests. He gave one look at my yellow and black tie and smiled big. We're both in Hufflepuff, right? I need to go to the dorms too. I stifled a groan, resisting the urge to slap my forehead. No, I told him as I attempted and failed to get my bag back. I want to walk alone, he pouted, shooting me a look that probably would have had any other girl melting where she stood. He probably had plenty of practice with it, if you considered Cho and the other fangirls that fawned after him. To tell the truth, I kind of half expected him to bat his eyelashes at me. It wouldn't have been too far off from what he was already doing. I have an idea. Cedric abandoned his pout once it became clear that it wasn't having the effect he was going for. How about, if I don't guess your age by the time we get to the barrels, I'll leave you. Alone? I considered for a moment. It was actually a pretty tempting offer considering that he already called me a first year. I gave him a long look and then I smiled, quite slyly if I might add. Deal, I told him, that smile never wavering. On one condition. Anything. He sounded confident, not wavering even as my smirk grew wider. If you don't get it by the time we get there, you have to tap the wrong barrel. And you can't have a shower until the end of the day. Cedric's smile vanished almost instantly. I almost laughed, even as I knew I was being a bit cruel. From what I knew of Cedric, both from reading and seeing, he viewed his personal image highly. By choosing a punishment that would hurt his ego, I increased the chance that he would come to dislike me. It would, since I highly doubted that he'd guess it, act as an insurance to keep him away from me in the long run. Fine, he said firmly, shooting me a stubborn look as he began to march back up to the castle. But I get to start now. 12. I made sure to step on his foot hard as I fell in a step beside him. It was on purpose. 12? Really? No. Smid King. Too low. We walked in silence as he took the time to think, the guy even going as far as caressing his chin in the classic thinker pose. I couldn't help it. I snickered, if only at how ridiculous he looked. 13? He guessed seriously, chuckling when I tripped him in retaliation. Guess not. We were at the castle now, so I'm not quite sure if he caught me roll my eyes at him before I slipped inside, though he probably did notice that I didn't hold the door for him. To tell the truth, his guesses were insulting me more than I let on. Just how young did this guy think I was? Sure, I was shorter than most people. And yeah, I had no chest, but that didn't mean I looked like a first year. I had curves, damn it. 14. Came the second guess as we descended the stairs to the kitchens, getting ever so closer to Cedric's fate. You can't just keep guessing in order until you get it. I told him seriously, adding in, and no, that's not it. When his face temporarily lit up, there are not many ages you can be at this school. He countered with a chuckle. Unless you're a teacher. He pretended to peer at me skeptically. And you're not a teacher, are you? I ignored him, settling instead with answering his first statement, even though he hadn't quite phrased it as a question. Go with the ages that make sense. I told him before tacking on and give me your reasons at the end. This is too hard. You already said no to the ones that made sense. He whined, yelping loudly when I accidentally stomped his foot again. His half-hearted glare only lasted seconds before he was all smiles again. At least give me a hint. No. The barrels were in sight now, and my scowl disappeared the moment I saw them. Cedric noticed and adopted a scowl of his own. Oh, come on, he begged piteously. I'm going to lose. That's kind of the point. I gloated shamelessly, ecstatic at the prospect of once more avoiding this guy in peace. Of course, that had to be the moment that the barrel 2 from the bottom chose to open. Those things are more than large enough to walk through comfortably, sending none other than Kara Jafton flying straight into me. There was a muffled crash as the girl knocked all 3 of us to the ground, followed shortly after by my own groan at seeing who it was that had done so. Kara was a year mate of mine, infamous for her big feet, big heart, and most unfortunately, her big mouth. She was also one of the few friends I had acquired since coming to Hogwarts. We weren't close, not really, but she knew enough about me to answer any of Cedric's questions comfortably. She also, like most of the girls in my house, had a huge crush on the guy. Well, crap. Julia, Kara exclaimed rather loudly, only moments after we all had returned from the floor, her voice alone more than enough for both Cedric and I to wince. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I can't believe I didn't see you. I was just so late, and McGonagall was so going to kill me. You know how she gets? You fall asleep in her class one time, and the world's on fire. She totally overreaked Dash. Cut up. I cried once she had paused enough for me to get a breath in. Years of experience with the girl meant I knew to cut her off before she got too far along. She could talk for hours. Well, that and I knew I had to get her moving. She had already placed me in a rather dangerous territory just by saying my name. Cedric was grinning. That was never good. It's fine, Kara. We should have been watching where we were going too. And I know exactly what you mean with McGonagall. She hates me enough for not taking Transfiguration this year. You should probably get going before you're later than you already are. I meant the last part. Just what had Kara been doing to miss half the lesson before even realizing that she was late? Julia. Cedric slid into the conversation smoothly before I could successfully shoo her away. He, it seemed, must have realized that Kara was probably his best chance in getting information that I would never have told him otherwise. He shot her his best perfect guy smile. Are you in the same year? Kara nearly swooned. In focusing on me, she hadn't realized that I wasn't exactly alone. Now that she had, the Hufflepuff looked both awestruck and thrilled. I wanted to smash my head, or maybe even her head, into a wall. In the span of a single moment, Kara had reminded me what people, specifically those in my house, would do if Cedric Diggory, the superstar of Hufflepuff, so much as glanced their way. Ridiculous. Bloody idiotic. At this rate, Kara would probably give him my birth date and blood type too. What about Transfiguration? I asked feebly. McGonagall? The wonderfully evil lady who's out to get you for sleeping in class? Does any of that ring a bell? Like a traitor, Kara blatantly ignored me, all the while smiling sparkles and butterflies at the still smirking Cedric. Oh yeah, me and Jules go way back. She crooned, earning an odd look from me. Never, in all the years that we'd known each other, had she ever called me Jules. Kara was moving closer to Cedric, now edging nearer and nearer in the creepy way that all of his fangirls seemed to move. It was almost sad to watch, like she had been degraded just by being in his presence. Cedric evaded her with a few practiced steps to the side. His perfect smile never slipped. Is that so? He practically purred, still smiling as I watched helplessly. What year are you two in? Sixth, of course. The traitor cooed happily. She either didn't see or ignored the horror-struck expression slowly creeping upon my face. No. Shut up, Kara. And her birthday? Kara frowned, clearly not exactly pleased with a question that wasn't about her. She probably would have been jealous if she didn't already know how I had next to no interest in the golden boy. Even if she was, Kara had never been the type to sabotage someone for her own gain, ridiculous crush or not. I think it's sometime in April the 7th? Julia's lucky. I don't turn 17 till July. I admit it wasn't figurative this time. I actually smacked myself on the forehead. Cedric turned towards me, still grinning that cursed grin. You're 16, he crowed, quickly adding in. And before you say otherwise, you never said I couldn't ask your friend. I was speechless, mad mainly at Kara and her shamelessly big mouth. And most of all embarrassed, so rather than defend myself, I did the next best thing. I fled. Like a child, I ran all the way to the girls' dorm screaming. It doesn't count. We were already at the common room. Only when I was safely in my room did I collapse onto my bed with a groan, shoving my head into the pillow with exasperation. Well, crap. How was I supposed to avoid him now? I snuck downstairs long after the rest of my roommates had left, thanking the heavens that it was a Saturday. Unlike most people probably believed, I wasn't sleeping in. On the contrary, I had barely slept at all, staying up devising plans to avoid Cedric Diggory. That's what I was doing now, actually avoiding him. It's what I've been doing every day since that age incident last month. For you see, Cedric, unlike the past 6 years of my life, had suddenly decided that he didn't want to be avoided anymore, thus making it his life goal to stick to me like glue. It started on that first day, not long after he had guessed my correct age. I say that in the loosest way. He cheated. There was no honest guessing. A couple of hours after it had blown over, I had headed to dinner in quite the chipper mood, honestly thinking that, though he had never promised to leave me alone, I would not be bothered by the guy again. Of course, it was only a few seconds later that I'd entered the Great Hall and saw Cedric, of all people, waving at me like a lunatic as he gestured to the open seat beside him. I had turned bright red almost instantly, of course, especially after every Hufflepuff at the table turned to stare at me, and immediately sat down at a different seat, one that was as far away from Cedric as I could get it. But Cedric had not been deterred. Instead, he had gotten up, grabbed his plate, walked to where I sat, wide-eyed and surprised, and sat down next to me with a flourish. It wasn't just the Hufflepuffs who had stared then. All of Cedric's fangirls were openly gaping too, even the ones from separate houses. Kara, whom I had sat next to despite the fiasco she had caused the day before, looked both nervous and excited, as I had nearly torn her face off just for speaking to Cedric, and as Cedric himself was still her current crush. It really hadn't been hard to see why. Pinning Kara with a no-nonsense look, I had started up a rather forced conversation with her about Bogarts, blatantly ignoring the unwanted presence of Cedric. Kara had surprisingly followed my lead with no complaints, though there was probably more to get back on my good side after making me so angry. She wasn't a bad person after all, just a little thoughtless. It wasn't like she knew why I had to stay away from these people. That didn't mean I missed the rather wistful look she shot him when she thought I wasn't looking, though. Dinner had passed with me, pretending that I couldn't feel the eyes of the whole of Hogwarts' female population on my back. I had hated Cedric. Years of working so hard to be ignored, to not make a difference, gone just like that. I didn't want to be the center of attention. Couldn't be. That was dangerous ground that would get people that I could see if I had just looked around the Great Hall, killed in only a few years' time. Cedric would be killed, I knew it. Knew it, and wouldn't do anything about it. I had fled as soon as it had been acceptable to do so, that day, and every day since. That didn't mean Hufflepuff's golden boy was deterred, though. No, he seemed to take it as some sort of challenge, showing up wherever I happened to be. Lunch? He was there, saving a seat. The common room? There, waving madly by the fire. It was maddening. He was relentless, no matter how much I ignored him. People saw me now, recognized me, and knew me as that strange girl that Cedric just wouldn't leave alone. I had to stop it. I had to get back to being just the wallflower of Hufflepuff. So instead of just ignoring him, I began to respond. I stopped going to meals, much to my friends' bewilderment, and started making midnight excursions to the kitchens. I stopped stopping in the common room, and instead went straight to the dorms, knowing that, as a boy, Cedric could not follow. The only part of my day that was the same was classes. Cedric was not in my year after all, and, as such, not in my lessons. The teachers must have thought I was possessed, what with the fervor I suddenly took to my studies. Every lesson was suddenly one I had to stay behind to ask questions and beg for extra assignments. They, of course, had no idea that studying was the excuse I gave for spending so much time in the dorms. As a result, the grades that I had once strived to keep average and unnoticeable were beginning to skyrocket. There was even talk of putting me back in Transfigurations, the class I had purposefully flunked out of last year, because McGonagall, who was on my list, had begun to notice how good I was at the subject. It was kind of ironic, actually, how my efforts to not be noticed just made me that much more noticeable. Kara was baffled by my behavior, and I'm sure Cedric was as well. They didn't understand why I had to do this, why I hated attention so much. If asked, Kara, as she had known me since she had quite literally actually stumbled into my compartment on the Hogwarts Express back in first year, would say quite confidently that I was a practical person and hated things interrupting the way I planned for things to be. Cedric, as used as he was to fame, would probably just call me shy, that I didn't want to get involved with Cedric because I knew he'd be dead by the end of the year. Well, how would I say that? I couldn't. And this was exactly why I happened to be sneaking down the stairs to the Hufflepuff common room at nearly 2 in the afternoon on a Saturday. Well, that and Cedric had Quidditch practice after lunch and would, as such, not be around to hound me into spending time with him. Unfortunately, since lunch had ended close to an hour ago, this also meant that I'd be making yet another trip to the kitchens. As the first lucky turn of events that I had had in a while, the kitchens weren't too far at all. In my opinion, this fact only served my theory that, out of all the founders, it had been Helga who had built the school. It made sense. Hufflepuffs had always tended to be the nervous eater types. After making quick work in jumping over the squeaking step, looking in all corners on the off chance that practice was canceled, and sticking well to the shadows, I found myself before the fruit tapestry 3 hallways down from Hufflepuff's barrels. Strangely, as I tickled the pair and turned the doorknob it turned into, I was left with the strangest feeling that I had done much more work than I actually had. Or maybe just that I should be going around corners with my hands in the gun position going pew 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 at any stray book characters I happen to come across. Merlin only knew that I was beginning to feel ridiculous enough for it. I sighed as I entered the kitchen and, despite the fact that I asked the elves for tea, knew that what I really wanted was something a bit stronger. "Bad day?" Cedric asked, sounding just as put out as I did. I nodded and had, "Oh, you have no idea," out before my mind caught up with my mouth, and I suddenly realized exactly who I happened to be in the same room with. It was a thought that resulted in a dropped muffin and a sound that sounded somewhat like a strangled Wookiee. "No, wait. Don't go," he called just as I had turned around again, fully intending to get the hell out of Dodge. "At least stay and eat something. Jafton told me you missed lunch." While my mind registered that Jafton was Kara's last name, and that I may or may not kill her for speaking to Cedric about me, my stomach decided to growl what I could only assume was the song of its people. Several of the house elves around me tooted and went to get me something a little more substantial than a muffin. Several more shot me looks that promised missing bed sheets if I even thought about leaving before they had gotten it for me. Cedric laughed, though if this was at my stomach, the elves, or at the interesting color that I was turning, I guess I'll never know. He patted the seat next to him, and so I, knowing the elves would never let me leave anyway, decided to just swallow my pride and take his offer. If he heard the fine that I mumbled like a sulking child, he didn't comment on it. We sat in the sort of awkward silence that only comes when you'd been avoiding someone for the greater part of the last month. I munched on my newly acquired sandwich. He nervously fondled what looked to be a blank scrap of parchment. After another long moment of munching, Cedric coughed. "So, you've been avoiding me." I nodded, though he had phrased it as a statement and most likely had come to that conclusion long before he had ever said it to me. In lieu of actually telling him why, however, I took a bite that was large enough for me to have an excuse to remain silent for another good minute or so. "Oh, Merlin, this is awkward. No comment on that?" He actually sounded a bit frustrated, running his hand through his hair and everything. Why get flustered over me? I had made a point to be uninteresting. There were hundreds of girls that would bow for him. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. "You've been following me. That's not usually socially accepted." "I wasn't he paused, apparently thinking it over, and suddenly smiled quite sheepishly. "Okay, maybe I was. Look, I just wanted to be friends. It's not like I'm going to hex you or perform some dark ritual on your soul." He laughed lightly, but his wording still sent shivers down my spine. I didn't like how close to his own death he had gotten with that description. But I couldn't say that. Saying that would be weird, or maybe even clinically insane. Was there a code of conduct for talking to formerly fictional characters? Finally, I settled with, "Did you cancel practice just to confront me?" And here I thought you didn't know I visited the kitchens. Oddly enough, Cedric seemed to take my comment with a degree of surprise and quite a bit of fluster. "What? You thought I know? I wasn't waiting for. I just dash." He sighed and looked down at the parchment between his fingers. "What I meant to say is that yes, Jafton told me you'd be here, but I didn't cancel practice because of it. I didn't even know if you'd even been here yet. I just came here to, well, I came here to think." I blinked and placed my empty plate down slowly, sandwich now long gone. Now that I had eaten and the elves had stopped looking at me like I was a criminal, I knew that I should do what I had originally intended and get the hell out of there. And yet, there was something about Cedric's expression that kept me grounded there. It was forlorn, maybe? No, it was distant, like I was and wasn't looking at him. "You did cancel practice then? Weren't you the one who said a team should practice even though the Triwizard Tournament canceled all the matches? Something about keeping them in shape for next year?" It was true. I had been in the common room when he'd made the speech shortly after the announcement of the tournament itself. Now, at only a week or two before the rival schools arrived, Hufflepuff was one of the only houses that still used the field. "What? You knew all that?" He grinned in a crooked sort of way. "And here I thought you didn't care." "I don't, I just like Quidditch." He rolled his eyes, but he didn't seem nearly as flustered and hurt by my bluntness as he had when I had first walked through the door. Maybe he was getting used to me. Well, in any case, I did cancel, but just for the day. Like I said, I wanted to think over some things. He held up the parchment scrap. "Do you know what this is?" "No." I looked at it closely, but it didn't do anything particularly special. It was just a blank, completely ordinary piece of paper. "Should I?" There was a chuckle as Cedric looked at the paper and blushed slightly. "Oops, wrong side." "Here." He flipped the scrap over and held it back up. Is that better? It was because now I could see Cedric's own name scrawled out in what was actually some pretty good penmanship. There was nothing else on it, just the name, but that was enough for me to suddenly turn a great deal paler than I had been before. That, I said slowly, my mouth suddenly feeling dry, is a slip for the G tournament, isn't it? At the slip of the tongue, I blushed slightly. Students weren't supposed to know about the Goblet of Fire after all, and I was certainly no exception. That Cedric had already written up his slip was a bit surprising, actually. For a brief second, I wondered how long he'd been considering this. And maybe, yes, I've been thinking of entering. Try my hand at a chance of fortune. It was a hand that I knew in every fiber of my body would be far from kind to Cedric. But what could I say? Don't go. You're going to die when Voldemort kidnaps Harry and uses his blood to regenerate himself? No, of course I couldn't say that. It would be meddling. Meddling in a storyline I had already sworn to keep as far away from as possible. Of course, I knew that I was meddling just by hearing Cedric out in the first place. I just rationalized it. It wasn't like I'd ever willingly do it again, right? Are you sure you want to do this? I asked because, though I knew it would be interfering if I warned him away completely, not that I thought he'd listen, I also knew that I'd feel unbearably guilty if I just told him to do it. I had to at least hint at the dangers, or I'd never be able to sleep. They canceled the tournament for its extremely high death count. They used to judge the contestants by the lowest number of mutilations. Cedric laughed. You're worried about me? And here I thought you'd be happy that I could go and get myself killed. At least that way, I'd be out of your hair. His laughter lasted until he saw the look on my face. He sobered up and sighed. Look, I don't know why you suddenly care, but don't get yourself too worked up about it. Those things happened hundreds of years ago. Do you really think Dumbledore would just sit by and let them happen now? They've already done loads to make it safe. Just take the age limit on the gauntlet. I looked down at the house elves, at the stone walls, and at the long, empty tables. It was hard knowing that you were discussing something that would eventually lead to someone's death. Even harder knowing that you were in the perfect position to stop it altogether. It was tempting, so bitterly tempting to just tell him not to do it. But then what would happen? What other student would I be damning to a game where they might just die as well? No, I refuse to have someone else's blood on my hands. Can I ask you for a favor? I blurted out suddenly, wringing my hands nervously on my lap. Not now, but sometime in the future. A favor. The boy sitting next to me blinked at me slowly. And I don't get to know what it is till later? I nodded, feeling absolutely stupid for even thinking about such a thing. Despite knowing that he had to die, despite having made peace with it back when I was still in diapers, I was beginning to feel like actually knowing Cedric was beginning to dampen my resolve. Maybe, just maybe, I'd be able to use the favor to give him a good memory before he died. You don't have to, I told him, knowing that I must have sounded right barmy to the guy. It'd just mean a lot to me. For a long moment, Cedric just sat there, maybe mulling it over, maybe just contemplating my reasoning. Finally, he smiled a lopsided grin that I'd long associated with him. All right, but I have a condition. I eyed him suspiciously, knowing as well as he did that that was my wording when he had first attempted to guess my age. What kind of condition? Cedric stuck his tongue out at me playfully. Well, nothing quite as mean as making the other touch the wrong barrel and drench themselves in vinegar. I assure you, all I want is for you to stop avoiding me and be my friend. As a result, I'll stop stalking you all over the school. Deal? I frowned, though it was more in a thoughtful way than in a particularly upset one. Of course, I knew very well that by accepting this I might as well be throwing all my hard-earned years of obscurity out the window. You couldn't just be Cedric's friend and not be noticed after all. And yet, what would I really change? Cedric would die eventually, whether I liked it or not. Maybe I could give him a friend before he went. So I stopped running, metaphorically of course, for the first time since the gas leak all those years ago, and, even though he hadn't originally offered it, reached out and shook Cedric's hand. Deal. Cedric met me outside of Defense the Monday after we'd had our little heart-to-heart in the kitchens. It wasn't like this was particularly surprising. He'd made a blatant point of eating with me in the kitchens for the past few days. He'd also been subtly trying to drag me back up to the Great Hall and back into civilization. I'd refused every time. Being his friend didn't mean I wanted to succumb to all that attention just yet, which of course made this somewhat of our first public appearance. Well, so to speak. I've been seen with Cedric before. This was just the first time I didn't sprint in the other direction. Needless to say, Eloise mid-gen, the only other girl in my dorm besides Kara and myself, stopped listening to my rendition on how curses were not a good way to get rid of acne the second the handsome Hufflepuff smiled our way. I sighed, fought the sudden urge to see if Moody, despite the fact that I was just as jumpy with him as I had once been with Quirrell, had any extra assignments, and smiled back. "I've been looking for you," he half sang as he both stole my bag and slung an arm over my shoulder. "A little birdie tells me that you've been bad." "A little birdie?" I repeated somewhat incredulously as I momentarily stopped my attempts to snatch my bag back. "What in Merlin's name are you talking about?" "Well, I guess she wouldn't be a little birdie so much as she'd be an old bat, but I thought the first one sounded more polite." He sent me a wink. Don't want to be kicked out of Transfigurations myself. Now do I. Oh crap, run. The little voice in my head screamed as I tried to do just that. Cedric caught me by the back of my robes quite easily, however, and I knew that he knew what I had just figured out. The plea for help I sent Eloise's way was just as pointless, as it seemed she had bolted for the hills sometime during my little banter with Cedric. This too was unsurprising. The girl never could seem to function around handsome boys. But why? I whined as Cedric slung me right next to my stolen bag and began to stroll down the hall. I didn't even try to fight. Cedric was stronger, and I knew it. Well, that and the classroom we were heading for was only one hallway down. In the time it took for me to struggle, we'd already be there. What does it matter if I failed one class last year? It matters because you failed your OWLs after getting top grades on every essay you ever sent in, Miss Whitman. A stony voice suddenly spoke up, sending chills down my spine. "I've been told you've made a miraculous recovery in your other lessons. Perhaps it is time to correct your mistake in my own." Cedric set me down, and I was left staring up into the face of the Transfigurations professor, standing proud in her own doorway. Just as I had once done for Cedric, I'd been avoiding her since Professor Vector told me what she planned. Failing out of her class had been painful, especially when I had to throw spells that I knew I could do. I didn't want to repeat the experience, but I knew I'd have to if she forced me to retake the test. As a professor who would be in the order, I knew better than to attract her attention now. "Professor McGonagall," I squeaked as my voice suddenly decided to be a good 2 or 3 octaves higher than normal. "I wasn't avoiding you, I swear." McGonagall's lip twitched, and Cedric snorted from behind me. Too late. I realized that they had never accused me of avoiding her, and that I had just confirmed their suspicions. "Well, crap. If that is indeed the case, Miss Whitman," McGonagall sounded amused. "That was never a good sign. Perhaps you would like to step inside? Your retake is on the front desk." I took a step and then stopped. Halfway through passing her and trudging into the classroom, McGonagall cleared her throat. "And Miss Whitman?" "Yes, Professor? Please keep in mind that acquiring a retake of an OWL exam is by no means an easy feat. It took the intervention of both the headmaster and myself to pull the amount of strings necessary. I can promise you that neither of us will be pleased if that effort proves to be fruitless." She let the threat hang. A few seconds later, when I sat before my test, being in Transfigurations again didn't sound bad at all. The exam certainly wasn't bad. I mean, like last time, I knew every answer and could do every spell. There was a certain smug approval on McGonagall's face when I turned the desk into a perfectly normal, would shine free pig. She actually looked happy, something that was scary in itself. When I handed her my test for the last time, Cedric, who had waited patiently in the corner the entire time, looked just as smug. Or perhaps the correct word was awestruck. His eyes certainly bugged enough for me to feel my own brand of smug. Looking back, that might have been due to the fact that I'm pretty sure Cedric, a 7th year, would have most likely taken a good half an hour longer. "Happy now?" I hissed once we left, Cedric nonchalantly steering us in the direction of the Great Hall. After the scene he had caused just by getting me to McGonagall, I found I no longer cared if I was seen eating with him. Maybe just a bit. He grinned in a way that didn't seem biologically possible. "But that test, did you see how fast? No, wait. Of course you did. What I meant to say was, how in Merlin's name did you ever flunk out the first time? Even I didn't get my Transfiguration OWL done that quickly. I'd bet a galleon that you got at least an O." I gave him a look that I'm pretty sure conveyed how exasperated I felt. "Cedric, O is the highest grade there is. At least doesn't make sense when there's nothing better. He waved me off. Bah, after the show you put on, I wouldn't be surprised if McGonagall makes up a new grade just for you. J for Julia, maybe. That pig you did definitely deserved it. It was loads better than some of the Ravenclaws I've seen, even the ones that got O's themselves. Which reminds me, why aren't you a Ravenclaw? Cedric, I deadpanned halfway through his rant, one that sounded far more like Kara than it did the Hufflepuff superstar. It was just a test, one of which he had only really observed the practical portion of. You're acting like a proud Quidditch mom. I think I'm entitled. I did drag you into that classroom after all, against my free will, if I might add. There was a rather heated glare from me to him. He winced, and I knew my point was conveyed. Success or not, the point still remained that I never wanted to retake the class to begin with. Did you ever even think dash? And then, before I could tell Cedric off properly, Ernie Macmillan was suddenly standing in the exact same spot I currently occupied. It was a fact that would have been all well and dandy if basic science didn't dictate that we were both sent crashing down the hall. Julia! Cedric yelped as Ernie and I flew past him, me doing a sort of ungraceful somersault before coming to a halt, upside down, and missing my left shoe, under the tittering portrait of Alberta Toothill. He ran straight past Ernie, who was just as gracefully poised, in a mad dash to help me up. Bloody hell! Are you all right? I'm fine, don't fuss, was what I said. Oh, I'm just bloody perfect, thanks for asking, was what Ernie could be heard muttering sarcastically in the background. You all right? I asked the fourth year once Cedric had stopped fretting and started the search for my shoe. He, it seemed, must have taken the mum comment to heart. Merlin knows he was certainly acting like mine. Yeah, I'll live. Ernie huffed as he got to his feet on his own. He leveled a nasty glare in Cedric's direction the moment he was standing, but I'm afraid it really didn't last all that long. The moment he realized just who he was glaring at, his personality did a startling 180. Oh, Cedric, it's you. He chirped rather loudly as he suddenly became much more interested in my shoe hunt than he had been 5 seconds prior. A fact that probably had much more to do with who he was helping than whose shoe he was finding. I've been looking everywhere for you. Must have scoured this bloody hallway at least 9 times. Cedric handed me the shoe that one of the suits of armor had nonchalantly tried to hide and turned to face the younger Hufflepuff fully. His eyebrow was risen. You've been looking for me? Yeah, ever since afternoon lessons got out. Passed by the notice board and figured you'd want to know the latest news. Why didn't you just wait until he got back to the dorms? I asked, noting and dismissing the fact that I was beginning to look almost exactly like Cedric beside me, what with my arms crossed and brow raised like they were. It was just that I found Ernie's explanation somewhat ridiculous, though that could have been colored by him running into me at top speed. Why chase someone all over the school when it was obvious where they'd eventually end up? Despite being a prefect and allowed out after curfew, Cedric still slept in the dorms. It was logical that he'd return to them at some point. Well, I just thought. Ernie turned an interesting shade of red. Never you mind that. Now go on, Cedric. Ask me what I got to tell you. Then. What do you know, Macmillan? Only that those delegations from Durmstrang and Buxbadens will be here by Friday. Apparently, they're going to get here around 6, and the whole school will be let out to greet them. We even get a half hour off our last lesson. A half hour? I asked, excited to spite myself. Sure, I knew that this day was coming, but the thought of less time with Moody made me positively giddy. Suddenly, I wanted to grab the nearest person, who just happened to be Cedric, and dance a jig or two. That's great. Ernie sent me a mild glare, obviously a bit miffed that someone other than Cedric was talking to him. My happy spirits dampened a bit. Yeah. But more importantly, it means that they're going to start taking applications for the tournament. Are you going to enter, Cedric? That would be so cool if you did. Cedric, for his part, seemed to be much more used to talking to female fans than he was to the male ones. He looked somewhat disturbed at the moment, to be honest, and he was taking a step back for every step Ernie took forward. It would have been bloody hilarious if Ernie's attitude hadn't already made me mad. Yes? No, wait, yes, of course I will. It sounds like it'll be really fun, or really, extremely, death-defyingly dangerous. I thought, but didn't dare add, shouldn't we be heading to dinner? I want to sit at my table again. I cut in, startling Cedric. He must have thought he was being subtle when he had first led us off to the Great Hall. Never mind the fact that the kitchens were in a completely different direction or that I'd been in the castle long enough to know my way around. Dinner, great idea, Cedric cheered, latching onto my idea just as firmly as he was literally latching onto my arm. He dragged me down the hall a few feet, waving to the fourth year as he went. Sorry, Ernie, but Julia gets really cranky when she's hungry. I'll see you some other time. All right. Ernie said something and took a step in our direction, but Cedric was moving much too fast for the kid. That and a few well-placed secret corridors, and we had lost the boy within minutes. We were both snickering by the time we got to the Great Hall. I smacked him half-heartedly upside the head. I get cranky when I'm hungry? Really? You made me sound like a hormonal dragon. Cedric blushed, and the color actually didn't look half bad. What? No, I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted an excuse to get rid of someone with a massive man crush. No, he didn't have AM. I mean, he sent me a glare that was more like a puppy's pout than anything particularly scary. We will never speak of this again. Still laughing, I performed a dramatic bow for the beat red golden boy. As you wish. My lord. Oh, shut it. Cedric turned and half stomped, half fled into the safety of the dinner rush. I followed him and sat down next to him, grinning because I knew that he wasn't really mad. While he wasn't quite a charmer when it came to fanboys, both he and I knew that, for the most part, they were fairly harmless. Ernie, for one, was just as much a player with the women as Cedric was. He just happened to admire the guy to a level that was somewhat unhealthy. I have a bone to pick with you. Kara gurusit. She slid into the spot across from me, her complete disregard of Cedric's presence telling me just how serious this was. I just so happened to be visiting Princess in the Ollery today. Want to know what I found? Ah, owls. Kara glared, and while it was nowhere near as impressive as the one McGonagall had leveled at me earlier, I still found myself sinking lower into my seat. She slammed something large roughly onto the table, bits of my food flying everywhere as whatever it was displaced my plate. Cedric spluttered as a carrot hit him in the nose. What I found, the blonde ground out, was a 2-foot-tall barn owl straight from the pits of hell. Oh, Merlin. I sighed, even as Cedric snorted at the analogy. Bubbles again? Yes, Bubbles, that stupid, evil little thing that should not, in any universe, have a name that cute. He practically traumatized Princess again and completely ruined my hair. Hours spent getting every curl perfect, just gone. All because your stupid pet decided to throw your letters in my face. Kara took a much-needed breath, and Cedric took the time to interrupt. He turned to me with an eyebrow already raised. You named your owl, Bubbles? I ignored him in favor of peeling the before-mentioned letters off the food-smeared table, as only now did I realize that they had been what Kara threw down. There were tons of them, a sizable pile of daily profits, letters from home, and postcards, all with varied dates scrawled or printed across the parchment. It was then, as I read those dates, that I realized what had set off my already psychopathic owl. Oh, I haven't been checking my mail, and indeed I hadn't. Nearly a month of avoiding Cedric meant I hadn't been around for the breakfast mail call. I also hadn't been up to the Ollery since the start of term. It was no wonder the owl was so mad. I'd completely forgotten about him. He must have been getting tired of hauling my junk around if he'd attacked Kara with it. And speaking of which, I'm sorry Bubbles attacked you, Kara. I'd say it wouldn't happen again, but, well, know that your owl is a masochist with wings. Kara huffed. Yeah, I knew that. Besides being somewhat surprised that Kara knew the word masochist, I found that I didn't really know what to say to make the situation better. Thankfully, Cedric saved the day by plucking an envelope from my arms and reading aloud the red ink letters written on the parchment. Circus de guerre. He flipped the thick, starchy white envelope over in his hand. There were no other words written. What's this? You didn't know? Kara, as always, was always willing to abandon her anger when there was good gossip to be had. That's the circus that Julia's family runs. They're famous for traveling all over the British Isles, performing magic for muggles. The ministry is always trying to get them for the statue of secrecy, but they never break it. The wizards would probably raise a fuss about it too. If they ever got close, the failed magic's just too popular. There was a lot that she left out about my family, of course, but I didn't say any of it out loud. Kara was exhausting enough to talk to regularly, let alone when she got on a roll. If Cedric wanted to know the finer points, I'd tell him later. Fade de madik. Cedric asked. He seemed interested, at least. Is that different from the first one, the Circus de Guerre? Well, no, not exactly. It's more like its other half. The circus is just the daytime portion, where they entertain the muggles. Failed to magic is what happens at night. A festival just for the wizarding community. When the real magic comes out, imagine nights lit up with fairy lights. I interrupted. As my favorite part, I knew Kara wouldn't do it justice. Rides propelled with magic high into the sky. Trails of galaxies streaming behind you. Sitting on the back of a Pegasus under the moonlight, where you just breathe in the dust and feel the heavy beats of their wings. Imagine seeing flashing magical streamers everywhere you look, spinning, swirling, turning the night to stars. Sit down and play cards with leprechauns for enchanted prizes that cheer for you and sweet fizzy candies that make you sing. Sitting in the high top is an experience that omnioculars could never do justice. Magically enhanced so that no matter how high you sit, you can always see every individual grain of dust. And in that high top, magical creatures from all over the world perform amazing feats, literally right under your nose. Wyverns dance, hippogriffs fly, fairies laugh and dance. I stopped and looked out to my audience. I'd forgotten they were there. Everyone, from Kara and Cedric to a few other Hufflepuffs, stared back, completely entranced and utterly silent. Somewhere in my description, the awe I felt had become theirs. It wasn't something I could help exactly. The first failed to magic my parents ever performed. Not a week after Harry saved the world. Forever ingrained those feelings within me. It's the happiest memory I have. That was, Cedric said after a long pause. He shook his head as if to clear it. I never knew you were such a romantic. Eleanor Branstone, Owen Caldwell, Laura Madley, and Kevin Whitby, the 4 first years that had listened in, all nodded eagerly. Kara, far from being mad that I had interrupted her, just sighed dreamily. Reaching over, I plucked the envelope away from Cedric and broke the red wax seal. I knew what was in it, as it was what my parents sent every year in the hope that I'd finally make more than one friend. Oh, wouldn't they be surprised that I actually gave some of them out? Here, I said. 2 shiny red and gold tickets were laid in front of my 2 friends. I tried not to think of how Cedric would never be able to use his. These are for next summer. You guys should come. Kara beamed like the sun and squealed like a niffler as she snatched up her ticket and hugged it close to her chest. Cedric was more reserved. He simply picked it up and looked at me, and I could tell exactly what he wanted me to know. How, for him, this was a sign that I was opening up, that I was becoming more than the girl who avoided him. He didn't need to know that I felt guilty, that I knew I wouldn't help him when he died. Thank you. Chapter 5, A/N. I don't own any Harry Potter copyrights. Sitting on the comfiest sofa in the Hufflepuff common room, I smiled as I read the latest of the 7 letters my brother, Marcus, had sent to me. Like the other 6, this one described in detail the antics of my sister-in-law and nephew. 3-year-old Kevin, it seemed, had recently come into the habit of stealing Daddy's wand. He then proceeded to poke things with it until something happened. Usually they got bigger, then they exploded. On an unrelated note, Sarah, his mother and Marcus's wife, had developed a rather odd paranoia of stepping on enlarged slugs. The letter made me wistful for home, to be honest. Hogwarts, despite being a literal place of fantasy and magic, had never quite held the lure for me that it did for the other students. It was a fact that was most likely due to how exhausting it was to actively avoid half its population. Home was more relaxing, the only thing in this fictional world that I truly felt I had a claim on. There was no Circus de Guerre in J.K. Rowling's rendition, after all, no Julia Whitman. Knowing this kept me sane, as even I knew that the entirety of an entire society couldn't be summarized in a single book series. If the world I knew now was nothing more than what one woman could write down, I would never have taken it as reality. I read the letter again, before placing it with the other letters in my bag and picking up my quill and parchment instead. I wrote Marcus a summarized rendition of my first few months at Hogwarts, making sure to include an apology for missing so many letters, and folded it neatly inside a nice, crisp envelope. Once the new letter was properly addressed and sealed, I gathered it up with the rest of my replies and jumped from my comfy perch. Cracking my back, I did what I'd been putting off all day. and began my trek to the Olery. My owl had a rather nasty temper, something I knew better than even Kara did. After ignoring him for the better part of a month, I knew I wouldn't be leaving my next visit without at least a couple bad scratches on my arms. It was the reason I decided to read my mail and then write my replies to said mail before I came to face him. Now, out of excuses, I figured if I didn't suck it up now, it'd only be worse later on. It wasn't a short walk. My common room was in the dungeon. Not exactly a simple stroll when it came to the cold, airy tower that some mastermind had decided to build our Olery into. Add that to the fact that tower was on the other side of the school, and well, let's just say my feet weren't exactly happy with me when I finally climbed the last step. Ow, wow. I muttered between breaths. Leaning against the wall outside the Olery door, I tried to massage my aching feet without going tumbling right down the steps again. It wasn't exactly easy. Forget being an arithmetic professor. I think I'm going to invent the first magical elevator. A loud but muffled thud shook me out of my musings, followed closely by an equally muffled string of curses. I shot the Olery door a curious look. Had someone taken up playing Quidditch indoors? It sure as hell sounded like it. Opening the door, I found that whatever noise I could hear on the stairs was actually nothing compared to the chaos that was going on in here. Now I could hear the grating screeching of an overexcited pygmy owl and every other bird it displaced in its mad flight around the room. My hands flew up to cover my ears, even as I instinctively shied away from the noise. It was so loud that my head was splitting. That I had not heard it through the stone seemed impossible. Two boys, both sporting matching flames of red hair, crashed into perches and crates alike, adding to the mayhem as they tried desperately to catch the little pygmy owl I'd noticed earlier. The curses they were throwing into the mayhem were so creative that I was absolutely positive they had never existed in my old world. I could see Bubbles glaring down at me from high in the rafters. He seemed torn, like he didn't know if he'd rather brave the chaos to rip at my face or stay safe above the horde. He must have decided I wasn't worth the risk. There was no owl of doom attacking my face, at least. One of the boys tripped and landed rather harshly a few feet from where I stood, rolling until he face planted into the wall. I would have helped him, but in the split second that I saw his face, I realized that I recognized him. Fred and George frickin' Weasley. Was it my luck? Or did karma just want me to run into these people? Either way, I wasn't about to stick around and strike up a friendly chat. Oh no, I'd learned my lesson with Cedric. There was no way I was going to let the goddamn Weasley twins put their way into my life like he had. Unfortunately, Fred, or George, I could never tell, seemed to have other ideas. Peeling himself off the wall, he latched himself onto my arm and refused to let go. Help! Ow! Catch, please! The twin got out that much between heavy breaths before he decided to just shoot me with puppy eyes. Instead, thank Merlin his brother hadn't seemed to realize I was there yet. I don't think I could take double of those eyes. I replied stupidly, already feeling myself melting inside. Puppy eyes, no matter the bearer, would always be my greatest weakness. I looked over to where his brother was still running around, the owl in question seeming more excited than anything else. That was something at least a scared owl would be harder to catch, which of course meant that I was already planning on giving in. Good to know I had no backbone to speak of. Breaking, I turned back to the pouting twin and sighed. All right, just give me a moment. I ignored his bright smile and instead rummaged around in my bag for something I know I'd brought with me. It was meant as a peace offering for Bubbles, of course, but hopefully my pet would forgive me for not giving it to him. Oi! I called suddenly, gaining the attention of both the owls and the other twin. Pouring the little bag of seed into my palm, I held it up to where the birds could see it. Come and get it. It had the desired effect. Well, to an extent. The little excited owl landed on my outstretched palm almost immediately, to which the first twin instantly snatched him up. Of course, when 30 other owls suddenly swooped down upon me, I realized how ridiculously stupid it was to offer all the owls the treat. Ow! Ow! Get off! I yelped as more than a few beaks pecked skin instead of seed. Only when the little bag was empty and I was sporting several new welts did the owls fly back to their respective perches. Bubbles was still in the rafters. He looked pleased too, the little sod. Not like the twins had been the greatest of help either, mind you. I shot them a vicious glare as they finally uncurled from where they had been on the floor, busting a gut laughing. Haha, very funny. See if I ever help you lot again. Still growling under my breath, I marched over to Bubbles and held my arm out to him. All I really wanted was to send my post and get out of there, but I wasn't naive enough to truly think it'd be that easy. Bubbles didn't just stay up in the rafters, at least, as me just standing there with my arm out would have made me look like an idiot, but he did make sure to dig his claws in extra hard when he landed. Since his anger was justified, I grit my teeth and bore it, knowing full well that I'd probably get much worse if the whole Olery hadn't already beat him to it. After a few good minutes of groveling apologies on my part, my prick of an owl finally allowed me to tie my letters to his leg. He smacked me across the face with his wings when he took off, but didn't drop the letters out the window. That at least was something. Rubbing my smarting nose and picking up my bag from where I dropped it, I turned around to find that the two Weasley boys hadn't left like I'd hoped they would. Instead, they stood with identical stances and grins on either side of the Olery door. I suppressed a groan, knowing full well that the Weasley twins had just witnessed my scene with Bubbles. Lovely owl, that, the twin on the right said, the twitchy owl in his hands marking him as the one who had convinced me to go owl hunting earlier. His brother laughed. Right you were, Fred. I'd love to have that one as a pet. George, as that was who he had to be, grinned mischievously. I raised my brow at the red envelope he had clutched in his hand. Now who would the Weasley twins have to send a howler to? I opened my mouth to ask, but George had shifted the howler out of sight the moment he caught me looking. He coughed and stuck out his hand to distract me. Name's George Weasley. The get over there's my brother Fred. Say hi, Fred. Hey! Momentarily forgetting about the howler, I eyed his outstretched hand before gingerly accepting it. Julia Whitman, I said, giving them my name if only because the last time I'd refused it to someone on my list, he'd ended up hounding me through the halls of Hogwarts. Right. Thanks for helping catch Pig here. Fred held up the twitchy owl. Sorry you got Maul. George cut in, finishing for his brother in a way that must have been second nature for twins. Yeah, I guess it's all right. And it was all right. It wasn't like I wasn't used to it. Bubbles has done worse. The brothers blinked before simultaneously bursting into laughter, startling the already twitchy Pig. Fred, still laughing, nearly got a wing to the face when the little owl nearly broke free. You. George got out even as his brother was wrestling Pig back to submission. You named... He stopped and took a large breath. You named that owl Bubbles? Yeah, what of it? I frowned, knowing better than to give them the true backstory behind his name. That owl's name is Pig. As far as misnaming went, naming a psychotic bird Bubbles wasn't any stranger than naming a hyperactive little twit Pig. Who had named him anyway? Had he been in the book? I couldn't remember. You might have a point there. George shrugged with that same shit-eating grin. He, it seemed, would find my decision funny whether I was logical about it or not. Though Ginny, our sister, named him, not us. Fred piped up, now finished with Pig. He's not even ours. Our younger brother, Ron, owns him. Now that made sense. Though I'd never talked to either Weasley before, it did fit in with my series knowledge. Fred and George had never had an owl. Well, they hadn't had one in Hogwarts. I didn't know if they'd gotten one afterwards. Good for him then, I said as I stepped between the twins to open the door. George shifted as I passed, making sure again that I couldn't see the howler still tucked into his crossed arms. He'd had loads of time to tie it to Pig's leg, yet he didn't. It was clear to me that whatever those boys were up to, they definitely didn't want me to witness it. Not that I cared, exactly. The Weasley twins were on my list. As long as what they were doing didn't include me in the slightest, I didn't care what it was. Wait, Fred said just as I reached the first step. He looked confused. I think I've seen you before. Are you a sixth year? I nodded, knowing that I had to be a wallflower if it took him this long to realize that. We have a few classes together. Actually, I'd sat across from both of them in both herbology and charms not 3 hours ago. It was actually rather nice to know that they didn't know me. I like feeling like all my efforts had paid off. All right. Fred smiled sheepishly, and an embarrassed flush set on his freckles. I knew that. No, you didn't. But that's all right. I waited for a moment more to see if he would say anything else before continuing down the stairs when he didn't. The Olery door closed behind me. The rest of the week was interesting. The hype for the arriving schools was up for one. Everywhere I went, everyone I talked to seemed to tie into the tournament in some way. A betting pool had even started among the houses on which student would get chosen for Hogwarts. Cedric, along with several other champion hopefuls, was in that betting pool. I might have laid down a galleon or two in his name. I felt horrible about it afterwards, of course. Cedric caught me giving the money to Lee Jordan on the Quidditch pitch. He made me promise to split the profit 50-50 if I ever got anything out of it. I agreed and was teased about it every day since. Apparently, Cedric now thinks I have faith in him. Goody. On Wednesday, the day after I met the twins in the Olery, I faced my first transfiguration lesson since McGonagall had Cedric ambush me. I was prepared for humiliation, and it was delivered when McGonagall, the old bat, had me stand up and explain to the class exactly why I was a month late. What I wasn't prepared for was the red-headed twins who were now perfectly aware that I existed. It was like a repeat of the Cedric incident, sand stalking. The two Weasleys had waved very enthusiastically when I'd stepped through that door. I ignored them, just like I'd once done with Cedric, thinking that they'd get the hint and stop. Unfortunately, I think I underestimated them. The Weasley twins were notorious pranksters, and they loved a challenge. I didn't realize until later that I'd offered them one. I don't think they wanted to be my friends, Peresi. They just wanted me to admit that I knew them. Or perhaps they were bored. It could be either really. They didn't follow me like Cedric had, but I don't think they really needed to. Unlike Cedric, they had the advantage of having every class but arithmancy with me. 8 hours of uninterrupted class. Time was plenty when it came to the imaginative minds of the Weasley twins. By the time Friday rolled around, I'd had 19 magical notes passed, 33 frantic waves, and 24 saved seats, all within class hours. I'd thought it before, but now I was sure. Karma hated me, so now, sitting under Hufflepuff's silk badger banner in the Great Hall, I found myself studying the decorations that had been put up to impress the visiting schools. I was pointedly not looking over at the Gryffindor table, where I was positive the two redheads in question were already seated. Not that they were trying to annoy me at the moment, actually. I just didn't want to take any chances. Julia? You all right? Cedric asked between mouthfuls of his toast. You've been spacing out all morning. What? I blinked owlishly before a blush crept onto my cheeks. How did I look? I wonder if Cedric noticed it. Sure, he was more observant than most, but I usually had a pretty good poker face. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just tired. He frowned and didn't look all that convinced. Are you sure? I could have sworn. His eyes flashed over to the Gryffindor table. Fred and George were talking to Harry Potter's Golden Trio now. The 3 fourth years looked like they'd interrupted some sort of scheming of the twins. Both brothers looked miffed. Realizing that I had looked, I turned back to see Cedric watching me. Is someone bothering you, Julia? Someone in Gryffindor. His eyes went to the twins again. I blinked. What? He thought I was being bullied? No, it's nothing like that. I sighed, knowing that I was perhaps overreacting to the situation a bit. If I had to guess as to why, I'd say my experience with Cedric had made me paranoid. It's not like I wanted to introduce another forbidden name into my circle of friends. Then what is it? Maybe, Kara said as she took her place next to me. She was grinning wickedly. It's our Julia getting herself a crush. Both Cedric and I spluttered, me spraying out a generous amount of my pumpkin juice in the process. What? I gasped. Cedric was coughing so hard he looked like he might turn purple. Where in Merlin's name did you get that idea? Oh, from someone who happens to be both your roommate and your mate. Or did you forget I'm in 3 of your classes? I saw those Weasley twins all but dancing to get your attention. The only question is, just what did you do to get them wrapped around your finger? Or more importantly, she sent me a saucy wink. Which one do you fancy? My face felt hot, and I got the impression I was no longer the same shade I'd been before she'd sat down. Cedric took a long swig of his juice and slammed the mug down, finally able to breathe. You have a what? He gasped, eyes wide. On the Weasley twins? I snapped before taking a calming breath. No, I don't. I only met them when I went up to the Olery on Tuesday. I have no idea why they've been acting so love-struck. Cara surpreende unhelpfully. I shot her a glare. No, acting so weird. Kara just shrugged, completely unapologetic. She looked like she liked her version better. Cedric was alternating between frowning and sending glares at the Gryffindors. He shot me a sideways glance. Are you sure it's nothing? Absolutely. He sighed, then smiled. Okay then. You're right though, they agree. Acting a bit weird. Who acts like that to someone they just met? You did, I thought, but didn't say. I think they're just bored. I said instead. Or maybe they got such a crack out of Bubbles that they just had to know more. Kara blanched, her smug grin vanishing. Ugh, you let them meet him? Julia, that's just cruel. It's not like I planned to run into them. I shot back. And he only attacked me, not them. You know, the more you say about this owl of yours, the more curious I am about him. Cedric was leaning across the table on his elbows. When am I going to meet Bubbles? Never, if you're lucky. Karagurusit. Maybe someday, though. Kara is right, to an extent. I ignored Kara's protest. Bubbles isn't exactly nice to people he doesn't know. Or anyone. We get it, Kara. I have an owl, you know. Cedric said, the picture of confidence. I can handle anything yours can throw at me. I bit my lip, wondering if Cedric's definition of anything was the same as mine. I got wounds regularly just by dealing with the bird, and I was his owner. The last time I'd introduced him to anyone, to Kara, it resulted in a lifelong rivalry that still showed no signs of letting up. Maybe. I got up and slung my bag over my shoulder, knowing that breakfast had lasted long enough. As if reading my thoughts, the school bell rang. I'm going to head to class. You have potions too, Kara? Kara made a face, but got up nonetheless. Unfortunately. Forget McGonagall. Snape's going to be the one that does me in, I swear it. Cedric, and I shared a chuckle. I shook my head. Is there a teacher in this school that doesn't hate you? Seriously, the way she tells it, you'd swear everyone was out for her blood. Then again, Kara did have a bad habit of sleeping in class, so maybe it was true. I don't know. Professor Sprout, maybe? Grabbing Kara's shoulder while she was still musing, I turned to Cedric with an apologetic smile. We really do have to go. Meet you later when we get out to greet Durmstrang and Buxbatons. He nodded. Yeah, I would walk with you, but Cedric eyed his half-finished plate hungrily. I do have a free period and just look at that toast. It'd be mad if I left it all alone. I laughed and made my leave. Whether Cedric heard the glutton, I made sure to whisper oh so softly behind him. Well, I guess that depends on how far into stuffing his face he was at the time. Chapter 6. A/N. I don't own any Harry Potter copyrights. Kara was already on a roll by the time Professor Sprout led all us puffs out into the chilly lake air of Hogwarts. She, it seemed, had 1,000,001 theories on how our rival schools would make their appearance. And the blonde wasn't exactly above exploiting her captive audience to share them. Eloise, myself, and the 4 boys who had the misfortune of sharing both our house and year could only listen helplessly as Kara's covered everything from flying thestrals to mystical portals. Cedric wasn't with us. He, being both a lucky bastard and a 7th year, was currently standing in a much quieter section of the lineup. Kara. I cut in the middle of the girl's current idea that the lake's local mermen would somehow bring the foreign students to shore. I'd come to the realization that, as Kara's only friend in our group, the others had silently decided that I would be the one to shut her up. Should I even ask? The blonde stopped, if only to blink at me. I could practically feel the relief of the other 4. It came off them in waves. Ask what? Many things. I thought as part of me wondered how exactly she thought our rivals would get to the bottom of our lake. Let's start with where exactly you got your information. It was a valid thought. Despite being a 6th year, Kara was also a muggle-born with a bad habit of sleeping through her lessons. And while I once wouldn't put it past some of the older years feeding her false information, we were now much too old for that to be a viable excuse. Kara Shuruk. One of the Ravenclaw boys told me that it's tradition for the visiting schools to try and show each other up. I went to the library for details. She didn't mention that going to the library was around as rare for her as forgetting to curl her hair in the morning. Yet despite that, I still wasn't surprised. Kara would risk many things if it meant getting something to gossip about. Sounds like a good way to spend an afternoon. Through either witchcraft or inattention, Cedric was no longer where I'd spotted him but a second ago. Instead, he had somehow managed to materialize behind me, grinning cheekily at Kara as he rested one elbow on the top of my head. There was a very eloquent "jh" before I then proceeded to jump halfway out of my skin. Cedric either didn't notice or care. Not that I was currently on the verge of cardiac arrest, or that every girl within 3 meters had suddenly turned very red. Eloise had done that squeaking thing she does around cute boys and was now steadily trying to disappear into her surroundings. Kara, as used to Cedric as she was becoming, just smiled and waved. What did I miss? The superstar asked, reclaiming his arm rest on my head once I'd calmed down enough to stay in one place. We're in Merlin's name. I breathe, a hand to my heart. Why aren't you with your year? The taller boy sighed and rolled his eyes up to look up at the pale moon already showing through the clear evening sky. When they came back down to focus on me, he shook his head and scared at me under his breath. I knew it. You've forgotten already. Forgotten? Forgotten what? Forgotten that Cedric had a flair for dramatics that I don't ever remember being touched on in the books? No, I can't say I could ever forget that. Care to remind me? I found myself saying instead, fighting the urge to sigh. Breakfast? Meeting up after class? Ring a bell? My eyes widen minutely as Cedric's words click. Oh! I'd said something like that when I'd dragged Kara to potions this morning. Hadn't I? After McGonagall had assigned 3 makeup essays at 6 rolls each, the Weasley brothers had enchanted my chair to dance towards them, and Kara had decided to chatter my ear off. Everything else had completely slipped my mind. Cedric chuckled at my moment of enlightenment, and my smile turned sheepish. Just as I was about to apologize, however, a small hand tugged at my sleeve. I turned and blinked at the timid face of Eloise mid-gin staring back at me. She sent me a small smile, and I suddenly felt guilty for forgetting about her. It's starting. A small, delicate hand pointed to the sky. Sure enough, I could already see something large hurtling towards us up in the darkening sky. All around me, people began dropping their chatter as more and more noticed what Eloise had pointed out. Kara was practically bouncing where she stood as her chatter started up like it had never stopped. In the 2 seconds it took for Buxbaden's Pegasi to get close enough to actually identify, she had already rattled off several more of her crazy theories. To be honest, she almost looked disappointed when the giant winged palominos finally alighted on Hogwarts' grounds with a crash, forcing the first 3 rows of students to scramble back to make room. The horses tossed their heads and stomped their hoofs as a massive powder blue carriage came bouncing to a stop behind them. Like I had once discovered upon seeing this castle for the first time, there were some things that the books simply could not do justice. Buxbaden's, Cedric observed, still leaning on my head. Has to be blue's their school color. Sure enough, Buxbaden's golden crossed wand seal was there, displayed proudly on the carriage door. There was a moment where I could see it surprisingly clearly despite the waning light. Then the door was thrown open and it was gone. Well, they certainly know how to make an entrance, I commented as a boy in pale blue robes hopped out, pulling a set of golden stairs down with him. A foot roughly the size of my nephew stepped out, and the stairs sagged slightly. Soon the largest woman I'd ever seen was standing on our school grounds, larger than I could have ever imagined her being. I, along with Kara and 2 of the boys in my year, gasped at the sight of her. Madame Maxime, as I knew her to be, looked down at us from a slightly beaky nose. Her necklace of opals seemed to wink down us. In the front, Dumbledore began to clap. It was as if a spell was broken. Soon every student was following his lead, and a rippling applause roared through the crowd. Some, like the Weasley twins, whistled and cheered. Most, like myself, just settled for standing on their tiptoes as they tried to get a better look. The headmistress of Buxbaden smiled and walked towards the headmaster of Hogwarts. When they were close, she extended a jeweled hand. So massive was she that Dumbledore barely had to bend at all in order to kiss it. "My dear Madame Maxime," Dumbledore said in a voice that I was surprised that I could hear. Was he using a sonorous charm, maybe? "Welcome to Hogwarts, Dumbledore." The deep voice of Madame Maxime was just as audible. Not a sonorous charm, then. Was there a spell on the clearing as a whole? It'd explain why both school heads could be heard so clearly despite that neither seemed to be shouting. "I hope I find you well." "In excellent form, I thank you. My pupils." Madame Maxime waved a hand back towards the carriage. Following her gaze, the entire population of Hogwarts seemed to tear their eyes away from Maxime in favor of staring at the dozen or so shivering students who had emerged after her. The boys and girls in blue were staring too, but not at us. Instead, their eyes followed our castle walls up to the highest turret. Apprehension crept onto their features. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxime asked. At the name Karkaroff, Cedric shuddered and, even as the 2 heads began to chatter idly about Maxime's horses, leaned in closer to me. I've heard stories about him. His voice was quiet, barely more than a whisper. Dad says he's a nasty one. Supposedly, he's the sole reason that Durmstrang actively teaches dark curses. Kara, never one to be left out, leaned into our little circle as well. I asked around about the different schools in second year. Durmstrang is a blood-pierced academy. Any Muggleborns, or half-bloods either have to go to Buxbatons or never learn to control their magic at all. We all shuddered at that one, having heard the stories of uncontrolled magic. As first and second years, we'd all had at least one teacher mention it in passing to discourage unsupervised spellcasting. The stories weren't pretty. It will be attended to, Dumbledore was saying, his voice loud enough to draw our attention back up front. He bowed to Madame Maxime, apparently in response to something she'd already done. Come. The headmistress nodded to her students and marched them up to the castle's front steps, the students of Hogwarts literally diving out of the way. No one wanted to be trampled by the no-nonsense giantess. Do you think her horses really drink malt whiskey? Kara asked, apparently having paid more attention to the conversation than I had. How she did both that and gossiped with me and Cedric. Well, I guess I'll never know. Aren't you the one who still takes care of magical creatures? I asked, having dropped the class as soon as Kettleburn had retired. It was something that I'd done for my list just as much as for the fact that the new teacher liked playing with dangerous monster hybrids. After all, Kettleburn might have had a bad habit of losing limbs, but he'd never had Hagrid's fondness for scruts. Yeah, but we don't cover Pegasi until the spring. Kara made a face. You won't believe what he has us working on now. Curious. I opened my mouth to ask, only to fall silent when Cedric held up a hand. Sure, he said. Do you hear that? I listened and found that there was indeed a sound in the air, one that seemed to come from the very dark night air before us. It sounded a bit like someone was trying to hoover up a pool, only it was many times louder. Squinting, I stared down at the dark lake and wondered if the noise had anything to do with the pirate ship that I knew would emerge from it. The lake! Someone in Gryffindor yelled from my left. It looked odd now that I really looked. Was it bubbling? Look at the lake. The bubbles I had seen were growing larger. Large waves of muddy water were sent splashing on a shore. Whatever the disturbance was seemed to be focused more near the center of the lake. It looked almost like a whirlpool. Something was rising now, something that looked awfully like a mast. Bloody hell? Cedric breathed. Is that a ship? The ship, for Cedric was right, rose from the water slowly, almost as if it wanted to drag out the moment. When it had at last risen wholly from the lake, all of Hogwarts was left to admire what looked like a resurrected wreck. It gleamed in the moonlight and, even from my vantage point, I could see seaweed clinging to the dark wood. Slower than it had risen, the great ghost ship sailed to shore, letting a plank fall with a thud when it reached our dock. Already I could see the shapes of people begin emerging from the hold, made thick with layer upon layer of fur. As I watched, one girl smiled and threw off what looked to be half her body weight in fur. Her joyous whoop echoed across the school grounds. A man dressed in a fur that was much sleeker than that of the students led the procession over the grounds and up towards where we stood at the doors. Dumbledore, he called as he neared our headmaster. How are you, my dear fellow? How are you? I thought because this man was nowhere near as easily identifiable as Madame Maxime had been. This must be Karkaroff. Blooming. Thank you, Professor Karkaroff. Dumbledore smiled amiably as he welcomed forward the man that I could only now tell was tall with white hair and a weak chin. When Karkaroff smiled, I saw a row of yellow teeth. Dear old Hogwarts. He looked up at our home with a smile that, to me at least, seemed forced. How good it is to be here, how good. Victor, come along, into the warmth. You don't mind Dumbledore? Victor has a slight head cold. A boy separated from his classmates and made his way forward at the beckoning of his headmaster. He was lean with heavy features and a slightly large nose, none of which stopped me from feeling overwhelmingly excited when he passed us by. I was an Irish fan. There was a flying figurine of their female chaser mullet in my trunk. Both my brother and father had bought me green flags, and there was even a hat covered with shamrocks hanging off my bedpost. Yet, somehow those facts paled immensely in the face of standing 10 bloody feet away from someone who had performed a Ronsky feint not 3 months ago. That's... Cedric grabbed my arm. He looked just as pale as I felt. Merlin. That's Victor Crumb. Later, When Dumbledore had finally spoken loud enough for the masses to hear him over their excitement, we all marched as one towards the Great Hall. Crumb's name was being repeated like a mantra in every direction. Many were frantically searching their bags for something for him to sign. Not that I wasn't among them per se. Oh, I don't believe it. I haven't got a single quill on me, list or no. This was a celebrity we were talking about here. Even Kara, the girl who hadn't been to a single Quidditch match willingly in 6 years, wasn't immune to the frenzy. She held up a shiny red and gold tube. "Do you think he'd sign my hat in lipstick?" "You mean my hat, and I doubt it." Somehow asking a Bulgarian seeker to sign an Irish hat doesn't sound all that smart. Cedric rolled his eyes from where he walked next to us. "I can't believe it." He shook his head in my direction. "You're the last person that I'd pin as a hopeless fangirl." I shot him a look, particularly at the quill he was subtly trying to hide from view. "Like you want to talk. And I'm not hopeless." Entering the Great Hall, we split off from the horde to sit at our usual spot on the Hufflepuff table. The Buxbaden students, I noticed, were already seated at a table over at Ravenclaw. They looked somewhat miserable, shivering through their silks like they were. All of them clung to shawl and scarf alike, as if simply grasping the material would make it warmer. "Wonder where they're going to sit," Cedric said, eyeing the Durmstrang students still gathered around the doors. For a moment they seemed unsure, but then one broke off to the Slytherin table, and the rest followed. "Never mind. Are they going to sleep in the castle?" Kara asked, watching the Durmstrang students intently. I wonder if she noticed how much happier this lot seemed. Most of them had gone the way of the girl I'd first noticed on the boat and stripped off nearly all their furs. "I don't think so," Cedric replied. "Not unless Hogwarts has guest quarters that we don't know about, which isn't impossible." Filch was putting up chairs for the guest teachers up front. My stomach growled. Hopefully it wouldn't be long before we got to the food part of the evening. It's more likely that they'll just sleep in their ship and carriage. Resting my head on my hands, I stared down at the golden plates that only came out on special occasions. Perhaps I could will the food into existence if I stared hard enough. It's not like they're not big enough. Finally, after what seemed to be a small eternity of everyone sorting themselves out, the staff entered. Lastly came the 3 heads of the schools. At the sight of Madame Maxime, every Buxbaden student suddenly scrambled to their feet, nearly toppling over a few unsuspecting Ravenclaws in the process. They didn't sit down again until Maxime was seated herself, settled into a massive chair that seemed to have been brought in specifically for her. Dumbledore, still standing, stepped forward, and every side conversation instantly stopped. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and most particularly, guests." Dumbledore paused to beam at the students of the visiting schools. "I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable." One of the Buxbaden's girls behind me gave a derisive laugh. "The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast," said Dumbledore. "I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home." He sat down, and the golden platters before us were suddenly overflowing with food. Hungry and uncaring, I took a bit of everything whether I recognized it or not. My enthusiasm wasn't shared. Some of the dishes, such as the blood-red pudding that Kara was currently poking, weren't exactly local. The rest of the dinner went much like that actually, with either Cedric or Kara poking some dish and wondering at the edibility of it. Most of the time I'd point out a dish I'd already tried and liked. Other times I'd point out a dish and wait evilly while they then proceeded to scrape it off their tongues. At one point, a Buxbaden's boy had gotten up and stolen our bouillabaisse, though for what I couldn't tell. A girl who looked suspiciously Veelish had already gone to the Gryffindor table for the same thing. "Huh," Cedric said, just as dessert popped into existence. He was looking at the staff table. "I wonder why Bagman is here. You know him?" I followed his gaze and found myself staring at a slightly pudgy man with thinning blonde hair. Next to him was another unfamiliar face that I could only assume was Crouch. "Yeah, he's a friend of my dad's. He's head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. So maybe he helped plan the tournament and was invited as a courtesy." Kara cut in. "That's what would happen if this was football." Cedric blinked and for a second looked both confused and curious. "What's football?" "Football," I corrected automatically, even as I knew that what Kara was talking about was closer to soccer than it was to what I had once considered football. "It's a muggle sport. They kick a ball around a field, and try to score goals. And just like that, Cedric's curiosity was gone. With his sounds boring, he turned back to his desserts. Not that he didn't have a point. When put next to a tournament filled with dragons, mermen, sphinxes, and dark overlords, soccer did seem a little dull. Kara huffed, but let the subject drop. She wasn't exactly sporty, muggle, or otherwise, so I don't think she really cared if Cedric wanted to know more about the subject or not. While she was also a refined gossiper, she knew better than to continue topics that her audience had no interest in. So instead, she struck up a conversation on the tournament, and just like that, Cedric was focused again. After all, as a possible contender himself, the Golden Boy was all ears when it came to this particular brand of gossip. We spent the rest of dessert hypothesizing over Dumbledore's mystery judge, comparing who we thought were hopeful Hogwarts champions, and eyeing the foreign schools for who we thought would be their champion. By the time the plates were cleared for good, we'd all come up with something interesting. The best was Kara's, who apparently thought something like a simple sign-up sheet was too dull for Hogwarts. No, only the student who could somehow steal a golden goblet from a giant, brave the treacherous forbidden forest, and swim to the bottom of the lake to give said goblet to a merman chieftain would be worthy enough to be considered our champion. The moment has come, said Dumbledore's voice. Somewhere when I wasn't looking, he'd stood up and was now smiling out at us. The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket dash. Over at the Gryffindor table, I could see the Weasley twins leaning so far forward in their seats that they were nearly falling out. Just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. There was some polite clapping, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The applause for Bagman was much louder than it had been for Crouch, though this fact in itself could have been for many reasons. He'd been a pretty good beater for one. Add that to how much friendlier than Crouch he seemed, and you probably had a pretty good motive to the loud roar currently echoing off our great hall's walls. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore continued once we'd grown quiet again, and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champion's efforts. The crowd went still. Dumbledore waved a hand towards where Filch was hiding in the corner. The casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch. An extremely old wooden chest was brought forward and laid gently on the table in front of Dumbledore. It was heavily encrusted with gems. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways. Their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and of course, their ability to cope with danger. And though nobody else seemed to be breathing, Cedric was practically glowing with excitement beside me. I sent him a wary look and knew exactly what he was thinking. As you know, 3 champions compete in the tournament. Dumbledore was perfectly calm, one from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Our headmaster then took out the Elder Wand and tapped it 3 times against the lid of the casket. When it opened, he tucked the wand away and reached in. What he pulled out was, to all extents and purpose, just a large wooden cup. It would have been completely ordinary had it not been filled with crackling blue flames. The casket was closed, and the goblet was placed on top. For a brief moment, Dumbledore simply allowed us all to look upon his impartial judge. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, said Dumbledore. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all, and with that, our headmaster bowed out, and the spell was broken. The chatter that had broken before started up again, and people began to move. Cedric grabbed my arm before I could push out of my seat. "Julia," he said, "come with me tonight." "Tonight?" I looked at my watch. It was late. "Go with you where?" Cedric just grinned, and for a moment I thought he wouldn't answer. And then he did speak, saying exactly what I only just realized I'd been dreading for a while now. "The entrance hall, of course, after everyone's cleared out. I want to put my name in the Goblet of Fire." Chapter 7. A/N. I don't own any Harry Potter copyrights. Standing to the side in the dark entrance hall, I watched as Cedric strode towards the crackling goblet. He stopped to toe the edge of Dumbledore's Golden Age line. There was a deep breath, and I could see his hand tighten. The slip of parchment he held, the same one he'd shown me in the kitchens, crackled under the pressure. For a different, entirely more terrifying reason than the confident Hufflepuff before me, I took a breath as well. This was the moment of truth for him, for me, and for the story I had sworn to never change. Cedric stepped over the line, looked back to make sure I was watching, and shot me a nervous grin when he saw I was. He took the steps necessary and raised his hand to hover briefly over the goblet's rim. "This is it." His words were whispered, and I found myself unsure if it was the effect that made the moment hauntingly eerie, or if the eerie effect of the moment was what caused him to whisper it all. The parchment fell, and the written Cedric Diggory, Hogwarts disappeared. The blue flames sparked red, and I found that I couldn't look away. Horror, guilt, fear. I felt like I had watched someone hang their own noose. Well, I guess that's that then. Cedric reappeared at my side, and only then did I realize that I was still staring at the Goblet of Fire. He shot me a worried look. "You all right, Julia? You look a bit pale." "Pale?" "Yeah, that sounded about right. I've seen." I tried to smile, to look encouraging, but my current mood made it fall flat. I'd feel better later, when I could push the guilt of this moment aside again. It was hard, sticking to a resolve I'd made nearly 2 decades ago. Sometimes, especially with the more recent development that was Cedric, I found myself slipping. And yet, screaming masses, flashes of green, people with familiar faces lying too still, skulls and snakes in the sky, little girl eyes taking it all in, a much older mind balking at the horror of it all. And yet I knew what lay on the wrong side of this war. What would happen again if I slipped, if I made so much as one mistake? Dark times were right around the corner after all. I knew whose attention I'd have to avoid. Cedric eyed me, and I knew he wasn't fooled. However, whatever comment he could have made went unsaid. Perhaps he could tell I didn't want to talk about it, or maybe he could just hear the footsteps. Whatever the reason, he said nothing, and we were suddenly no longer alone. Anthony Goldstein, a Ravenclaw prefect in my year, came to a running halt not far from where we stood. He looked somewhat harassed. "Cedric, thank Merlin. I've been looking for another prefect everywhere." And just like that, the serious silence broke. Cedric turned towards Goldstein in a way that almost made me want to giggle, despite my mood. He was in prefect mode. "Goldstein? What's the matter? Has there been an emergency?" The Ravenclaw rubbed at the bags forming beneath his eyes. "No, nothing like that. A group of Durmstrang students somehow got separated and ended up wandering the dungeons. I need someone to help me herd them back to their ship." This time I really did let out a laugh, though it was more of a snort than a giggle. It really did figure that the foreigners would get lost on the very first day. "I'm on it." Cedric turned back to me and offered me a sheepish smile. "Sorry, Julia, but you're going to have to head back alone." "Here, Dash." There was a brief pause as he unclasped his prefect's badge and pressed it into my palm. "Take this. It's almost curfew, so this will help if you don't make it back in time." "Cedric, I don't need Dash." I stopped when I realized that I probably didn't need the badge. The windows to the hall were dark, and we'd been here long enough that I'd get a detention if I was caught without it. Protesting just for the sake of protesting was silly. "Right, thanks then. Don't mention it." There was a wave, and then Cedric was off to the dungeon stairwell. Goldstein, already there and impatient, waved him forward hurriedly. For a brief moment after they left, I just stood there, alone in the entrance hall with no particular rush to be anywhere else. And then it hit me, great. Now I'm going to have to find another way back. Because the quickest way back to the dorms was the way Cedric had just gone. Not that he wouldn't understand if I followed them for a bit. He would, I knew that. It was just that, after all that guilt and heavy, weighty emotion that had gone unsaid between us, I found that I really didn't mind the thought of getting some air away from Cedric for a while. And it wasn't like there weren't other entrances to the dungeons. The closest, the one that usually lead to the potions classrooms, wasn't too far away, so I headed in that direction. Sure, I would have to trek around both Snape's office and the Slytherin common room, and sure, it would most likely keep me out well past curfew. But hey, Cedric had given me his badge. Might as well use it. So I walked, and since there was no one else still out, I did so in silence. And then, a few hallways short of the Slytherin's dungeon, the silence broke. In the distance I could hear something, and though I could recognize that whatever it was foreign, I didn't actually hear it for what it was until I'd drawn closer to the noise. Curses, and not the magical, or English for that matter, kind. Was that Russian? Was this where the Durmstrang students had gotten lost? No, it couldn't be. Cedric and Goldstein wouldn't have taken the kitchen stairwell if it was. The cursing was getting louder, accompanied frequently by a muffled but consistent banging. Was someone thumping their head against the wall? An angry-faced, red-robed boy with food stains down his front marched around the corner, clearly frustrated. And though he had been stomping and dragging his feet, he stopped dead when he saw me standing in the hallway. Recognizing the robes for what they were, I suddenly came to the conclusion that I had been wrong. This boy was from Durmstrang. Judging by the fact that he was currently on the other side of the school from both the entrance hall and his ship, he was also very, very lost. I stared. He stared, and a fly nearly flew into his openly gaping mouth. Finally, he spoke. Hogwarts student. Finally. I wandered May's school for hours. Suddenly, there were two large, heavy hands pressing down on my shoulders as the Durmstrang boy drew much too far into my personal bubble. Too close, he's much too close. Please, Hogwarts student, please help me. I am afraid I am very lost. He leaned forward and briefly I felt horribly trapped. He was bigger than me in both height and muscle. It was only natural. Then I saw his face, saw the overwhelming relief, and realized that what he was doing was only natural too. If it was me, the poor stranger would have been glomped the moment the "Oh Merlin, I'm saved" feeling kicked in. Hogwarts student? All right. Shaking my head, I forced myself to focus on the distressed Durmstrang student in front of me. He was actually kind of cute, what with the shaggy brown-black hair and shallow gray eyes. You need someone to show you the way back? He nodded eagerly, actually letting go of me so that he could shake my hand dead with sheer excitement. Coupled with his bulk and over-exuberant personality, he was vaguely reminiscent of an overly friendly bear. Oh yes, very much so. Thank you. Thank you, Hogwarts student. Julia. I interrupted with just a bit of my slight irritation shining through. Being called Hogwarts student was beginning to get old. That, my name isn't Hogwarts student. I clarified. It's Julia Whitman. If I'm going to show you around, at least call me by my name. Of course, Hogwarts, no, Julia. He said my name almost like he was testing it. With his thick accent, it came out a bit warped. I mean, no offense. How rude of me to not offer my name upon our meeting. I am Mikhail Polyakov. The boy bear before me bowed low, and I found myself pondering if this was common courtesy where he was from. When he grabbed my hand and brought it to his lips, I decided that, if his manners were common, they were decidedly on the pure blood side of etiquette. I'd never seen a muggle, polite or otherwise, do something so old-fashioned. That didn't mean I didn't blush to my toes, though. Okay, that's enough of that. I all but squeaked as my hand was unceremoniously wrenched from his grip. Quickly, before he could get offended, I coughed and forced my voice back to a more normal pitch. Why spend time on niceties? We need to get you back to your ship, right? Oh yes, you were quite right, Julia. His confusion melted away, though at the same time, he didn't look happy at the reminder. That was odd. He'd practically jumped for joy when I'd offered to help him before, right? I shook my head and decided that whatever the reason behind his odd behavior was, it wasn't really any of my business. Follow me then. After that, I think I slipped into a mode much like Cedric's prefect mode from earlier. Only this was something that'd probably be better classified as guide mode. It wasn't intentional, not exactly. It was just that, as we walked, I found myself compelled to point out whatever I could remember about our surroundings. Of course, the effect fell a bit flat when the best I could really do was, oh, and that's another empty classroom. We don't really do much in there. Thankfully, Mikhail didn't seem to suffer from the same brand of social awkwardness that I did. He loved to talk, but not in a way that was self-absorbed, arrogant, or even particularly annoying. The way he talked reminded me of a little kid giving a stranger a hug, like he simply had something to say and didn't understand why you shouldn't have it too. Eventually, after a few more awkward attempts on my end, I just gave up and let him have the reins of the conversation. He didn't seem to mind doing all the talking. In fact, it was more like he reveled in it. To fill in the spaces left by me, he began broadening his stories, adding more detail and adventure. And what he spoke of, his country, his school, his family, were nowhere near as boring as I'd feared they'd be. Even the mundane stuff, such as his sister pushing him into a lake when he was 3, was somehow made exciting by him. I was so engrossed, actually, that I barely noticed where we had ended until I looked up. The towering doors of the entrance hall were right there. A trip that was nearly 10 minutes of walking, made into a blink of an eye through sheer power of voice. This guy, I thought as I shot the grinning boy a somewhat dazed look, should become a storyteller. So, this is the way out. Just go down the grounds a little ways, and you should see your ship, I said after the silence had stretched a little too long. For the second time tonight, I noticed the nearly perpetual grin of the other boy falter a bit, and also for the second time, I found myself extremely curious as to why. Only this time, the curiosity wasn't held back. Is something wrong? Bat? Mikhail blinked at me. Nothing is wrong. Oh. Why did I feel slightly disappointed? Had I really expected a complete stranger to tell me, of all people, his secrets? You just looked worried is all. I thought you'd be more excited. Surprisingly, Mikhail laughed. The sound, much like his stories, came out in a richly deep baritone. When you be worried, Julia? You forget that I am in trouble. Did you not wonder why I was in dungeons? Of course I'd wondered briefly before I dismissed it as just the foreign students getting lost. But hadn't their headmaster already lead them all back to their ship hours ago? Why was Mikhail in the dungeons at all? And, for that matter, where were the others that Goldstein had hinted at? Suddenly, I understood exactly why Mikhail seemed so put off at the thought of returning. I would be too if I was about to be caught doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. And he would be caught. There was no denying that. He'd be sneaking back at too late an hour for it not to raise an eyebrow or two. My eyebrow was certainly raised, and I had a distinct feeling I was adapting the incredulous pose that I'd long associated with Cedric. So that's why. Out of curiosity, Sake, what did you do? He laughed again, and this time I could detect the traces of mischief present in his eyes. I wandered when you would ask. Veer looking for your kitchens. The kitchens? Eyeing the food stains on Mikhail's robes, I wondered if it was physically possible for him to still be hungry after that feast. I sure wasn't, and I didn't look like I'd inhaled half the main course. You wanted more food? No more food. Vi had plenty. What we wanted was vine. Mold vines? Maybe I misheard him, which was always a possibility with that accent. I couldn't have heard him right. Mold vines sounded anything but appetizing. That aside, there was something else about his words that bothered me. Who's we? Goldstein had said there was a group. Who else was with you? Are they still down there? Because even though I had long since hardened my conscience, leaving foreign students to be lost all night didn't quite sit right. Vas myself and friends. I do not think they're lost. It vas I vo vas lost. They're in ship by now. Translation. He wandered off, and they gave up looking. By the tone of his voice, that wasn't an uncommon occurrence either. Just how much did this guy get lost? I looked at my watch and realized with a low whistle that it was actually past midnight, well past the Hufflepuff curfew. If I was caught now, badge or no, there might be some serious consequences. Ending this whatever it was moment with Mikhail, however, well, I wasn't sure quite how to do that. Thankfully, the Durmstrang boy seemed to read my mind. Without so much as if I was suddenly wrapped up in a sheer Russian bear hug, complete with feet being lifted from the ground and everything. I might have made a strangled eep-like sound, but to be honest, I can't quite say for sure if I did. After all, the fact that my personal bubble was being horribly violated was a bit more pressing at the moment. He released me just as suddenly as he'd hugged me, and it was only then that I realized that the hug itself really hadn't been all that long. Barely long enough for me to process what had happened. Actually, thank you for your Velp, Julia. Mikhail had his hand on the door. Had I really not noticed him moving? Then again, that hug of his had made it somewhat hard to think. You were one of Badger's, am I right? Badger's? Oh, he means Hufflepuffs. I didn't know he knew the houses. I nodded dumbly, and a large grin split his face in two. Mikhail didn't seem to mind that he'd rendered me speechless. In fact, I think he enjoyed it. Good I will sit with you. The door closed behind him, and I, left standing in the entrance hall alone for the second time that night. Still took a fair bit longer than I should have to process that he'd left at all. Finally, I shook my head to clear it and turned to head back to the dorms. It wasn't until I was back in my own bed that I found myself thinking clearly again. Even then, there was only one thing that really stayed in my head for long. Durmstrang boys. If they were all the constantly chattering, directionally challenged, and personal space invading types, were very odd indeed. The next day, a Saturday, didn't really see me in the daylight until well past noon. I'd had a very late night, one that resulted with me practically dropping dead when I'd finally crawled beneath my covers. It was only reasonable that I'd sleep in, just as it was reasonable for both Cedric and Kara to take one look at me and allow me to do so. That didn't mean that, after waking up well after both breakfast and lunch, I was in a particularly good mood about it. But I have good, reliable friends who know only too well how I can be when I don't get my breakfast. So good, actually, that Kara somehow smuggled Cedric into the girls' dorms with her so that they could deliver my breakfast together, which, of course, led to the two of them bursting into the room. Kara practically dragged Cedric behind her. Of course, as logic dictates, they happened to catch me right as I was returning from the shower. As logic also dictates, the door opened the moment I began to take off my towel. Kara was the first one through, but I doubt she really registered what the problem was. We were roommates, after all. Kara, myself, and even timid little Eloise had all gotten accidental glimpses every now and again. Not that it mattered really, we were all girls. It wasn't like we hadn't seen it before. Cedric was not a girl. He was also slowly turning very, very red. When I hurriedly fixed my towel, the first to react, it was like some sort of intangible deer in the headlights moment had shattered. In short, that was when all hell broke loose. There was screaming, a lot of screaming, and mostly on my part. I wasn't thinking, not really, I was just acting on instinct. Something told me to get the mail as far away from me as possible, so I did. Shoes, and anything I could get my hands on for that matter, were beamed Cedric's direction in a near-constant hailstorm. One, a silver 6-inch heel that was definitely Kara's, nearly reamed Cedric in the head. Fortunately for him, Cedric fled the room faster than I could run in a towel. I calmed down once he left, enough to stop throwing things and get dressed anyhow. Kara uncurled from where she had nearly bust a gut laughing about then. So rather than throw something at her for laughing, I sent her after Cedric. I did it in the spirit of apology, because even I would never be dense enough to believe that had somehow been planned. Cedric was a perpetually nice guy. I'd have gone after him myself if I didn't think he'd bolt the moment he saw me coming. There was a knock on the door, and Kara entered, this time all but throwing a reluctant Cedric in first so she could slam and lock the door behind them. With the audible click, Cedric got a lot paler. Nice job, Kara. You just made this into a horror movie. It's all right, Cedric. Like he had somehow morphed into a wary animal, I held my palms up in the universal, I mean no harm gesture. I'm not mad anymore. Oh, Cedric blinked. He glanced at me, and, for a brief second I thought he would say something more. Then his eyes widened, and suddenly he was looking anywhere but at me. No longer pale. He was now fast becoming redder than before. I flushed too. It didn't take a genius to guess what he was remembering. Silence. Gloriously awkward, mortifying, embarrassing silence. And then, I didn't mean it for Seisha Watson. We stopped at the same time, and also at the same time, realized that what we'd spoken was in sync. I took a large, calming breath. When I was once again capable of speaking sentences that had separate words and pauses, I tried again. You first. Well, at least it was intelligible. The apology itself should probably be the next step. Cedric scratched his nose and somehow made the gesture look incredibly sheepish. I'm sorry, he said at last. For looking, I mean. I didn't mean to, I swear. They were just there, and no, wait, I didn't mean that. I meant that I'm sorry. So very, very, very sorry. He trailed off again. Was it even humanly possible to blush that much? Still, I laughed a little despite the awkward conversation. He really was just too funny when he got all riled up like this. When I said it's all right, Cedric, I meant it. It's all right. It was an accident. There was no way you could have known, and if anything, it's Kara's fault for not knocking in the first place. Hey, I resent that. Anyway, you have nothing to apologize for. I should be the one apologizing. I nearly skewered you with a heel. Imagine what would have happened if I'd actually hit you. Those things can do some serious damage. This time it was Cedric who had a laugh to spare. The color was actually fading now, something that had to be a good sign. He even smiled, if only just a little. You have really bad aim. As far as you know, lucky for you, I wasn't really trying to hit you. Drive you out of the room, yes. Maim you brutally, not really. The laughter between us had evolved into a sort of giggle/snort fest that, for the life of me, I just couldn't stop. Cedric was certainly faring no better. Finally, after we'd both calmed down to the occasional giggle, I stuck out my hand. Sorry you had to see that. Friends. He took it. Were we ever not? No, I guess not. He grinned at me. I grinned at him, and Kara gathered both of us into a sort of impromptu group hug. Great. Kara was studiously ignoring our struggles. Struggles that, may I add, weren't really getting us far. I never noticed before, but Kara was stronger than she looked. Now let's skip all the awkward, boring talk and get to the best part. With a very wicked grin, Kara was pushing off from our weird huddle in one quick, fluid-like movement. The sheer force from her push sent both Cedric and I staggering. She said something, but it was only as I realized that Cedric was falling towards me that I processed what it was. Time for the makeup kiss. God damn it, Kara. Seconds before he got too close, before his face got too close, I ducked. I still got hit by the full force that was Cedric. Mind you, it was just more of the me head-butting his stomach kind. There was no lip-on-lip action anyhow. Kara looked disappointed. Cedric just groaned in pain. Then again, I don't think he caught Kara's declaration. If he had, there would definitely be a whole lot more blushing than what was currently going on. Kara really did look upset with me. Never mind then. I'm gonna go see who put their name in the goblet of fire. I'll see you at dinner. She spun on her heel, faltered a bit when she had to unlock the door, and strode out with a flourish. Cedric, halfway through the process of hauling himself off the floor, gave her a weird look as she left. Pulling me up with him, he brushed me almost subconsciously. What's her problem? Her problem, I thought but most definitely didn't say, is that she constantly sees romance where none exists. I'm not really sure. You know, Kara, the knowing sort of noise and nod Cedric gave me spoke wonders. He really did know, though in reality, we'd only really became friends a week ago. Just when I wonder, how he became such a firm part of our group. Chapter 8, A/N. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. A few hours after Kara's botched romancing attempt, Cedric and I found ourselves down in the common room alone. We weren't doing anything particularly noticeable, just playing a few rounds of wizard chess on a set that Cedric had seemingly pulled from thin air. It took a while, but after the third game lost, I eventually looked up and realized something. The common room, empty when we'd settled down, was still eerily deserted. It had been 4 hours, and there were a lot of socially awkward Hufflepuffs. On a normal day, there's at least someone trying to hide by the fire. Hey, isn't it a bit too quiet in here? Cedric glanced up from his play and gave me a quiet laugh. Why wouldn't it be? The whole school's practically camped upstairs. Upstairs? Why would they dash? Suddenly, I remembered the shiny cup of death that was currently displayed in the entrance hall. Of course, everyone and their dog would want to have a look at it. Oh, that's why. Laughing for real now, Cedric shook his head at me. You know, there are times that I swear you have the memory of a goldfish. And then I remember that you had avoiding me in your head for over a month. Do you even realize how hard to understand you are? Me? Hard to understand? You must be joking. I had spent the past 6 years of my life purposefully being the most boring person in Hogwarts after all. You're the one with the exciting title of Hufflepuff Quidditch star. I'm pretty boring in comparison. Well, I was to Cedric at least. He didn't need to know about the whole interdimensional traveler bit. You don't have to have a title to be interesting, Julia. He smiled, and, for the briefest fraction of a second, I swore I saw something unreadable in his expression. It was gone before I could truly say if I saw it, if only because the sound of the barrels opening made Cedric turn his head. I opened my mouth and then, unsure if I should comment or not, closed it again. Kara poked her head into the common room. When she saw us sitting in the corner, the resulting grin nearly split her head in two. Great! You guys are here. I was worried I'd have to look for you. We never left. I supplied helpfully. Knowing that whatever Kara wanted would probably include movement on my part, I pulled myself to my feet. What did you need? Cedric followed my lead, and the chess set, complete with scowling and protesting pieces, was unceremoniously shoved into his bag. We're going to the infirmary. My friend cheered. For someone who just suggested visiting a sick bay, she sounded remarkably happy. Perfectly in sync, Cedric and I rose a brow together. Is someone sick? I asked. It was painfully obvious that Kara was most definitely not the one in need of medical attention. Racking my brain for anyone Kara could possibly want to visit, I came up short. No, she chirped before suddenly aiming a stern look in my direction. But if he asks, we're concerned well-wishers. Got it, he? Since when did Kara have a he? Okay, I give. Who are we visiting and why? Kara beamed, if possible even brighter than before. We're visiting Summers, of course. He's in the infirmary because he tried to cross the age line with an aging spell. Dumbledore's spell gave him a beard. Summers. The name was utterly and completely unfamiliar, though the beard thing did ring a bell. Hadn't something like that been in the books? Jason Summers. That was Cedric. He was looking at Kara with no small bit of confusion. He's one of my teammates, Place Chaser. I didn't know you knew him. Kara just giggled, and with that I realized I knew exactly what was going on. She had been this way before, after all. In fact, she'd once done the exact same thing whenever Cedric's name was mentioned. Of course, I'd noticed her interest in him all, but disappear lately. I just contributed it to her getting to know him as a friend. Apparently, that wasn't quite the case. Kara had a crush. Judging by the goofy look on her face, it was pretty big too. It certainly explained the sudden fascination with the infirmary. After all, what better way to get closer to a crush than visiting them in their time of need? There was a sudden urge to sigh, if only because Kara's insane crush-related missions rarely ended well. Once, back when her crush had been a Slytherin Quidditch player named Warrington, we'd sat together through 3 practices pelted with virtual sheets of rain. When she finally brought up the nerve to approach him, the git had pushed her down and called her a mudblood to her face. Kara had cried for weeks, and I, for the unfortunate crime of discovering a new hex on Warrington's face, had landed a week of scrubbing cauldrons with Snape. Well? Kara asked, her voice bringing me firmly back to reality. She stood at the door with her arms crossed, now far more irritated than excited. Cedric seemed to blink back to reality besides me, and, by the look he shot me, it seemed he'd come to the same conclusion about Kara's crush that I had. Are you guys coming or not? Yeah, because there was no way I'd let Kara walk into another incident like that without backup. Let's just hope he can rock that beard well enough for it to be worth it. Because there was also no way I'd let her escape without some teasing for it. She blushed and stammered, just like I predicted she would. Maybe even more so when Cedric decided to put his 2 words in. After another 10 minutes or so of tag team teasing from the 2 of us, she sped up just barely to escape us. It didn't work. We sped up too. Eventually, we ended up practically racing each other through the halls. Teasing forgotten, we raced into the sick ward with absolutely no idea how we had gotten to racing at all. I won, but that wasn't really a good thing. After all, crashing into one very solid chest might sound good in theory, but in reality, it hurt very, very much. In the movies, especially in the ones I had once watched in another life, they made this sort of thing seem sweet, romantic even. It was never explained how the cartilage of your nose crashing into muscle and bone could make it feel like it was breaking, or how it was usually the smaller body that went ricocheting off the larger one at the same speeds it had crashed into it with. Thankfully, the ricocheting I didn't quite go to the extent where the back of my head met the very solid floor. Instead, whoever the chest belonged to reached down and caught me. For a very brief second, I marveled at how some movie scenes really could come true. Then the hands that had caught me tossed me over their shoulder and darted back into the infirmary. Cedric protested loudly, but I didn't quite catch what he said. All I could hear was my captor's equally loud voice shouting in my ear. Fred, you'll never believe it. I caught her. Well, shit. 5 guesses who. In a flying rush, George, for that was who he had to be, ran all the way down to the last bed before unceremoniously dumping me onto it. A very wicked and very identical redhead grabbed the curtains that were usually used for privacy and swept them closed. When all that was done, the two moved to stand together. Like the twins they grinned in sync. Like the Weasleys that they looked like pure mischief while doing it. And I think I was in shock. Staring dumbly seemed to be the extent of what I was capable of. Was it me? Or was that white stubble on their chins? On the other side of the hall, Cedric's voice shouted something before a quick reprimand from Kara shut him up. In the gap in the curtains behind Fred, I could see them. Kara, after a brief wave in my direction, dragged Cedric over to another bed. Unlike her, he at least looked guilty about leaving me to my fate. We caught you, the twins chorused at me. They were practically singing. Now you have to let us do it, I sighed, apparently finding my voice at last. It was almost eerie how much I found the need to sigh lately. Couldn't people find it in them to be a bit less exhausting? I know I'm going to regret this, but do what exactly? Was I the only one who thought they should use a different word choice? Do it just sounded bad on so many levels. And for that matter, what were they talking about? Had they actually had a reason for bombarding me during class? The twins blinked at me, and their smug grins fell a bit. To be honest, they actually looked surprised. Wait, Fred said. You didn't know? We thought that was why you were avoiding us. Well, explaining my tendency to avoid people was hard. Even after that whole episode with Cedric. An episode that, come to think of it, I'd never provided an excuse for either. I don't like it when people draw attention to me. We want to borrow your owl. George finally clarified for me. Pig didn't really have the effect we were going for. You want to borrow Bubbles? Were these two insane? They must be. After all, the display they had seen had been both violent and, at the same time, remarkably mild for my pet. What sane person would willingly expose themselves to that owl? Well, besides me, of course. Though on some level at least, I'm not entirely sure if I qualify as sane. Just for a bit, we promise. You'll get him back with every feather fully in place. Or at least most of them anyway. Pig came back a bit singed. Singed? What in Merlin's name are you two talking about? And, better question, were they really asking me to send my owl to get blown up? I didn't care who they were, and I most definitely didn't care that they were on my list. If they got my owl hurt, I'd hex them to hell and back. Well, yeah, we might have attached a howler to him. Fred had the grace to look sheepish. And Bag, someone might have left it on him. George just looked mad. That was cruel. Extremely and heartbreakingly so. Everyone knew that howlers blew up if you didn't open them in time. Suddenly I was just as mad as George. Maybe even madder. The glare I sent in the twins' direction could have melted ice. If you think I'm going to let you get Bubbles hurt. No, we don't think that. Fred cut in hurriedly before taking a deep, calming breath. Look, we wouldn't ask if we thought Bubbles was going to get hurt. We're asking because Pig was just too high-strung and friendly. He didn't have the mean streak necessary to make them take that letter. Now it makes sense, so that's why you want him. The twins just nodded. Their faces a strange mix between angry and eager. I sighed, and, for the briefest of seconds, seriously reconsidered what I was about to do. And then I remembered what this mystery person had done to Pig. Someone like that deserved to have Bubbles sicked on them. Fine, you can use him. Rummaging in my bag briefly, I pulled out a packet of seed and handed it over to Fred. If you give him that and tell him I sent you, he'll probably let you give him the letter. Pulling myself to my feet, I placed one hand on the curtain before turning around to face the Weasley twins again. And boys, they looked at me. George, halfway through a thank you, shut his mouth. Tell him to be as vicious as possible. Someone who could do that to an owl doesn't deserve to see his nice side. The first thing I noticed when I entered the Great Hall was the atmosphere. Unlike how it usually was, loud and full of chatter, now there seemed to be an almost physical sense of nervousness. It wasn't bad, and if this was a day closer to exams, it wouldn't be particularly unusual either. For a feast day, though, for Halloween, it was beyond strange. People almost seemed eager to bypass the food altogether. I knew why, of course. Every pair of eyes, even mine, were guilty of glancing at the goblet of fire at one point. It had been moved and now stood directly in front of Dumbledore's seat at the head table. In short, it was now impossible not to notice. Spotting Cedric sitting alone at our usual spot, I hurried over and plopped down across from him. Kara wasn't there, or at least she wasn't in her seat. At my questioning glance, Cedric nodded in the direction of the far end of the Hufflepuff table. I followed his gaze and, sure enough, caught sight of Kara's bouncing blonde curls. She was sitting with a boy I vaguely recognized as one of the boys in our year. Better yet, they were both laughing hysterically, nearly falling from the bench entirely as they grasped each other for support. Turning back to Cedric, I found that I was grinning. To be honest, I think I was just glad that she hadn't suffered any form of rejection during my episode with the twins. "Is that Summers?" He nodded. Despite the fact that he looked just as nervous as the rest of the kids in the hall, a small smirk was twitching on the corner of his lips. "Yeah, they hit it off right away in the infirmary, especially after I introduced them. Did you know he's in your year?" "I do now. Does that mean our group just got smaller?" Cedric laughed, and this time smiled for real. "I don't think so, at least not forever. As far as I know, most of Jason's friends were older. They all graduated last year. I'd bet he's looking for a new group." Chuckling, I shook my head with a rather fond smile in Kara's direction. I'd known her long enough to be able to predict what she'd do next. "So he'll be sitting over here by the end of the week?" "Most likely." There was a pause as Cedric's mood faltered a bit. Briefly, he seemed unsure. Then he cleared his throat. "So, what did the Weasley twins want?" "Nothing much, just to borrow Bubbles. They had to kidnap you to do that." Cedric looked incredulous. "What? Is asking too normal for them?" I shrugged. "Probably. They do tend to think outside the box." "I wouldn't put too much thought into it, Cedric." I held out an arm like it somehow could prove my point. "See? No harm done." Suddenly, someone slid into the seat beside me, almost appending both table and bench in their rush to do so. I nearly fell straight to the floor. I protested, but not for as simple a reason as that. The strangled yelp that came out of my mouth came purely because of the two beefy arms latching onto my waist. I recognized who it was from the bear hug alone. "Oh, I'd forgotten about Bear Boy. Julia, I vast missing you, Vin. You did not show for meals." Mikhail had changed very little in the short time since I'd last seen him. In fact, the only difference at all was the clean, unstained robe. It was a fact that probably was going to change if the way he was eyeing the food was any decider. "Did you forget I've asked to sit with you?" "No, not at all." It was a lie, but I wasn't about to tell him that I'd barely spared him a thought all day. Wriggling out of his arms with some effort, I shot him a look. "Is tackling going to be a common greeting with you?" "I apologize." You veer falling, and catching is nowhere near the same as suffocating. Seeing Cedric's wide-eyed, somewhat angry expression across from us, I remembered my manners. My mother would probably have a heart attack if she ever knew that it took me this long. "All right. Mikhail, this is Cedric Diggory." "Cedric, this is Mikhail Polyakov. He's one of the Durmstrang students. We met yesterday after Goldstein pulled you away." Cedric raised a brow, and a look of realization crossed his face. "Polyakov?" "The Durmstrang students we escorted back to their ship were looking for someone named Polyakov." Mikhail looked surprised. "They've been looking for me?" I had assumed they would have went back to ship. I've vast lost for a long time. "They did, once Goldstein and I convinced them to. We were going to look for you. But your headmaster sent an owl before we could. He said they found you." "Did Julia help you out?" Cedric said, all the while finally moving to fill the plate before him. Despite the food having been there for a while already, none of us had made a move towards it. I think for the most part anyway, we'd just forgotten about it. Now though, fully reminded of our stomachs, both Mikhail and I hurried to follow Cedric's lead. Mikhail began to inhale the food so quickly that I immediately began to understand why he had once had so many stains on his robes. "Yeah," I said, if only because Mikhail didn't exactly look capable of speaking at the moment. I found him wandering the halls near the potions classroom. That's why I was up so late actually. It took a while to get him back to his ship. Cedric frowned briefly, and for a second I got the impression that he hadn't liked something I'd said. Shaking his head as if to clear it, Cedric's weird gloom vanished as quickly as it had come. Almost as if to distract me from asking questions, My friend was quick to aim a disarming smile my way. Dinner continued with no more talk of the strange way I'd come to meet Mikhail. Instead, once Mikhail began to eat at paces that didn't rival that of a black hole, the conversation strayed to other topics. More than once Cedric would do or say something that I found odd, even more so when Mikhail tried to bring me into the conversation. Sometimes, when Mikhail told a joke and I laughed, I caught sight of that strange frown again. It was odd, and I didn't understand it whatsoever. That didn't mean I could exactly pelt him with questions about it, though. No, Mikhail's stream of conversation was far too powerful for that. By the time I could get a word in edgewise, dessert was over and Dumbledore had risen from his seat. The noise peaked with the growing excitement of the masses, and then, like a light switch, the hall went silent. Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision. I estimate that it requires one more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber. Dumbledore turned to gesture to a door that I'd never noticed before, where they will be receiving their first instructions. Cedric was not acting strange now. In fact, I think whatever bothered him had practically flown out the window when Dumbledore took the stand. His eyes, once narrowed in a very slight form of irritation, were now firmly focused on the front. I knew why, of course. It was the reason that so many others, even Mikhail beside me, were so equally mesmerized. They were waiting to hear a name, preferably their own, come out of that flaming goblet. I felt my familiar apprehension peak, just like it did yesterday when Cedric had dropped his slip into the fire. In a show that I knew was to preserve the moment, Dumbledore waved away the candle light with a flick of his wand. In the darkness, the light of the goblet of fire was unusually bright. For a second, the silence seemed to grow. Everyone was watching, waiting, some not even breathing. I checked my watch. The goblet of fire sparked red. Despite my fear, despite everything that I knew would happen, I couldn't help but be mesmerized when a tongue of fire shot from the flames. Dumbledore reached out with a hand that seemed impossibly fast for his age. A charred slip of parchment was plucked from thin air. The champion for Durmstrang. Dumbledore held the parchment so as to read it by the light of the goblet. Will be Victor Crumb. Mikhail deflated beside me, even while the whole hall erupted into the cheers of Quidditch fans and Durmstrang students alike. Feeling incredibly stupid for not seeing it sooner, I suddenly realized that he, like Cedric, had to have entered his name. Bravo, Victor. The loud boom that was Karkaroff didn't exactly do wonders for the Russian boy. If anything, the sound of his headmaster made him deflate even further. Knew you had it in you. From over at the Slytherin table, Crumb rose and made his way up to the front. Once he was gone, the roar died down again. After another minute or two, the goblet flared out the second slip for Dumbledore to catch. The champion for Beauxbatons, said Dumbledore, is Fleur Delacour. More cheers, though this time not accompanied by the wilting figure of our resident bear. We all, even the still strangely gloomy Mikhail, clapped politely as an insanely pretty girl rose from amongst the Ravenclaws. Just like it had done the first time, the goblet seemed to wait until she too had disappeared before flaming up again. And this time, because we all knew which school was next, every single Hogwarts student leaned forward in their seats. I spared a glance at Cedric. His face, so horribly excited, only settled my guilt further into my gut. The Hogwarts champion. I knew Dumbledore's next words so well, I could have recited them with him. Is Cedric Diggory. All it took was those words for the entirety of my table to burst into chaos. Suddenly everyone, from the lowest first year and up, launched to their feet. There was shouting, stamping, and dozens of people suddenly pressing in on all sides. Cedric, dazed at first, broke into a grin so wide that I'm positive it split me in two. He laughed, accepted the multitudes of back pats and congratulations, and stood up. Then, after yet another excited grin in my direction, he strode off towards the other room. The applause from my table went on well after he'd left. In fact, it was a good 10 minutes or so before Dumbledore could be heard at all. Excellent, Dumbledore cried happily once we had settled down. Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real dash. Dumbledore stopped speaking then, almost as suddenly as he had blown out the candles earlier that night. Why? Because the Goblet of Fire, something that should have been inactive, was decidedly not. We watched it sputter, just as we had for the last 3 times. Only now there was no excitement, only confusion. It flared and Dumbledore caught the 4th slip just as he had done with the others. After a moment of reading, the face of our headmaster turned grave. There was a very long pause. And then, Harry Potter. Everyone in the Great Hall reacted, though it was not in the loud way they had done for the other champions. There was no cheering this time. Instead, every head turned as one to stare down the chosen one of Gryffindor. Harry, completely baffled, just stared back. Abandoning my guilt for but a moment, I allowed myself to feel bad for him. It must be hard to face down an entire school. Even harder in being the only one that knew that he had done nothing to deserve it. For the first time in a long time, I realized that Harry would definitely have his work cut out for him. The absence of applause was beginning to be filled with an almost angry sort of buzz. The people weren't cheering, they were staring and whispering. The poor 4th year didn't move, not even when he turned ever so slightly to whisper something to his friends. Up front, McGonagall had turned to both Bagman and Crouch almost frantically. After a moment with them, she swept over to Dumbledore. I'd never seen her look so desperate before. "That is going on?" Mikhail whispered to me in what had to be the quietest voice I'd ever heard him use. "Surely this is illegal. He is too young. Look at him," I said, not truly answering as I gestured over to where he still sat. Harry looked practically glued to his chair. "He looks just as surprised as we are." "Harry Potter!" Dumbledore called from the front. It seemed he and McGonagall had reached some sort of decision. "Harry, up here, if you please." The boy across the hall unfroze. Almost woodenly, he got up and approached the staff table. Every pair of eyes, even those of Mikhail beside me and Kara down the table, followed him almost hungrily. The buzzing grew louder, so loud that I couldn't quite hear what Dumbledore said once Harry had grown close enough. All I knew was that Harry, like a prisoner going to execution, disappeared into the same room that Cedric had. And, just like it had done for Cedric, the sight brought me no small amount of dread. This moment cemented Cedric's impending death, but in that it also sentenced Harry there to witness it, to have his own blood resurrect a man that had brutally murdered his parents. I shook my head. Poor kid. Chapter 9. A/N. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. The day after Halloween was bad, to put it lightly. No, bad didn't quite cut it. Bad was what you used to describe a failed date or a hard test. The day after Halloween wasn't on that level. How could it be? That day was the worst day of either of my lives. And when you'd had 2, well, that was saying something. It started at Cedric's honor party yesterday. The fangirls had become bolder the moment the Hufflepuff champion had stepped into the common room. They'd hung off him like the yellow badger banner that someone had stolen from the Great Hall, fetching him drinks and laughing at jokes that even Cedric didn't find all that funny. It was disgusting, maybe even more so considering how much of a step up it was from how they'd acted before. What happened to giggling insistently in the background, to staying just out of hearing as they worked up the guts to approach him? That behavior had been something I could ignore, pity even. Fangirling was a very demeaning thing to me. Up until now, I'd never really seen a reason to fault them for it. Maybe that was the attitude that let me brave them every time they spawned for breakfast, lunch, and every between-class break. I just had to put on a smile and remind myself that, whatever they were like now, they were most likely completely sane in Cedric's absence. Sure, the smiles did grow a little thinner as the day grew on, and sure, eventually I snapped. My pride lays mostly in the fact that I held out as long as I did. "Excuse me, what?" Which of course brings us to me, practically spitting in anger and staring down one of Cedric's groupies. The boy himself wasn't too far away, though it was obvious he hadn't heard what she'd said. He'd be just as mad as me otherwise. The girl rolled her eyes and flipped her hair, both actions that became infuriating when paired with how condescending she was currently acting. "Honestly, don't you have ears? It's a wonder Cedric keeps you around at all." She ignored my gritting teeth in favor of pinning a badge onto her robes. "If Flash Potter stinks out at me," I glared back. "I said that you're not worth his time." "Cedric's, I mean. Any proper friend of his would want to show some support." And yet, she gestured to the badge like it made a point. Oh, right. And showing up the moment he becomes famous makes you a proper friend. At the sarcastic tone and bitter glare, the girl across from me bristled like a cat dropped in water. Why, you little harpy? She raised her hand, took a step forward, and looked ready to whip out her wand. At a full head taller than me, she even managed to be a tad menacing. Or she would have been if Cedric wasn't suddenly there, standing between our raised wands with an alarmed look on his face. Julia, my friend, turned to me, the picture of hurt confusion. What's going on? Nothing. The word was forced and almost as painful as stashing my wand back into my robes. It's my free lesson. I'm going for a walk. Spinning on my heel, I did just that. Cedric didn't stop me, though he did step away from the girl when she tried to go back to him. When she stomped away as well, I considered it a bit of a win. Taking my own advice, I tried to walk out the bitterness by prowling the dungeon corridors. I kind of wanted to sulk, or maybe brood, and I didn't want to do it in the sun-filled hallways of the rest of the school. These hallways were darker and all around better for dark moods. Eventually, when the anger had faded and I no longer wanted to try out my nastiest hexes, I slowed to a stop and leaned against the cold stone of a wall. I knew I should go back. My stomach was growling enough for it to be close to dinner, and I couldn't avoid the Great Hall because of one girl. Then I should probably go apologize to Moody. I'd been lying when I'd said I had a free lesson. Turning back to the stairwell that would lead me back into the light, I paused again when a sound echoed towards me from further down the hall. Was that footsteps and crying? Frowning, I turned again and headed off in the direction of the sound. The footsteps had stopped, but the crying was still there, now fully evolved into sobs. Stopping at the door to a girl's bathroom, I allowed myself a moment to ponder when I'd become such a martyr before pushing my way inside. A girl sat in the middle of the floor, tears streaming down her face as she desperately tried to lift her head. Her two front teeth were nearly touching the floor. Merlin's ass. I swore rather creatively as I rushed over to the girl's side, wand already out and at the ready. Who in the world did this to? You? Wait, what am I saying? Talking will just make it worse. I took a deep breath, if only to control my panic long enough to get the spell right. Finite. The teeth shot up a few feet, though not nearly enough to be normal. The girl, now fully able to lift her head, smiled tentatively. Smiling back, I offered her a hand and pulled her to her feet. Sorry, that's the best I can do. We'll have to go to the nurse for the rest. Are you all right? The younger girl looked strangely familiar now that I could see more of her face. With a good 2 feet of mammoth teeth still in place, though, I just couldn't place where I'd seen her. She nodded, still unable to talk, and allowed me to take the lead. With her permission, I steered us both out of the bathroom and towards the infirmary. It took us a while to get there, especially because the girl kept having to stop. I didn't rush her. She had a lot of weight on her face. Eventually, I managed to push her into Madame Pomfrey's waiting clutches and take a seat near her bed. The matron buzzed around the poor girl like a bee, fussing and shrinking teeth almost in sync. When the girl could talk enough to tell her that her teeth were normal again, the nurse ordered her to rest and fluttered into the next room. Thank you for helping me. With all the fuss, I'm afraid I never asked for your name. Looking up from the quibbler that someone had left on the bedside table, I spared the girl a chuckle. Well, it's not like I'd have understood if you'd signed it to me. I'm Julia Whitman, a Hufflepuff. The girl smiled, and I was again struck with a strong sense of déjà vu. Where had I seen her before? Oh, I'm a Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. It's a pleasure. And just like that, my blood ran cold. Did she just say? Oh, no. What was up with this year? I'd met what? For characters now? Did karma just decide to throw my plans into the fire or something? Blinking out of my wide-eyed stupor, I took the hand that Hermione had offered well over a minute ago and smiled shakily. She looked concerned for my mental health. Are you all right? You look a bit pale. Doi. I dodged effortlessly, putting my worries aside for a more believable smile. I guess it's not every day I get to see if I really deserve my charm score. What happened anyway? Hermione's face fell so quickly that I immediately felt bad for bringing it up. If you don't want to talk about it. No, it's all right. I don't mind. My friends. She stopped to shoot me a considering glance. They're fighting. Ah, I said even as I began to get a grasp of what she was talking about. Hadn't Harry and Ron fought because Ron was mad Harry didn't put his name into the goblet as well? You're stuck in the middle, aren't you? She nodded and looked all around miserable. Apparently, I wasn't the only one having a bad day. And would these friends of yours be Harry Potter and that Weasley boy? At her surprised look and not the subtle glance at my tie, I let out a snort. Oh, I see now. You thought I'd go the way of the rest of my house and hate the kid for stealing Cedric's glory. Don't worry. I gestured to the absence of a badge on my chest. I don't hate the innocent. She blinked. You don't? You think Harry is innocent, isn't he? He didn't look like a smug rule breaker when Dumbledore called him up front yesterday. If anything, he looked just as confused as the rest of us. Nodding, Hermione looked unsure briefly before evidently deciding to give in on whatever she was unsure about. Well, that's what Harry and Ron are arguing about. Ron thinks Harry should have put his name in as well, and Harry's mad that Ron doesn't believe him. She huffed. And of course they don't plan to talk it out. That would be too mature of them. That frustrating, huh? I fought back a giggle. Somehow I had never imagined Hermione to be so sarcastic. Of course it is. Hermione was sitting up now, and by the way she was talking, I got the feeling she was going to rant. It doesn't help that Ron's got it into his head that Harry gets more attention than he does. I mean, honestly, it's not like Harry can help it. A lot of people get so hung up on what they can't have that they don't think for a second about whether they really want it. I quoted, thinking of a book I vaguely remembered from another life. What had it been about again? Something about drums? The girl in front of me seemed to consider that for a moment. But that's the problem, isn't it? Ron wants to be noticed, and he's friends with Harry. I'm afraid he sees it as standing in Harry's shadow. But does he want all the attention? I asked seriously. Think about it. The publicity Harry gets is both good and bad. From what I saw yesterday, it doesn't look like Harry particularly wants it either. Hermione nodded again, but was spared from actually saying anything by the rather loud growl coming from my stomach. All right. I ran an embarrassed hand through my hair. I guess it's time for dinner already. I could bring you back some food if you want. No, it's all right. And Julia, I paused halfway out the door and turned to look at the girl in the bed. What is it? Thank you for helping me and for what you said. Maybe it will help. I smiled and made an overly exaggerated mock bow. It was my pleasure. Get better, all right? On the Saturday before the first event, Kara and I finally managed to tear Cedric away from his fangirls in order to have a Hogsmeade day with us. It was to be a strictly friends day, free of both Summers and Mikhail, two people that had somehow wormed their ways into our lives. It was very refreshing to have the old group back, to be honest. Even if I didn't mind a few of the new additions, there definitely was something to be said about the three of us just laughing and hanging out. Well, hanging out outside of the grueling strategy sessions anyway. There had been far too much of my time dedicated to figuring out how to keep Cedric alive through the first event. I'm tired. Kara whined from where she appeared on my right. Like a child, she gave the edge of my robe a pitiful tug. Julia, I'm tired. And what do you expect me to do about it? I'm not about to conjure you up a bed. Cedric chuckled. How about a drink then? I bet a butterbeer will get you on your feet again. Or off it. Kara's a lightweight. I supplied, even as I knew that the Hogsmeade drink of choice was strongly not alcoholic. Well, not to any species besides house elves. Ushered through the bar door by a chivalrous Cedric, the three of us took a somewhat awkward moment to take in just how crowded the place was. No table was empty, and only one had less than 4 people on it. The sudden onset of noise was so overwhelming that it took a few well-placed shouts before we could continue the conversation again. Still think it's worth it? I hollered over the chaos as Kara tried to get Rosmerta to come our way. After a moment of frantic waving, she gave up and headed to the bar herself. It's not too bad, Cedric called back, actually cupping his hands around his mouth so that he could be louder. Look, that table has room. I looked and quite literally had to stand on my tiptoes before I could see what Cedric was talking about. Then I did see it and suddenly felt the urge to smack my head into a table. Cedric was right after all. That table only had one person and a box of shiny metal badges seated at it. And of course it was just my luck that it was Hermione Granger, the girl I'd saved from her own teeth almost a month ago. Let's go ask if we can join her. Cedric had grown close enough that we didn't need to shout. Unfortunately, he only did this to grab my arm. Soon I was all but being towed in the direction of the 4th year. Cedric, stop. I know her. You do? Well, that'll just make it easy dash. Right in front of Hermione's table, Cedric ground to a halt. Apparently, he hadn't quite realized that we were charging straight towards a friend of Harry Potter. Someone who, in Cedric's mind at least, might not exactly be a fan of his. "Can I help you?" Hermione asked politely before shooting a subtle glance at the empty seat beside her. Standing behind Cedric as I was, it didn't look like she'd noticed me yet. "Well, Cedric trailed off, and I, with a long, suffering groan, stepped out of his shadow. "Hey there, Hermione, it's been a while. Do you mind if we join you? None of the other tables have room." "Julia!" The girl's face lit up in recognition, but before she could truly smile, another glance at the chair had her frowning again. Maybe now's not the best time." Was she waiting for someone? Kara was making her way back to us with a badly balanced tray of butterbeer, almost spilling it on the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan as she navigated the crowd. One look, and I could tell she hadn't found a table either. Unless we wanted to drink in the streets, Hermione was our best bet. "Please," I said with my best rendition of puppy eyes. We really wouldn't be asking if we had any other option. Hermione bit her lip and, while I'm sure she tried to stay strong, finally faltered with another guilty look at the chair. "Well, all right, but just for a little while." "Thanks." Sliding in next to the seat that Hermione was saving, I pulled Cedric down across from the badge box. Kara, having finally braved the crowd, slid us our drinks and plopped down on his other side. "Oh, and before I forget, this is Cedric Diggory and Kara Jafton. You've met Cedric before, right?" Though the fourth year really didn't look comfortable in Cedric's presence, she nodded. We took the same port key to the World Cup. The table drifted into the sort of silence that only comes when no one had anything to say. Kara, being the avid gossiper that she was, decided to break it. "Oh." Kara had plucked a badge off the table and was now studying it intently. "What are these?" "SBW? What does that stand for?" And the awkwardness was gone. The small little half-frowns had now been wholeheartedly replaced by a beaming smile as Hermione sat a little straighter. From the empty seat to my right, I could have sworn I heard someone groan. "It stands for Society for the Promotion of Elven Welfare," Hermione explained eagerly, looking for all the world like Christmas came early. "We work to bring freedom, wages, and benefits to the house elf community." "You do? But they don't want any of that stuff." Cedric sounded a bit confused. He'd probably never met Dobby, the only house elf to actually want freedom, wages, and benefits. "How do you know?" The bushy-haired fourth year replied hotly. "The wizarding community has all but brainwashed them into being content with their lot in life. For all we know, they could be perfectly capable of forming their own running society, like the goblins do." There was another mystery sound from the chair, and I turned my head to shoot at a suspicious look. "Chairs don't snort." That sounds absolutely horrible. Kara had always had a soft spot for animals, or anything particularly smaller than her actually. She had picked up a lot of strays when we were kids. I've never met an elf. I had no idea they had it so bad. "Do you want to join us? We have plenty of badges, and it only costs 2 sickles to join." If I didn't know that Hermione had perfectly honest intentions, I would have sworn I was watching Kara get conned. Really? I would have thought it'd be much more. Digging in her pocket, Kara exchanged 2 silver coins for a badge and eagerly pinned it on her chest. It looked almost eerily like the Potter Stinks badges of everyone else in the building. Only this one had SBW scrawled onto it. Hermione, writing Kara's name down on her membership list, looked like she was liable to break the quill out of sheer excitement. "You know, I've been to the kitsch." Midway through my sentence, a shoe had kicked my shin, a shoe that had come from the empty chair. Shooting at a glare, I turned back to find Cedric looking at me worriedly. "Julia? Are you all right?" "No, I think there's Dash." "Oh, she's probably fine." Hermione cut me off in the sort of way that just screamed that she knew something. "This place is really crowded. Someone probably bumped her chair." "Yeah, that made sense if you could bump my chair from under the table, right?" I shot the chair another glare before turning back to Hermione. "You know, with all this excitement, I'd forgotten to ask. How are you holding up?" Caught off guard by the sudden change of topics, Hermione blinked. "Holding up with what?" "With that bloody news article." If I had been angry with Cedric's fangirl, it was nothing compared to what I'd felt when that article had come out. I had known it was bad before, sure, but what I was expecting was nothing like how it was. "I heard that people have been hounding you about it." "All right, the article. I'm doing all right, I guess. Though to be perfectly honest, Harry got it much worse than I did. I can just ignore them, and Harry can't?" I looked straight at the empty chair this time, already forming theories about who might be sitting in it. Skeeter did a lot of embellishing on what Harry actually said. She made up and brought up some sensitive topics. If I were Harry, I wouldn't be all right with it either. Having every student in the school remind him of them doesn't make things better. I can imagine, I said because I really could. As someone who had spent their whole life trying not to be noticed, I could definitely understand how Harry felt in this situation. I think I'd go crazy if it were me. That's what makes Harry unique, doesn't it? Surprisingly, it was Cedric, not Hermione, who said this. I mean, he found the Philosopher's Stone in first year, didn't he? I wouldn't have been able to do that. Yeah, I think it's horrible about how everyone's being mean to him. Like I said, Kara would eternally pick up strays. If she knew what I knew, Harry probably would have been glump by now. I could tell right away that he didn't know his name was in the goblet. You guys? Hermione was smiling, not at us, but at the empty chair. Any doubts I had had about who was sitting with us were now long gone. I'll tell him you said all that, I promise. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a certain boy disappear out the door with 3 red-headed brothers. Suddenly remembering something, I stood up almost at once. Julia, Cedric stood up too, though it was more out of a response to me than anything else. Do you want to leave? Kara, just as dutiful as Cedric, slid a tip on the table and got to her feet. No. Well, yes, but not because of you, Hermione. At her name, I shot the younger girl a smile. She didn't look offended, just a bit confused. I just remembered I need to do something. Do what? Well, I bit my lip. Do you remember that bet I made? Cedric frowned briefly before seeming to come to a realization. Oh, you mean with Lee Jordan? On if I would win dash. Suddenly his eyes went wide. My bet on if you would become the champion. I clarified smugly, ignoring how both Hermione and Kara seemed to disapprove of me betting at all. Now that you're here, fully champion Isekied. That means we can cash in on the bet. I smirked, leaned forward, and grabbed a handful of Cedric's shirt sleeve. So what are we waiting for then? I have a feeling we're not going to get that money unless we can catch him ourselves. After a wave back in Hermione's direction and a quick returning of our mugs, Kara, Cedric, and I made our way back through the crowd and out through the door. Once we were outside, however, Kara hesitated. If you guys want to find Lee Jordan, go ahead. I'm going to find Jason. I shrugged, knowing full well that Kara wouldn't exactly be approving of this sort of thing. Go ahead, I'm not going to stop you. Do you want to meet back up for dinner? Looking a bit surprised that we let her go so easily, Kara nodded, slowly at first, but then more eagerly after it finally clicked on what she was about to do. Then, with a million thanks thrown our way, Kara dashed down the street like a dog in heat. I'd give it a month before they're snogging in the broom closet. Cedric grinned, though the mention of snogging and broom closet together did seem to make his cheeks turn an interesting shade of pink. Really? Summers has been talking about that girl in every practice since I introduced them. Picking a random direction and going with it, I led us off in our search for Lee Jordan. Halfway into the first 5 minutes, I raised an eyebrow at my friend. And how does that lessen the chances of snogging? Cedric chuckled, and I spotted the telltale heads of the Weasley twins and pulled us off in that direction. At the sight of Jordan ducking into Zonkos, I quickened our pace. It doesn't. Cedric was practically jogging to keep up with me now. I just put the odds at 2 weeks. Definitely not a month. Stopping momentarily at the store entrance, I shot Cedric a challenging smirk. Was he saying what I thought he was saying? Van nubet. If anything, Cedric's grin just grew wider. 1 galleon? Nah, that's boring. If I win, you have to hold hands with Mikhail for a day. Cedric's eyes widened so fast that it was hilarious. You wouldn't. Still smiling, I made sure to give him the cheekiest wink possible. I won't if you win. Fine. But if I win, you have to. There was a long moment of suspense as Cedric racked his brain for something suitable. Finally, he shot me a grin that was way more wicked than mine had been. You'll have to owe me a favor. Chapter 10. A/N. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. As a rule, History of Magic didn't get much in the way of excitement. People would sleep, Bins would drone, and that was pretty much all there was to it. And for the first half an hour or so of sitting by the window and watching the Weasley twins trying to throw paper airplanes through our ghostly professor, I honestly thought today would be no different. Then the door slammed open and Cedric barreled in, out of breath and paler than I'd ever seen him. Need? Julia, please excuse her. As one every person, both living and otherwise, turned to stare at my gasping friend. Some, like the Weasley twins, shot looks in my direction as well. For some unknown reason, the two Weasleys looked positively scandalized that he was asking for me by name. Miss Whitman, our ghostly professor, turned his head slowly, blinking out at me like he just now realized he had an audience at all. After a moment's pause, he turned back to Cedric. Class is not over yet. Yes, I know. I just really need Julia. Cedric sent a pleading glance in my direction and shifted impatiently on his feet. He was holding something that was so thoroughly soaked with ink that, at first anyway, I couldn't tell what it was. Is that his bag? Why is it so badly ripped? Does he want me to fix it? Why? Binns questioned in a way that was neither curious nor upset. He looked bored, actually, because as a prefect. He trailed off, and another pleading look was shot my way. Very narrowly resisting the urge to sigh heavily, I mentally swore that, no matter what his thoughts were on the matter, I'd be teaching that kid how to lie. Professor, it's my sister. She's been sick lately, and I told Cedric to get me if she had to go to the infirmary. I smiled at Cedric in a way that was just worried enough to be believable. Is she bad? Cedric froze, and, for one terrifying moment, I thought he wouldn't answer me at all. And then, oh, or yes? No, wait. I'm a no. She's all right. This time I didn't even bother replying to Cedric, if only because of how bad at this he was. Turning to Binns instead, I frowned slightly. I'm sorry, Professor, but can I go? I already have tomorrow's homework done, and I paused to bite down on my lip. Soon there were budding tears in my eyes. I just want to be there for her. Very well. Binns might have been a ghost, but apparently you didn't have to be alive for a girl's tears to work. With a few more meaningful sniffles and a rather pitiful look, I made quick work of dragging Cedric along for an even quicker exit. When the coast was clear and Binns had returned to droning, I quirked my friend an expectant brow. Well, Cedric blinked slowly and stared at me like I'd grown a second head. It took him longer than it should have, but after a long silence, he realized that he needed to say something. Acting skills aside, I needed to know why he'd pulled me out here. I take it back. Wait, what? You take it back? Incredulous. I crossed my arms and waited for Cedric to say something that made a little more sense. He didn't. Look, if you expect me just to waltz back in there just because you take it back, dash. When we first met, I said that you were the worst actor I'd ever seen. Cedric explained, quoting an event that felt like a lifetime ago. Had it really only been 2 months? I take it back. Oh. I coughed and tried to ignore the embarrassing heat crawling up the back of my neck. I'd never admit it, but the offhand compliment was flattering, somehow. Well, in that case, thanks, I guess. So, why did you bust me out of class? And on that note, wasn't Cedric supposed to be in charms? Like I'd flipped a switch, all the color suddenly drained from Cedric's face. I need you to help me. Dragons, Julia. At the tournament, Harry just told me, there's going to be dragons, and I'm going to die. Somewhere in his little spiel, Cedric had latched onto my shoulders. Every time the word dragon had popped up, I'd been shaken for emphasis. Somewhat dizzy, I shook him off and waited for his nice, normal and calm head to screw itself back on. After a moment, when he no longer looked like he was hyperventilating, I spoke. Cedric, you're not going to die. There's no way Dumbledore would allow that to happen. Be but dragons. Julia, I'm going to be roasted alive. I fought back a long sigh. Despite the fact that, yes, dragons were a big deal, Cedric was overthinking this. Whether he thought so or not, this was actually good news. Before, in the few strategy sessions we'd managed to squeeze out, I'd only been able to hint at what he'd be facing. We'd only really come up with one plan that was halfway decent, and even though it was sketchy, turning a rock into a dog on the off chance that it might distract whatever's chasing you seemed like blind hope to me. We could build on that plan now, take what we know, and turn it into something that'll work. All right, let's go. Cedric, halfway through spouting more about his impending doom, stopped long enough to shoot me an odd look. Go? Go where? You pull me out of class so I could help you. We should start by going somewhere where we can think. I'd say either the common room or the library. Do you think Madame Pants would notice if 2 students were out of class? Most likely due to my own calm exterior, Cedric wasn't freaking out so much anymore. He considered the question. You know, I don't think so. She'd probably let in a pack of goblins, so long as they were quiet and didn't harm the books. To the library it is then. I giggled and then paused, just now remembering the mess he still had in his arms. Oh, and before I forget, has your bag always been soaked in ink? Cedric blinked down at his bag. From the look of his face, I'd say he'd forgotten all about it till now. No, not really. It split right before Harry told me about the dragons. Come to think of it, I think he did it. Probably didn't want to talk around the others. Now that made sense. I cut his bag too, if it meant not having to deal with those simpering fangirls. Well, you can't haul it around forever. It was bleeding enough ink to look gruesome. Cedric himself was already painted black. I opened, my arms in the universal give it here motion. Here, let me fix it for you. Cedric didn't protest, though that was probably more out of knowing he'd lose the argument than due to any real skill on my part. My wand work after that went by quick enough, though the thing needed both a reparo and a scourgio. After the worst had been repaired, and Cedric himself had had a scourgio fired his way, we set off. It wasn't long at all before we were in the library, marching over to the first shelf that looked promising. The history classroom wasn't close exactly, but Cedric moving at a near jog had forced us to make good time. He was eager, and I didn't blame him. What we found here could be what kept him alive this time tomorrow. How about? Sitting at one of the better hidden tables of the library, I frowned at the book Cedric had just heaped in front of me. It looked like he grabbed everything that so much as mentioned dragons. Picking up the nearest one, I gave the title a once-over. Summoning the Dragon King? Isn't this a novel? Oh, it is? Sorry about that. Put it over there. Cedric tossed the book he was reading, Breeding the Beasties, over to the far end of the table. Might as well start a reject pile. It took us a good hour or two to make it through most of the books, and even then none of them were really promising. When there were more books in the reject pile than otherwise, I was halfway surprised to actually find a book that looked decent. Hey Cedric, how about this one? I held the thick leather cover out so he could see it. 1,000 Uses of Dragon Hide. Shooting me a look, Cedric put down a book about dragon hygiene. What use would that do? I'm not about to skin the thing. You won't have to. Much as I expected, the book was young enough to have a neat table of contents only a few pages in. The page was flipped to a promising subject and laid open on the table. Look here. It's a list of spells that dragons are immune to. Since their skin is magical, not much gets through. And it was a long list, covering nearly 10 pages with spells that ranged drastically in how dangerous they were. So, the spells that won't work? I huffed. Of course Cedric would completely miss the point. Or it's a list of why these spells won't work. Look closely, what do they have in common? I think he was just humoring me at this point, but my friend still leaned forward to get a better look. A minute passed, and then another, but I don't think it was until he began to talk that Cedric truly understood what I was getting at. Olaru Descendar, Calaveria, Abublio, Julia, these have nothing. Oh, they're all contact spells. Contact spells, as in the spells that needed to make physical contact in order to work. I smiled at Cedric, hoping to encourage him. He was close, but there was still more to this. And spells that don't need to make contact will work. Cedric looked at me like he was seeing me for the first time. Julia, you're a genius. I know. I teased, trying to look smug in a funny way. There was pride too, but that was real. Area spells, or the spells that didn't need to make contact, were much easier to cast than, say, a spell that had actually been created with dragon slaying in mind. The downsides were there, of course, as most of the known area spells were way more defensive than offensive. If Cedric only wanted to hide from the dragon, this would be fine. But he didn't. He wanted to get past it. We'd have to get creative. Raising my wand in the general direction of the other bookshelves, I did something incredibly stupid. Accio books on area spells. More than 50 books shot off their shelves, only stopping once they had slammed into both us and the table at full force. Note to self. Performing a vague summoning? You know, bad idea. Gah! Julia! Cedric shouted, trying his best to defend against the literary maelstrom. Think before you oof. The last of the books, a thick leather tome, smacked him in the face. Across the library, Madame Pants, the devil librarian herself, stood up. The sound of her chair scraping the stone made my heart freeze. Despite being well hidden and over 10 rows away, I could feel her fury. Shit, quick, grab a book and run. Cedric, having heard the chair as well, didn't need to be told twice. Soon, having gathered as much as we could carry, We were dashing through the shelves at a near run. Madame Pants swept down on our table, and from the sounds of her growls, I was suddenly very glad we hadn't stuck around. Thankfully, the old bat seemed to be distracted by the mess we left behind. True, she could have just hunted us down later, but as I don't think she saw our faces, we might just be gone before that. Cedric and I ground to a gasping halt just short of the restricted area, laughing in that panic sort of way. I don't think either of us truly believed that we'd gotten away with it. Taking the moment for what it was, I glanced down at the one book I'd managed to salvage. What I found made me frown. Inspired. Spellwork. It read in elegant letters printed over a boiling cauldron. The original spells behind modern potions. This was not a book on area spells. For the bloody love of Merlin, you've got to be kidding me. Cedric, holding a book titled Spells for Your Home, shot me a helpless look. You too, because not only had I messed up and cast an incredibly vague spell, the books we'd grabbed were nowhere near what I'd had in mind. To make matters even worse, not only would books on potions and home improvement do us little good, we wouldn't be able to go and get better ones either. With Madame Pants lurking back at our table, I'd already ruined that. Let's just look. There was a long sigh as I looked down at the book again. The cauldron on the front was enchanted to bubble. Maybe there's still something we can use. If not, well, I guess Kara can still come in here. Nodding in silent agreement, the two of us slid down to sit on the floor, backs to the shelves as we cracked our books. Skipping the index this time, I merely let the book fall open to an open page. Despite what I'd said, we didn't really have a lot of time to search. We'd have to leave in at least 20 minutes if we wanted any chance of getting out without detention. And perhaps it was luck, or maybe karma doing something nice for me for once, but the page actually looked promising. It wasn't an area spell, not exactly, but it did have effects that affected the area around whatever it was cast on. If Cedric went with the original plan of transfiguring a dog, this could work. Sparing a mischievous smile at the potion it was listed under, I elbowed Cedric in the side. Hey Cedric, what about this one? My friend looked at me like I'd lost my mind. Again, why was I getting that so much today? What? How would this work? It still needs to make contact. Grinning, I pointed to the fine print that I'd noticed earlier. Oh, this was too good. Who said you had to hit the dragon? No, a million times no. I ignored him. My grin never fell. Tell me, Cedric, still feeling confident about your transfiguration? The next day, after Professor Sprout had herded us out of the castle, my house flooded into stands that I'd never seen before. Kara, Summers, Mikhail, and I found each other in a row near the top, practically swimming upstream as we fought through the crowd. I tried not to shoot nervous glances at the champion's tent, tried not to tell myself things I already knew. And yet, over and over again, Cedric will be fine. We worked through a plan. The dragon he's going to get won't be the worst of them. A roar sounded further into the forest, and I turned my head to the sound. We couldn't see the dragons, but that didn't matter when you could hear them. Oh, this is so exciting. I just can't believe Cedric's a champion. Kara was chattering in the way that only she could. Look, they even have a banner for him. Sure enough, there was a huge horde of Cedric's fangirls only a few rows behind us. They were cheering and screaming madly and didn't seem to care that the tournament hadn't started yet. Like Kara had said, two huge banners hung between them. One was simple, reading Geo Cedric in large macabre letters. The other was crueler. It read, "We cheer for the real Hogwarts champion. Your boy has many admirers." Mikhail commented from where he sat to my right. He was rummaging in an enchanted lunch pail, his whole arm gone into the little metal box. After a moment, he pulled out a turkey leg and began munching on it. Even my sister, Tanya, admits he is handsome. Ignoring Kara's huff of surprised laughter, I frowned at the deluded Russian boy. Cedric's not my boy. If Mikhail seemed interested, it was only second to what he was currently feeling for that turkey leg. Still, he didn't even blink before saying, "Oh, then I suppose this is good news. It vas alvis my thought that you veer his. Good news. How is that good news? OMPH." My question was cut short, if only because two very heavy twins had suddenly squeezed in on either side of me. As they couldn't very well move Mikhail, they settled instead for jostling both me and a very startled Kara instead. "We found you," they cheered simultaneously. As I'd been avoiding them since that incident in the infirmary, I'm sure my panic showed. There was a very odd look from Mikhail. When the two went to sling their arms around my shoulder, the larger Russian pulled them off. When they protested, he frowned. He was, I knew, reacting to my reaction. "Vo, are you to Julia?" Why were her friends, of course? I couldn't tell who was who at first glance, but the twin on my right had this look to his eyes. It was like he was daring Mikhail to, well, I wasn't sure what. Let us borrow her owl and everything. The other twin, sitting straighter, laughed. And that's nearly a rite of passage when you take in how raving mad that bird is, right? I was a bit confused, and not only by the twins. After a moment of watching the three boys stare each other down, I sighed. While yes, I wanted to avoid the boys, I wasn't quite sure what conclusion Mikhail would jump to if I just came out and said it. List or no, the Weasley twins weren't that bad. "Mikhail, this is Fred and George Weasley." Fred and George, meet Mikhail. Taking the introduction as a sign that we were friends, Mikhail backed off slightly. The suspicious look didn't go away, though. "You are loud. Yet I will not separate Julia from friends." "Why would you?" I trailed off when the twins became almost impossibly close, all but violating my well-established bubble. As two troublemakers who hated being allowed to do anything, this was their retaliation. Get off. Me being me, and me having a bubble for a reason, the twins' retaliation only lived as long as it took me to shove them off again. After the moment of "Oh Merlin," not the bubble, had passed, I took a deep, calming breath and turned to the twins again. "Why are you two here anyway? Shouldn't you be off sitting with the other Gryffindors?" The two grinned. "We would. But you see, there was no guarantee you wouldn't run off again." I blinked at them, wondering just when their annoying pestering in class had escalated. They'd never tried to hunt me down before. "Oh, but we don't mind at all? Of course you can sit with us." Kara, being the utterly unhelpful person that she was, decided to quit her giggling long enough to cut in. On the verge of glaring at her, I stopped when I realized she had more to say. The smile that she sent them would have been innocent if I hadn't known her so well. As it was, I saw the devious undertone. That is, if you don't mind cheering for Cedric too. For all her reputation, Kara wasn't a dense girl. She was a gossiper. With each house supporting a different champion, she knew what sort of tensions existed between us and the Gryffindors. This was just her way to see if the twins would cause any trouble over it. For a very brief second, I caught the frowns on their faces. It was there and then it was gone, but it was still enough to tell us what we needed to know. Kara was right. They didn't like Cedric. Strangely, whatever dislike they had didn't come from the tournament. They were mad, almost pettily so, for something that had happened before that. Come to think of it, hadn't Cedric beat them in a Quidditch match last year? Finally, the twin on my left side. Well, I guess, like they had been doing ever since I'd first met them, the sentence of one was left for the other to finish. "If you cheer for Harry too, of course." Down in the stadium, in a clearing filled with rough shrubs and rocks, a team of dragon tamers had somehow brought forward 4 large cages. In teams of 6, they worked together to open the first one. The moment the door was even a fraction of the way open, a slender blue dragon darted out. Instead of continuing to talk, we all spared a moment to stare. The dragon flew once, twice, around the caged enclosure before settling down on a nest of eggs at the far end. I hadn't noticed before, but the eggs, 4 normal and 1 golden, had been brought in before the dragons had. "They're starting," I whispered, somehow made quieter by the sight of the dragon alone. Not that I was the only one, mind you. Not one of the students in the crowd, previously roaring, dared to make a sound now. A whistle blew. Ludo Bagman, darting from the champion's tent, scrambled into the judge's box and onto a small raised platform. He was going to do commentary. "Ladies and gentlemen," came his voice, so obviously sonorous. "Welcome to the first event of the Tri-Wizard Tournament." The crowd cheered, brought back up to excitement despite the dragon in our midst. Besides lifting its head to look at us, the reptile didn't react to the noise. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, what is the first event? Well, I'll tell you. More cheers, louder and bolder. Our champions face a very difficult task indeed. Not only must they face our friend here, they have to steal her egg as well. And not just any egg, the golden egg. Bagman waited for the roaring to die down again before continuing. He gestured over to the champion's tent. There was an enclosed passageway leading into the arena. "I won't bore you any longer. Give it up for our first champion, representing Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff side of the stand exploded, screaming so loudly that my hands instinctively flew up to cover my ears. The banners that Kara had noticed earlier waved madly, and more than one of my housemates repeated Cedric's name like a chant. My heart was in my throat. Down below, the gate opened and Cedric stumbled through, green and queasy looking. For a second, I wasn't sure if he'd be able to move at all. And then the whistle blew. Cedric was off like a shot, darting off to the nearest boulder at a flat run. The dragon growled, unsure of his motives, but didn't move. Unlike the dragon I vaguely remember Harry fighting, it didn't look like she would be violent straight off the bat. There was a lot of wand work once Cedric reached safe covering. We couldn't hear what he was saying exactly, as not even the sonorous could clarify hasty mumblings, but we did get to see the end result. Just as we had planned, a golden Labrador replaced one of the many boulders around Cedric. Bagman was screaming commentary, but I paid him no mind. I was focused. Come on, Cedric. The dog rushed out, its aim to lure the dragon into giving chase. In the original plan, before Harry had spilled, this would have been it. Cedric would have had to rush out with nothing but the hope that the dragon wouldn't turn around. But now, with what we got from the library, he could do a little better than that. Amortia, Cedric cried, pointing his wand directly at the running dog. A jet of pink light burst out with a huge amount of force, so strong that Cedric was nearly blown backwards. And as Amortia was the precursor to the infamous love potion, this gave me pause. Emotion spells were powered by the emotions of the caster after all. To get it that strong, the dragon didn't like the pink light, growling and bristling as the overpowered spell missed the dog entirely. My heart dropped, and as Cedric prepared for Plan B, the light hit the dragon's wing. Amazingly, the spell didn't break. To my complete horror, it bounced. Cedric, too slow to dodge, was enveloped in his own spell. The change was as startling as it was sudden. In 1 second to the next, the dragon relaxed entirely, choosing instead to stare at Cedric with glassy eyes. There was a low rumbling that wasn't growling. Everyone, even Bagman, fell silent in shock. Is that purring? The rock dog barked happily and made a dash for Cedric, startling us all. We'd forgotten it was there. The dog, just as love-struck as the dragon, only made it a few steps. With a horrible snarl, a huge clawed foot tore through its yellow fur. With a wince and a fair bit of pity, I watched as the dog crumbled back into rock. The dragon, no longer snarling, launched itself across the arena with mind-boggling speed. And though Cedric tried to run, he didn't get very far. Like a cat does to her kittens, the dragon plucked him from the ground by the back of his robes. There was a lot of gasping from the stands, and I was sitting on the edge of my seat, but Cedric himself didn't look harmed. The dragon flew back to her nest, and Cedric was settled ever so gently beside her. Looking dazed, Cedric stood up. The eggs, golden and all, were only inches away. The dragon didn't move. Finally, with a type of slowness that only came from being inches from a fire-breathing monster, Cedric picked up the golden egg. When she still didn't move, he held it above his head. The whistle blew. Chapter 11. /N. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. Cedric's fire-spitting groupie just wasn't letting him off the field. The dragon bit, spat, and snarled, pushing back the tamers in a show that was nearly more exciting than the task itself. Well, nearly. The dragon tamers had enough stunners to fell Hagrid several times over. Slowly but surely, they were making ground. What was entertaining and somewhat worrying about this wasn't actually the behavior of the dragon. No, I had expected her to act this way. It was the nature of the spell, the fact that the T-Amers were acting up, and that Cedric had already received more than one bear hug. Well, that was a bit more alarming, because love spell or not, Amortia was not supposed to be that strong. Not that I had time to ponder that. Exactly. The moment the dragon was finally well and fully stunned, Kara turned on me with a look I knew well. I sighed and resigned myself to my fate. There was no escaping a Kara in gossip mode. All right, out with it. I know you know what Cedric did down there. The look she pinned me with all but screamed. Details, details, details. Fine. You want to know? That spell Cedric used is called Amortia. We found it in the library after Harry told him about the dragon. It's the dash, Harry told Cedric. Despite being the one who wanted the explanation in the first place, Carrot still decided to interrupt. But none of the champions were supposed to know. Who told Harry? It is unsurprising. Victor, no. I overhear Headmaster tell him. Mikhail's interception made both of us jump. As he'd been eating his way through a whole pie, I'd assumed he was too preoccupied to eavesdrop. My mistake, and the assumed fact that Mikhail was the only one listening in, also a mistake. Somebody told him? Well, why didn't you say so? Dragons can only mean Q George. Hagrid. There's no one who knows those buggers better than Hagrid. Hey, George, remember what Charlie told us? About that baby dragon Harry and them smuggled out the astronomy tower? What was his name again? Nathan? Or was it Nigel? Q Fred. And while it might have been interesting to listen to the quips of Fred and George, we just didn't have the time. Though I hadn't noticed it with all the talking. Now I could see that the judges were whispering frantically in their booth. Since Cedric had also been separated from his hulking mass of mystical lizard bodyguard, it didn't take a genius to see that we were running on a clock. It wouldn't be long now until his scores were announced. So rather than let the twins get too far into their reminiscing, I cleared my throat. Should I do this later? Surprisingly, it wasn't the twins, Kara, or even Mikhail who decided to speak up. No, please continue. I found it interesting. Summers, the self-proclaimed mute, had a deeper voice than I thought he did. Admittedly, I was a bit thrown. The boy had never, in the full month since he'd started to shadow Kara, said a word to me. Other than the fact that he'd once grown a beard in an attempt to cross the age line, I didn't really know much about him either. He'd just been there like Kara's easy-to-forget shadow. Out of sight, out of mind. Right as I was saying then, Amortia is the precursor spell to Amortentia, the love potion. Cedric was going to cast it on the dog he transfigured. It'd have made the dragon too enamored to focus on him stealing her egg. Or at least it would have, had a plan worked and he'd actually hit the thing. As you've probably already noticed, the spell rebounded. Instead of having a distracted dragon, Cedric somehow ended up playing house with it. Kara was no longer the cheerful gossiper. Instead, she sounded distant. It was a surefire sign that she'd put two and two together. As my friend looked slightly panicked, I'd say she'd picked up on exactly how close a call he'd had. After all, if the spell had been weaker, or if the dragon had been just a bit less gentle in picking him up, Cedric could have easily lost his head in that task. The mood didn't stay somber for long. Ever the odd ones out, the Weasley twins found something else in my explanation to focus on. So what you're saying is Diggory fought the dragon with the power of love? And then they both burst out laughing. Well, if there was one thing the books got right, it was the maturity of these two. Look, Summer spoke up, once again startling us all. They're showing the scores. He was right. The judges had stopped whispering. From a tent down below, Cedric was shoved out to see what we were all on the edges of our seats for. It was time for his results, and though I was excited, I still couldn't help but frown at the sight of him. Was that the infirmary tent? Madame Maxime interrupted my thoughts with a raised wand. The giantess shot out a long strand of silver ribbon that spun for a moment before forming a number. An 8. He vast likely marked down for missing spell, but it is still good. Mikhail commented through a mouthful of food. In the span of time since he last spoke, he had finished the pie. Now there was a whole loaf of bread to replace it. Crouch shot out a 7. Dumbledore's shot out a 10. The number sent the crowd, well the Hogwarts side anyway, into a frenzy. There was another round of nails on chalkboard screeching from behind us. The fangirls had decided to grace us all with their cheering. Bloody hell dash, George breathed. It was hard to tell what had shocked him more, the score or the screaming. Either way, he looked determined to be unimpressed. Air. Just you watch. Harry'll do better. What do you know, boys? I guess Dumbledore likes the power of love. With the comments the boys were making earlier, I'd say they deserved how smug I sounded at that moment. Their replies, both firmly in sawed-off territory, made me smile. The two remaining judges shot off their scores. Bagman's was an 8. Karkaroff's was a 6. Kara, along with the rest of our house, suddenly yelled in outrage. As she was far from a Quidditch fan, this was something I'd never heard from her before. Oh, come on. You should have gotten at least a 7. I blinked away the shock of Kara getting worked up over anything other than a manicure and leaned over to poke her in the shoulder. Cut up? It's all right, 6 isn't that bad. Besides, his total score is... I paused to do the math. 39. Definitely not something to sneeze at. Or maybe it was because, even as Kara let it drop with a frustrated grumble, I found that Cedric's final score didn't sit quite as well with me. Had Cedric's score been as high in the books? Did helping him out change something? Unbeknownst to Kara, Mikhail, and practically everyone else, I found myself swallowing nervously at the thought. Of course it had. I hadn't existed in the books. I'd been so focused on helping a friend in need that I'd forgotten what I'd drilled into my head for months now. Cedric would never be just a friend. He was a character too. Oh God, how could I be so stupid? A second later, and there was no longer any time to focus on my worries. Bagman was screaming Fleur into the game. The rest of the champion's tasks went exactly as well as I knew they would, something that helped ease my worries slightly. Fleur's skirt catching on fire, Crumb managing to destroy his dragon's real eggs. They were both stark reminders of the things I hadn't changed. After my mess up with Cedric, this was very refreshing to see. Yet, despite the familiarity of the action being reassuring, none of it was anything I really wanted to see. No, I had other worries that were firmly rooted in the tent I'd seen Cedric emerge from. There was only one reason I didn't run off to the infirmary the moment I had a chance. The twins weren't letting me leave. They'd told me, "We're not going to let you run off," and translated it into, "You can't go anywhere without us." Until they wanted to go, I wasn't going anywhere. Given what was going on currently, I somehow doubted that'd be anytime soon. Harry's match, the last match, was still up in the air. And no matter how horrible of a pun it was, "Oh, great Merlin, look at him go." Harry was in the air, twisting around molten jets of fire with nothing more than a broomstick. Sure, that broomstick was a fireball, but the avid Quidditch lover in me was still out and shouting nonetheless. This match, more than any of the others, was the one that had me putting my worries on the back burner. As frazzled as I was, loosening up and just shouting like a fan was something I desperately needed. So while I was still upset, I allowed myself to get as worked up about the action as everybody else. That was a Maruvian barrel twist. I cried in near disbelief as Harry did a neat roll around the stream of fire. Did you guys see that? Do a feint to the left, the tail is dash. Harry swerved too late to avoid it. The horntail's spiked tail slashed and hit. His shoulder was bleeding. It wasn't bad, but it still could be enough to affect him, to affect his grip. I bit my lip. Any player worth his spit knew that grip was everything when it came to Quidditch. You know about the Maruvian barrel twist? There was genuine surprise on Fred's face. Even George looked thrown. You know about Quidditch? Yeah. I replied casually, more focused on the match than on them. Harry was circling now, keeping far above the dragon's head as he worked out a plan. I like Quidditch. Sometimes I even play. Why you? But what position? Fred stammered. The fact that he was so flabbergasted probably would have bugged me had I not been so focused. What on earth is so mind-boggling about me being a fan? We have to play sometime. There was a certain look to George's eyes. Sure, whatever. Now, SHHHH, Harry's doing something. And indeed he was. No longer circling. The Gryffindor had now taken to darting in random directions around the dragon's head. He was too far for her to really get at and too high to blast down with fire. It took me a while, but eventually I began to see what the boy wonder was trying to do. He's trying to get her into the air. My eyes went wide. I just realized exactly what Harry'd have to do in order for a flying dragon to be a viable strategy. Out on the field, the dragon decided she'd had enough. She went up and Harry went down, the broom tilting, until suddenly Harry was plummeting straight into a free fall. The crowd gasped, some even screamed, waiting until his glasses nearly brushed the ground. The youngest champion in history pulled out of his nosedive and straight under the dragon's claws. By the time he was slow enough to see, there was already a shiny egg being held out to the crowd. Harry just did that's our seeker. The twins cried as they leapt straight out of their seats. Everyone of Hogwarts, Gryffindor or not, cheered right along with them. The crowd of screaming teenagers was so massive it was impressive. "Look at that," Bagman was yelling. "Will you look at that? Our youngest champion ties as the quickest to get his egg. Well, this is going to shorten the odds on Mr. Potter." What's going on? What was that?" Kara demanded, annoyed to be out of the loop. She squinted at Harry like she was trying to figure him out. Did he do something important? Some sort of crazy Quidditch move? I was stunned. too stunned to speak, move, or do anything but stare. The hardest move in Quidditch history had seemed so easy in Harry's hands. That was a Wronski feint. When I pulled back Cedric's curtain in the infirmary tent, the first thing I did was make a beeline for where he sat on a bed. My worries had come back in full force as soon as the students were released from the stands. Now that I could see him looking decidedly all right, the most I could do was smile out of sheer relief. I didn't look down as I went to him. Of course I didn't. Why would I? It wasn't like there was a reason for him to be in the infirmary in the first place. My foot caught on something grainy, I slipped, and then a great deal of things happened at once. Cedric's panic face became all I could focus on, all I could think about. Everything else, from Madame Pomfrey to the twins talking to Harry outside, nothing mattered anymore. It was just so faded. Somewhere beyond me, someone shouted. It was like listening underwater. Cedric shouted too, a crisp no. His voice was impossibly enchanting. Had he always sounded so beautiful? What? I don't sound. Cedric looked horrified, only he also looked angelic. His face entranced me far more than the fact that I'd just spoken aloud. My own embarrassment seemed so insignificant now. And though I knew that I shouldn't be like this, that I shouldn't be sliding onto his bed and nuzzling into the crook of his arms. I just don't care. Running one hand along the bare skin of Cedric's arm, I tousled the other in his hair. The details of how I'd gotten to this position were fuzzy. A finger was run along the curve of his cheek. I smiled serenely at the rich color I found there. Had he always been so red? Julia! Snap out of it. Snap out of what? I murmured into the warm skin below his ear, skin that was quickly becoming hotter with each breath I took. I like where I am just fine. Do something, he shouted, though this time it was not at me. Vaguely, I knew that Cedric was talking to the voices I could barely hear. Only once again, I couldn't quite bring myself to either care or listen. Any voice that didn't belong to him was unimportant. There was a pause, and then, "What do you mean you can't step over the line?" The voices began shouting again, barely whispering things that I knew I should recognize. Simple phrases, repeated over and over again until my subconscious remembered what they were. Spells, they were casting spells. Just like that, I began to hear them again. Wingar, Accio, where the spells before had no effect. This one had my arm jerking out of Cedric's hair violently. As the hairs I pulled out went floating to the ground, suddenly all the voices were shouting the same thing. Accio Julia Whitman, Cynthia. Cedric supplied randomly, making me blink. He knew my middle name? Try it. Julia Cynthia Whitman. Accio Julia Cynthia Whitman. And then I was flying. Propelled by sheer spell power, I was ripped from Cedric and sent flying through the air. I screamed, but not for my own safety. I was far too concerned with losing Cedric to care about something like that. The screaming cut off, the obsessive yearning stopped, and I could hear again. By the time I slammed into a chest of a Weasley twin, I was reeling with the fact that I was once again fully me. I was also fully horrified. Oh, Merlin. Oh, bloody Merlin. What have I done? All it took was one look at the crowd I stood in, at Fred, George, Madame Pomfrey, and Cedric. Reality set in like the weight of the world. "It's not your fault, dear," Madame Pomfrey said kindly, even as her wand waved like a scanner around me. Apparently finding nothing wrong, she let it drop. Mr. Diggory's spell was stronger than he expected, I think. Had to put a spell line around the poor dear until Professor Snape returns with the cure. I just barely registered the words spell line before my eyes darted to the trail of pale sand surrounding Cedric's bed. There was a scuff where I'd slipped. That made me seduce Cedric. I think I need to go. Julia, Cedric, despite still being redder than a cherry, looked concerned. Don't be embarrassed. It was an honest mistake. We're not going to dash. Let her go, mate. I don't know why I hadn't noticed it before, but the twin who had caught me still hadn't let go. His arms wrapped protectively around my middle. She's been through a lot just now, right? The other twin agreed with a cheeky grin. His hand dropped on my shoulder. Besides, we still have something to show her, don't we, George? That we do, Fred. I blushed, though I don't know why. Whatever the twins had planned had to be better than this. How in Merlin's name had I been so stupid? I knew there was something wrong with the spell. I bloody knew it. It was the reason I'd marched into the tent in the first place. And then I'd made a mistake, and then oh, bloody Merlin. Am I crying? Tears streamed down my cheeks for no other reason but sheer frustration. I fled the tent. Jijulia. Wait, oi, Whitman. There was no stopping me once I'd started running. I bolted straight past a startled Harry and Ron, probably finally working out their differences, and straight onto the forest. There was only one reason I didn't continue on past Hogsmeade and beyond. Well, two reasons actually. Two red-headed reasons that tackled me before I could get that far. Whitman. Whituff. The twin that I'm pretty sure was George buckled under my punch. The other one grabbed my shoulders and pinned me to the ground. Fred, I'm pretty sure whatever you guys have planned can wait till tomorrow. In case you haven't noticed, I've just experienced the worst 20 seconds of my life. If you really need me, you can just leave a note on the rock I'm about to crawl under. Fred didn't let me go. He just chuckled. The git probably found my sarcastic side funny. Or you can let us show you what we wanted to show you. Right. George, though still a little raspy, wasn't wheezing quite as much as before. We'll give you the special Weasley treatment, guaranteed to make you forget about nearly snogging Diggory or your money back. I rolled my eyes but still allowed them to roll me to my feet. Somehow the twins' strange methods were actually working. I felt better. PSSH, like I'd pay you. The twins shared a grin, correctly reading my quip for what it was. I was giving in. Why? Because they were right. For someone who'd already replayed and what will forever be dubbed as incident. Several times over in the span of our conversation, I needed their distraction. Badly. With another grin and a well, hurry up then. I let the brothers lead me onto a different path. Still in the forest, but no longer running straight in like I had done. To my immense confusion, we seemed to be trekking the back way around the arena. Or maybe sneaking would be the better word. The brothers had fallen into what I could only describe as stealth mode. Following them to what I suddenly realized was the judge's tent, I had an epiphany. Am I going to help these two pull a prank? Breaking through the brush, we were suddenly witness to a very odd scene. There was Bagman, there was Bubbles, and there was Bagman running screaming past us as my pet bombarded him with dozens of steaming red letters. Chapter 12, A/N. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. Bagman all this time, and the person you sick Bubbles on was. Bagman, to be honest, I wasn't quite sure whether to be impressed or horrified. I'd assumed they were picking on another student, maybe a dissatisfied customer of their Wizard Wheezes, but this is insane. I'm involved in the harassment of a ministry official. Well, you did give us permission, George explained with a rather cheeky grin. It was like he found the horror on my face amusing the git. And you did tell us to tell him to be as vicious as possible. Fred tacked in. He was grinning too. Something he did a right good job at, if I do say so myself. I mean, look at him. Bubbles, either oblivious to or ignoring us, had chased the screaming man back around to the side of the judge's tent, cornering him there as the letters rained down like bombs. The sheer amount of red envelopes was actually sort of impressive. There were so many of them that I couldn't help but wonder if some sort of charm had been placed on them. A replicating charm, maybe? Not that the details really mattered at the moment. I was still in shock that the moment was happening at all. But you can't do that. He's a ministry official. You could be arrested for harassment. The boys shot me identical blank looks. Have you been hanging around any fourth years lately, Whitman? George asked. Maybe one with bushy brown hair and an unhealthy love for anything rule-like and boring? I'd fallen into my Cedric pose, and I knew it. My brow had risen and my arms had crossed, probably sometime in their accusation that I was turning into Hermione. Did they really think that she was the only one who'd see something wrong with this? Granted, the only reason this bugged me so much was due to Bagman's firm position on my list. Being arrested for harassing him wouldn't be a good step to the whole let's not get noticed thing. That doesn't mean I'm wrong, but you're not thinking of poor pig. Fred, it seemed, had forgotten that we were hiding from the man currently getting assaulted by my owl. Seeing Bagman's eyes go to the bush we were crouched behind, I grabbed the twin by his tie and yanked him out of sight. Following by my frantic shushing motions, what George had to say came out a bit quieter than his brother. Leaning down into our impromptu group huddle, he whispered, "You don't think the git deserves this?" He let Pig blow himself up with a bloody howler, ignored everything we've said to him, and paid us back with leprechaun gold. If you don't think that— Wait, I interrupted, racking my brain for what I knew of what he was telling me. Bagman owed the money? When? Why? Had that been in the books? Paid you back? Paid you back for what? Fred chuckled, nervously and a surefire sign that they were hiding something. We might have bet a few galleons on the world. Cup. And by galleons, you mean? 37 galleons, 15 sickles, 3 nuts, and a fake wand. Did the book ever touch on just how insane these two are? 37. You're mad. You're completely mad. Hello? Someone who was decidedly not hiding behind our bush called out, cutting off all conversation as we froze. The voice came from the clearing where Bagman had been screaming his head off not 5 minutes ago. Now everything was quiet. Hello? Bagman called again. Is anybody out there? George elbowed me in the ribs, following it with a few hurried gestures when I turned to glare at him. Go, he mouthed. What? I mouthed back, inwardly thinking that the boy was madder than I thought. Why me? You go. We can't. Fred, at least, seemed apologetic for his part on throwing me to the wolves. He doesn't know you. If anyone's out there, then please, can you help me? I need to get to the champion's tent, but I can't go outside. This owl's a monster. With one last mouth fine to the boys and a heavy sigh, I stood up. Now out of the general safety that was the bush, it was suddenly a lot clearer what I was dealing with. There was Bagman, hiding just inside the tent he'd probably been trying to leave for a while now. And there was Bubbles, circling overhead in a way that was more like a vulture than an owl. The sight PF me had an effect on both of them. Bagman looked a bit more relieved than he had been, lighting up actually. Bubbles, well, he just looked like he was considering aiming a few of his letters my direction. Given that I wasn't dive-bombed, the little cretin probably decided he wasn't mad enough at me to justify it. At the moment, anyhow, oh, thank Merlin, I almost thought no one was out there. Quick, grab a good-sized rock, cast a curse. Knock him out of the air before he can attack me again. Anger hit me like a battering ram, bubbling up like a hot wave inside me. Despite him being a menace, Bubbles was my menace. Having him threatened like that didn't make me want to follow Bagman's demands. Any sticks and stones I picked up now would be headed straight for his face. Swallowing, I forced the rage down long enough to look Bagman in the eye. It probably wasn't smart to tell him I owned the owl attacking him, or that him threatening said owl had me wanting a part of the attacking. You want me to just? My glare slipped through, brutal enough to make the man before me flinch. I knew I should be nicer, especially after I'd just lectured the twins on not using my owl to harass him, but I just couldn't do it. 5 minutes into talking to the guy, and I could already see why the twins didn't like him. Knock him out of the sky. Yes. Quickly now. If he's not out of the way soon, I'll miss meeting with the champions. I'm already late. Just do it already. Instead of answering, I looked to Bubbles. The owl wasn't circling anymore, settling instead for sitting at the very top of Bagman's tent. Like I'd already guessed, there was only one howler attached to my owl's leg. One that wasn't smoking. Suddenly it hit me that the twins had thought ahead, had made sure that the problems with Pig's howler wouldn't happen again. They'd charmed this howler not only to replicate, probably only when around Bagman, but also for only the replicas to explode. The original would stay intact until opened, giving the owl carrying it enough time to bomb Bagman with copies until he got fed up enough to take the howler and listen to its message. It was brilliant, kept Bubbles safe and out of range of any letter bombs, and earned the twins my respect. It was almost touching that they'd gone so far to keep my owl safe. You know, he'll probably go away if you take the letter. What's one howler when you're already late? That owl's been hounding me for weeks. He's not going to just leave. Because I took the letter? I cut in with a roll of my eyes. Why not? That's the only reason he's hounding you. Take it, and he'll leave. Bagman, blinking and sputtering, was beginning to get rather red. He didn't seem to like the fact that his supposed savior was questioning him. But I can't take it. That howler's undeserved. If I take it, then I'll get rid of the owl that's chasing you. Maybe have a humbling moment. Bagman was changing colors, first to the red I'd noticed, and then on to a deep purple. The guy looked mad, so mad that it was highly likely he'd forgotten how to breathe. If he hadn't before, then he definitely regretted calling me out of the bushes now. So rather than keep speaking to him, I simply ignored all further protest and held my arm out to the owl still sitting on the tent. Bubbles, seeing no real reason to be mad at me, flew down at once. The little beast must have gotten a kick out of chasing Bagman around. That there were no claws digging into my arm spoke wonders about how good of a mood his was. What are you doing? Bagman half whispered / half squeaked as he slithered further into his tent. I told you to hex him, not invite him down for tea. Well, then it's a good thing I've decided not to listen to you. Removing the howler from my owl's leg, I let him have a good pat before letting him go again. True to my prediction, Bubbles lost interest in Bagman the moment his ability to bomb him was removed. He flew back to the castle. Bagman drew a breath of relief, and I shoved a smoking howler under his nose. And it was smoking. I was close enough to Bagman for the spells to activate. If he didn't take it, I'd soon be holding a bomb. You can't force me to take that. Go away, blow up for all I care. I don't need you now that horrible owl's gone. And with that, Bagman tried to push past me and onto where he was supposed to be. He would have gotten farther had I not stopped him, namely by stepping in front of him and pressing the howler against his chest. If you don't take this, if I get hurt, well, that owl you're so afraid of will come back. Only this time, he won't go away. He'll hound you and hound you, all the way up until the day you die. He took the letter. Sometime after Bagman run off and the twins had emerged from the bushes, I'd somehow ended up tagging along with the boys to prepare for Harry's surprise party. Lee Jordan met up with us in the kitchens, and after that things began to blur. There was food, decorations, people, and music. There were even fireworks. It was all so very overwhelming. By the time I knew what was happening, I was standing in a Gryffindor common room in full party swing. Having fun? Fred asked from my left as his brother tried to dance with what appeared to be a large yellow canary. Their other brother, Ron, sat not too far behind him, shooting me odd looks as he chatted with his friends. Harry glanced up, saw me, and then quickly looked away again. Hermione just smiled and waved. I guess it's all right. Someone drawn up several banners and hung them up around the room. Most were fairly harmless, showing various depictions of Harry, a broomstick, and the horntail. One showed Cedric and a dragon surrounded by hearts. I frowned deeply. It wasn't the only thing that made me feel like I should be at a different party right now. If I hadn't seduced Cedric earlier, I probably would be. A hand flicked me in the forehead. Ow! What was that for? My hand went to rub the offending area as I glared at the culprit. It was still Fred, standing too close as he fixed me with a serious look. Stop it, Whitman. Stop what? The redhead shot me an exasperated look, like he was disappointed I hadn't read his mind. He waved a hand in my general direction. This. Stop feeling sorry for yourself, Whitman. You've been snogging Diggory in your head ever since we left that ruddy. Bagman. I went red, flushing all the way to my toes. S-snogging? And no, I haven't been thinking of any S-snogging. Lying seemed better than the other option. I didn't want to tell Fred, to tell anyone, where my thoughts had gone once the rush of my rage at Bagman had worn off. Earlier, the twins had told me that they'd make me forget. What they hadn't said was how, when I did remember, it would be of what could have happened had I not been pulled back over that line. Kissing, hands trailing, a shirt pulled over a very nice, Quidditch-toned chest. Mad at myself, I shook my head to clear it. I've just been thinking. Isn't that your problem, thinking? George, it seemed, had enough of dancing with canaries. Now he'd appeared to swing an arm casually over my shoulder. You think too much. Look around. We're at a party. And a bloody good one, too. You don't need to think to have a good time. For a split second, briefer than even I could catch, Fred looked upset at his brother. Then he grinned, produced a familiar-looking sweet from whose nosewhere, and said, Here, have a custard. I couldn't help it. I laughed, and as I told them exactly why I preferred not ending up with yellow feathers, all my horrible thoughts of what could have been faded away. We laughed a lot after that, had fun. Not once did they slow down long enough for me to hide, or think of Cedric. These two were like a miracle drug, making me forget my worries with only a few choice words and an infectious grin. It was enough that I could almost forget why I usually chose to avoid them so avidly. Almost. Blimey, this is heavy, Lee Jordan said eventually. He'd picked Harry's golden egg up and buckled slightly under the weight. Open it, Harry, go on. Let's just see what's inside it. He's supposed to work out the clue on his own. Hermione cut in with a frown. It's in the tournament rules. Under his breath, Harry mumbled something to Hermione that I couldn't make out. She went quiet, looking slightly guilty as she did so. Yeah, go on, Harry, open it. Several people, the twins included, called out. Harry took the egg from Lee, took a deep breath, and wrenched it open. A horrible screeching wail filled the room. It was like listening to nails being dragged over a blackboard, only with the nails replaced by chainsaws. My hands flew up to cover my ears, but even that did little to cut out the sound. "Shut it!" Fred shouted, in a similar position to me. Harry slammed the egg shut. My ears rang in the almost deafening silence left behind. Not that it was silent for very long. "What was that?" Sounded like a banshee. "Maybe you've got to get past one of those next, Harry. It was someone being tortured. You're going to have to fight the Cruciatus curse." Besides me, George rolled his eyes. "Don't be a prat, Neville. That's illegal. They wouldn't use the Cruciatus curse on the champions." I thought it sounded a bit like Percy singing, "Maybe you've got to attack him while he's in the shower, Harry." Want a jam tart, Hermione? Rather than trying to convince me to have one, Fred had switched to enchanting the fourth years instead. The girl shot him a suspicious look. Fred grinned. "It's all right, I haven't done anything to them. It's the custard creams you've got to watch." As he was biting into the pastry I was positive was responsible for the canary earlier, Neville choked and spat it out. Evil twin number 2 just laughed. "Just my little joke, Neville." Hermione looked at her tart and then back at Fred. "Did you get all this from the kitchens, Fred?" And then as Fred began to imitate an overly helpful house elf, I was struck with déjà vu. Hadn't I once almost told Hermione I'd been to the kitchens? And hadn't Invisy Harry kicked me when I had? Shooting a look at Harry, I realized EW was looking at Fred like he must have looked at me back in the Three Broomsticks. Like he really wanted to kick him in the shins. Maybe, just maybe, Harry doesn't want Hermione to bring her SBW to the elves. "Fred, maybe you shouldn't dash." Tickle the pair, and at giggles and dash Fred stopped and turned to me. "Shouldn't what? That?" He shot me a blank look. "What?" I sighed. Sometimes showing someone what you mean was loads better than explaining it to them step by step. "Why did you want to get into the kitchens, Hermione?" "No reason," she said quickly. Fred, seeming to get my point now that I'd made it obvious, looked suspicious. "Going to try and lead the house elves out on strike now, are you?" said George. "Going to give up all the leaflet stuff and try and stir them up into rebellion?" Some people laughed, but Hermione said nothing. "Don't you go upsetting them and telling them they've got to take clothes and salaries." Fred added, "You'll put them off their cooking." And then Neville turned into a canary. "Oh, sorry, Neville," Fred told the feathery fourth year over all the laughter. "I forgot. It was the custard creams we hexed." I spent pretty much all of December avoiding Cedric. The incident in the infirmary tent hadn't been his fault. I knew it and didn't blame him, just as Cedric didn't blame me. No, what had me turning heel at the sight of him wasn't blame, and it wasn't mortification. It was what happened every time I saw him, when I thought of the infirmary tent and what I'd done. Simple thoughts that became even more dangerous once my mind decided to take it a bit further into the what could have been category. Running a hand along his jaw, leaning in close to whisper in his ear, and so I ran. It was like someone rewound time to the month after Cedric found me dragging my feet in the lake. I didn't stop in the common room, never went out of my way to meet between classes, and certainly didn't eat with him. Kara was baffled when I'd first skipped the Hufflepuff table over to sit with Mikhail and Slytherin, perhaps even a bit hurt. Of course she was. Something had happened between Cedric and I, and no one thought to tell her. I'd have been hurt too. She was more understanding once I had told her, though I doubt she approved of what I decided to do about it. Kara was a very headstrong person, someone who believed in confronting her problems head-on. Avoiding someone and hoping your problems would go away just didn't make sense to her. So she made a point of being unsupportive, sitting in our usual spot every day and for every meal. Not that her efforts stopped me, I still sat with Mikhail. It was lonelier without her though. Ironic as it was, I'd also stopped avoiding the twins. They had been there and had actually made an effort to drag me out of my funk. They'd forced me to stop moping and have fun. I appreciated them, and couldn't find it in me to repay them by pretending they didn't exist. Hanging around them helped me to forget. I didn't have to think around them. This, while I knew it was selfish and completely against everything I stood for, made me want to be around them even more. It wasn't obvious. We never ate together. They hated the Slytherins, and the Gryffindor table had so many forbidden names. But we were, dare I say it, becoming friends. Mikhail, too, was becoming my rock. Like I mentioned before, shortly after I'd gone to Harry's party to hide from Cedric, I'd begun to sit with the Russian boy. Not at my table with my friends, but at his table with his friends. He'd been a bit surprised, but Mikhail was nothing if not adaptable. Instead of asking questions, he'd smiled in that bright, childlike way of his, and took me straight to every Durmstrang student I'd never thought to talk to before. I'd met his sister Tanya. I'd met the boys he'd followed to our kitchens on the day we'd met. We'd swapped stories and laughed. Eventually, I realized that they were good people, nice despite what I knew of their school. And though I'd only done it to run away, I found I liked sitting with them. Because unlike the twins, and unlike Cedric, I didn't have to feel guilty about it. There was no need to justify it. None of them were in the books. There was no way I'd affect the story by being with them. It was refreshing, and then something important happened. Mikhail, have you ever told Julia why you've chosen? Looking over to Tanya, pretty brunette Tanya, I broke out of the impromptu singing completion I'd been having with the boys to shoot her a funny look. Chosen? We're all chosen for tournament. If he did not have skills, Headmaster Vodvi left us at school. I blinked. Though it did make a certain kind of sense, I'd never thought of why Mikhail was here before. He simply as Tanya. Mikhail, for once in the entire time I'd known him, had gone strangely quiet. Uville bore Julia with details. Tanya grinned wickedly, even more so when she noticed the red creeping up around her brother's ears. It was stranger than Dumbledore with leathers and a Harley, seeing Mikhail blush. I think you protest, brother. Why not tell this Hogwarts student about Zivitnoy Chainzer? Speaking Russian would have been fair had I, spoken Russian. You do realize that I'm the odd one out when it comes to language skills, right? The two siblings turned to give me a long look, Tanya still grinning like the cat that got the cream. After a sizable moment of silence, Mikhail sighed. I apologize, Julia. Ito, not no word for Zivitnoy Chainzer. Meaning is to become animal, a magical practice. Brother is nesty, Tanya tacked in. That you would call bear. As their words slowly processed, suddenly I found myself seeing Mikhail in an entirely new light. For all his bear-like qualities, finding out that they were a bit more than similarities was, well, it was shocking. And why shouldn't it be? Unregistered animagus were illegal, after all. You're a what? I hissed lowly, trying not to attract the attention of the few Slytherins nearby. And Karkaroff knows? How could you have not gotten into trouble, Dash? To my growing irritation, all the Durmstrang students burst out laughing. Relax, Julia, relax. Tanya told me between giggles. You worry too much. Zivitnoy Chainzer are not minded by us. Only British care of such things. Headmaster does not like brother, does not like any vo or not Victor. If he vas not nesty, he wouldn't have been brought to Hogwarts. But how could I not know? I've known him for months. British do not like Zivitnoy Chainzer. Mikhail reminded me. I have been told to remain myself while here. As the shock wore off, I was faced with how all of this, the image of my burly, gluttonous, and directionally challenged friend as a bear, was actually kind of cool. I wanted to see what he looked like now. To see the animal with brown fur and gray eyes. Wanted to verify that what they were telling me was true. More than anything, however, there was another question burning in my chest. I wanted to say it, to just turn to Mikhail and get it out in the open, but there was another part of me that hesitated. It was a silly wish, not to mention cliché. How many people would have wanted the exact same thing had they been me? Had they been born into this world? The answer, all of them. And yet, it would still be so impossibly cool. Mikhail, I asked, turning to the boy who just dropped this proverbial bombshell on my life. Can I ask you something? A question? Of course, Julia. Can you maybe, just maybe, teach me to be an animagus too? Chapter 13. D. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. We'd had 2 lessons after Mikhail's revelation. This was the second one. We were in a classroom. Why not something a bit more glamorous, you ask? More in line with the espionage-savvy locals that every good fictional character went when they decided to sneak around? Let's just say that knowing of the room of requirement did not magically conjure up a You Are Here map to where it was. It was also unlikely the patrons of the Hogshead took kindly to Kodiak bears teaching meditation in their back rooms. Not that I tried that last part. Exactly. Trudging around the 7th floor corridor on the off chance I'd get lucky. However, well, finding Kara and Summers in a closet? Not exactly what I'd had in mind. Hulida? Are you sure you veer finding inner self? Zivitnoy Chainzer does not start with snoring. I was thinking, not sleeping, tilting my head and effectively breaking whatever calming trance I'd supposedly been in. I shot Mikhail a look. Bear Boy himself was propped against an old teacher's desk, the only furniture in the room. IW is on the floor. How is any of this going to turn me into an animagus? I thought there'd be high-level transfiguration going on. Or a potion at the very least. All we've done so far has been, well, nothing. Nothing. On a floor that's just as cold as all that ice and snow outside. Mikhail chuckled in that deep, booming way that I'd only ever heard from him. You surprise me, Julia. Nachdenken is crucial step to Zivitnoid Chainser. Beast within you is reflection of true Julia. Spells come later, that is important as vo she is. Once you know that, beast will come. Yeah, as I still didn't know half the Russian he'd spouted at me, I'll be the first to admit to being lost. To be honest, I was sort of hoping his beast within was some kind of transfiguration reference. I could do transfiguration. What I couldn't do was figure out who the hell I really was. Living 2 lifetimes kind of blurred that line. Was there a real Julia when Julia wasn't even all of who I was? And on that note, how the hell did Mikhail sit still for this long? Can't we just skip to the spells? My friend laughed again. Only this time he shifted from the desk to the floor with me. Crouched down only inches from my back, he easily dwarfed me and my much smaller frame. More used to it than afraid, I went to question him and felt a massive hand slip over my eyes. Mikhail, Wadash, Hulija, Brethbitkan. Act, as I am not here. His other hand fell to my stomach. A strange tingling fell with it. Your magic is here. Then spell is cast, it builds. Build it again, within your mind. Focus with all of that is Julia. I paused, not really sure what to do next. Sitting there, practically in the arms of Mikhail, left me strangely guilty. Not that I had a clue as to why. He was just a friend who wanted to help. Wanted to help in something I'd asked for, no less. I should do what he says. So I grabbed my magic and pushed back the lingering worries in my mind. The magic pooled within me, just like every spell since the beginning charm's first year. Only this time I didn't release it, didn't channel it down through my wand and into whatever spell went after. No, this time I dammed the stream. Building and building and building. The pressure was intense. The more magic I forced through, the greater it became. The greater it became, the more real everything else grew to be. It was like pulling pieces of me from places I didn't even know I'd had. It made sense. Magic wasn't the part that anyone really focused on. You build it up for a spell and let it go. There and then gone. Brief. And then you had those few morons like me. The one whom I'm pretty sure just damned her magic and was well on the way to flooding her brain. Whoops. What do I do in now? The stammering seemed to be a side effect of speaking. It was understandable. The sheer amount of magic I was pumping into my brain made the focusing bit harder than Bear Boyd implied it to be. Everything was too much. Feelings, emotions, sensations, and thoughts, all amplified, hit by a freight train, and tossed back into rattle around my skull. And here I thought Bins gave bad headaches. Focus, Hulida. He said like I hadn't just been realizing how hard that was. You feel magic now, yes? How does magic feel? It felt like I'd been taking entirely too many drugs. Not that that was an experience of either of my lives, mind you. It was just that Mikhail's voice was louder. My mind raced faster than a squirrel on sugar, and the room felt like it was spinning. I had a hunch that this was close, and I was sticking with it. Not like IMG going T to T throw you up. My friend laughed. It is normal. I would throw up often my first time. Too much magic gets through when you do not know what you are doing. It is difficult, tapping magical core. The hand on my stomach, nearly forgotten, now pressed down lightly. But I show you veer to look. It is simpler now. D define S simple. Another laugh. This time shaking me slightly with the vibrations. He must have moved closer. Ignore distractions, Julia. Core of magic is true self. Find feel of self, and you will open way to Zivitnoid Chainser. V will be able to start first step, which made this not the first step. Why the hell am I drugged up with magic then? Still, it wasn't like I didn't trust Mikhail. I'd known him for months, and he'd yet to do anything that'd actually hurt me. If anything, he'd always gone out of his way to be helpful, funny, and sweet. Just the fact that he was helping me now, on something very strongly frowned upon by my ministry no less, spoke wonders. Well, that and I'd already followed him this far. Why not go the extra mile? Beneath Mikhail's hand, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Then I leapt into all the magic I had within me. Everything faded quickly. Mikhail, the room, even the chilly winter air floating through the cracks in the windows. It took all of 1 second for me to be all alone in a white expanse. It was completely foreign. It's official. I've finally gone insane. I spoke but didn't stutter. The transition to this place must have cured that little detail. Hey, I had no idea who I was talking to, or even if anybody could hear me at all. Was all this in my head? Could Mikhail hear me speak? What do I do now? Nothing answered, but something happened. The expanse around me became sentient. For lack of a better word, at least. It was actually more like everything had suddenly developed substance. The air radiated. Feelings, emotions, thoughts. I knew them all. This place was cautious. If I get too close, I'll die. They'll die. Everything will fall apart. Intelligent. Sometimes things come too easily. I have to pretend. They'll notice if I don't pretend. Stubborn. I have a plan. It'll work. I'll make it work. This can't go any other way. Alone. I died with no one but a goldfish. I live with no one knowing who I am. Me. This place was me. There were 3 things I noticed when I woke. The first, that I had a killer headache, was the most pressing and unsurprising, given that the second thing noticed was the hospital bed I was currently in. I allowed myself a brief moment of thanks to whatever deity was responsible for Madame Pomfrey not being around. It didn't take a genius to figure out what kind of scolding I'd get when she was. Yeah, knocking yourself out with magic and then subsequently entering your own mind was more than likely not a good thing. But then I heard the third thing, and Pomfrey was forgotten. Why? Because there, just past my closed curtain, was the sound of arguing. Could you just let her pass out? Madame Pomfrey says she overloaded her brain with magic. She said we're lucky if she ever wakes up. What in Merlin's name were you doing, Poliakov? Veer, only practicing spell. It vast nothing special. She vil vake, still a tad bit drowsy. It took me longer than I should have to place the voices. The obviously accented one was Mikhail, but the first was Cedric. What the hell is he doing here? Nothing special. Isn't 3 days, Poliakov. It's because of you that she's hurt. I should have never left her alone with you. I vas not vo, she vas avoiding. Cedric made a sort of indignant sputtering at that. I, having had enough of listening, sat up in my bed. Knowing both boys as I did, I could see where this would go if I didn't intervene. Their silhouettes were getting closer with every word spat. The smaller figure, of who was most likely Cedric, had a fist raised. You don't even know what happened. I was letting Julia have time. You know, the thing that lets people come to terms with the situation and forgive each other? It was not free rein for you to nearly kill. This would not come to blows. Stop! The curtain was flung back, and both boys turned to stare. They were gaping, ugly words forgotten, in the face of pure shock. I was crying, though the fact went unnoticed until the first tear rolled down my cheek. I was also angry. What right did they have to argue about my choices? Everything that had happened had been because of me and me alone. Julia! Cedric dropped his fist to face me. You're awake. Running one hand along the bare skin of Cedric's arm, I'd tousled the other in his hair. The details of how I'd gotten to that position been fuzzy. A finger had run along the curve of his cheek. I'd smiled at how he blushed. My cheeks turned red, possibly even faster than it took for the full memory to hit me. Cedric saw the color and turned a similar shade. It'd be a while before we could be around each other without that little quirk. A while before we stopped thinking of all the what-ifs. Or at least, I knew it would for me. Mikhail, as oblivious to the tension as ever, just smiled. I knew you vood vake, Julia. Diggory did not believe my vord. Said Diggory rounded on the Russian boy, transforming back to aggression the second it took to realize that I wasn't the one speaking. You carried her in here half dead. Then you said she'd get up and be fine. People don't come out of magic comas just fine. Sheesh. The only thing that isn't fine is my headache. The one that is shouting is not helping. Cedric. I raised a hand to my head, both for the pain and for the raunchy flashbacks that still had yet to stop. Please don't yell. None of this is Mikhail's fault. If you want to be mad at anyone, be mad at me. I'm the one who wanted to try. Cutting off, I shot Mikhail a look and cleared my throat. Given that Cedric wasn't pissed at me for the very illegal acts I'd been attempting, I'd say my Russian friend hadn't filled him in on what we'd really been up to. It vas a spell. Thank you, Mikhail, for that entirely unhelpful piece of information. Cedric shot me a very unamused look, telling me without words that that had been what Mikhail'd been saying since I'd first keeled over. Not a good, viable excuse like I'd hoped. Just a spell. Suddenly, I understood the frustration. What he means by that is, good at lying did not mean excuses on the fly were my strong point. He was teaching me, animal communication spell. Cedric crossed his arms and raised his brow, unknowingly reminding me how much I'd missed his pose. Is that your final answer? Yes, I said, more sure now that I'd found something to stick to. I wanted to communicate with Bubbles. Mikhail said he had a spell, and nope, that was not Cedric's I believe you face. Crap. He said instead. And how did this knock you out for 3 days? A shrug, because even if my lie wasn't working, I was too stubborn to back out now. You don't know Bubbles, he tends to get a bit intense. I got overwhelmed. Rather than continue poking me for information, Cedric shifted his attention to the one he liked decidingly less. Mikhail was fixed with a look that could only be called a glare. Do you even know an animal communication spell? Yes, V have Hounded Estate. Is very useful. Sighing, the boy who I once could look in the eye without lighting up like a Christmas tree. That is, shot me a long look. Fine. I can see you won't tell me what happened, Julia. And that's okay. It's just, I want to be friends again. I like what we had. If you feel the same, you know where to find me. All right. He walked to the door, smiled a sad smile, and left. I let out a sigh of my own. All right. I found Cedric the next day, after dinner. It had taken that long, because I'd been very correct about Pomfrey reading me the riot act. She'd gone on for hours about dangerous magical activities without supervision, knowing the limits of my own abilities and alerting others to potentially dangerous plans. I'd then been confined to my hospital bed and forbidden from going anywhere until the next night. My time in confinement was spent reading a copy of The Prophet, conjured as soon as the nurse's back was turned, and looking through the small pile of gifts and cards someone had placed on my nightstand. That I'd had any at all had been rather baffling, to be honest. Then I'd saw that many were wizarding wheezes and let it go with a snort and an eye roll. Kara visited, too anxious and jittery to actually say why she was anxious and jittery, followed by the twins. They were a bit off too, if only in the way that they seemed to be mulling something over. Their attitudes, beneath all the normal jokes, was nothing less than odd. I want to apologize. Back in reality, the superstar of Hufflepuff looked up at me from the yellow divan near the fire. We were in the common room, the only ones still here. It was both late and a weekday. Cedric came here to think. Came late when he wanted to avoid his hordes of fans. Today he'd come for me. I shouldn't have avoided you after what happened. It wasn't your fault. If anything, it was mine. I was the one who suggested the spell. It's just that I can't stop thinking about it, you know? I thought it'd be easier to ignore if you weren't around. Hands on skin, whispers in ears. There's so much that could have been. It never got easier. Cedric scooted over and patted the cushion he left behind. I sunk into it with a sigh. Julia, it's not like I didn't understand. I don't know if you heard everything I told Polyakov, but I'd meant it when I'd said I was giving you time. I just don't want you to ignore me forever. You're the only friend I have that doesn't flock to me because I'm good at Quidditch or a champion. You didn't even like me when we first met. I let out a chuckle, remembering how frustrated I'd been when he'd refused to leave me alone. He'd been on the list after all. I seem to remember that ending with you stalking me throughout the school. He blushed, but only faintly. I could see the tips of his ears darken. I guess you could say I was curious. I didn't know why you didn't like me, and I wanted to show you that I wasn't that bad. Maybe that was just me being a bit spoiled. No one said you had to be my friend. But then we did become friends, and I realized how great that felt. I know you now, Julia. I don't want this to end because of one stupid moment. There was a smile from me, small but yet still there. I never realized that Cedric had felt like that, never figured out why he'd originally singled me out at all. Actually, now I could see his point. I'd once been the only Hufflepuff to not worship the ground he'd walked on. Now I was the only one to give my own opinion and not fawn blindly. He was right. I'd never had to be his friend, that I'd gone against my own rules. Said that maybe being his friend wasn't just what he'd needed. It won't. My smile grew, and I leaned slightly on Cedric's shoulder. He was smiling too, even as his eyes lit up with an emotion I recognized as relief. That's good, he told me. Really good. I should probably go. I told him back, eyes trailing to the grandfather clock ticking away on the far wall. It was late. I have class first lesson tomorrow. Getting up, I was somewhat surprised when a hand grabbed my wrist and stopped me. Wait, Julia. There's something I wanted to ask you. Do you know about the news that's been floating around the castle? Professor, Sprout announced it to the whole house while you were in the infirmary. News? And the whole house knew it? My mind drifted to the strange behavior of Kara and the twins. They'd never told me why they were acting strange. That could be explained if they assumed I already knew. But the twins weren't Hufflepuff. What could be so big that every house was told? I was completely out of it up until yesterday, Cedric. How am I supposed to know anything? For some reason, that had yet another blush creeping through his features. Cedric tugged on his collar. He seemed nervous, right? Well, the news is that there's going to be a dance. There's going to be a dance. It's a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament, apparently. The Yule Ball. Recognition lit up inside me. I'd never forgotten about the ball, of course. I just hadn't bothered to keep tabs on when it'd be. Why would I? I'd known since my infant years that I'd never attend. The Yule Ball was just as firmly on the list as Cedric himself was. No, I was going home this Christmas. Not to the circus, as that never ran in the winter, but to the townhouse my family used when not traveling. All right, the books on the past tournaments mention that. What about it? Cedric gulped, followed closely by another fidget. He was definitely nervous about something. I just had no clue as to what. Well, McGonagall also pulled me aside about it after Transfigurations. The champions have to open the ball. With a dance. With a partner. Yeah, I trailed off in the hope he'd stop stalling and get to the point. Of course he had to have a partner. One of the many plot points in the book had been him asking Cho and effectively dashing Harry's dreams. Was he going to ask me to help him ask her? I didn't know if I'd do it if he did. Cho. Definitely not my favorite person in the world. A moment of silence passed, then another. I yawned. Cedric, it's late. Can't we just talk about whatever this is tomorrow? I'll turn into Kara if I fall asleep first lesson, you know? It was meant as a joke, but Cedric didn't smile. Instead, he just nodded mutely. Maybe I shouldn't joke, so soon after becoming friends again. Shrugging it off as something to worry about later, I waved and made my way over to the girls' stairs. One stair up and Julialiogo Tadanswin. I paused mid-step and turned, looking at Cedric like he'd finally lost his mind. Maybe he had. A what? There was a deep breath, then a sigh and a shake of the head. No, it was nothing. We can talk about it later, if you say so. And with that, I continued my way to bed. Chapter 14, D. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. Rock, paper, scissors. Go. Bloody hell, Fred. It's a muggle game. No once. What, really? But it's a fake. See? Rubber chicken beats paper. Oh. Well, I guess it's all right then, isn't it? Here, have a custard cream, standing outside the Transfiguration classroom at my usual time. Namely, at 5 minutes before class starts exactly, I stared at the two Weasleys currently crouching in the doorway. I had no idea why they were there, as those two were early just as often as Kara was. But that wasn't the most confusing issue at the moment. What are you doing? The two shot up, almost comically, probably breaking several records along the way. George grinned at me brightly. He was holding a rubber chicken. Why? I didn't even want to know. Whitman, it's occurred to me that you're a girl. Oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Right, brilliant. That was... Fred muttered before I could say anything, sarcastic or otherwise. He rolled his eyes and for once didn't seem to agree with his brother. They also had yet to finish each other's sentences. That alone was mind-boggling. It's occurred to me that you're a bit daft. I blinked. Are they? No, they can't be. Those two would never. Are you arguing? The concept was so insane it was hilarious. The twins never fought. Never. As in with a very capital. Up until this moment, I just figured it wasn't in their genetic makeup. Kind of like how it wasn't in a fish to climb a tree. But the twins ignored me completely. Or rather, they ignored the question. Me? Well, apparently the one thing they could decide on was, oh, let's crowd Julia like a swarm of locusts. Because why not? Certainly 2 towering Gryffindors wouldn't make me feel all of 2 frickin' feet tall, right? Harong, me and Fred, or me and George. We're wondering if you wanted to go with me dash, to that ball thing dash, you know, on Christmas. And then they stared at me expectantly, like they hadn't just dropped a proverbial bombshell on my not-so-proverbial head. I turned around, fully and in the required 360 to make sure there were no other Whitmans nearby. There weren't. So what? They, as in both Fred and George, had asked me to a social event. Me? The one with absolutely no social tact to speak of? What? Was I their only female friend? Surely there were others to ask. I mean, they were just wanted to get out of bringing a date, right? But even knowing that, getting past the shock, not to mention getting anywhere near speaking status, took time. I'm going home this Christmas, I said at last. The silence made it sound a bit blurted, to be honest, like it was the first thing that had popped into my mind. It wasn't. I really was going home. Both twins deflated noticeably. So noticeably, in fact, that I nearly doubted my own logic. But then they perked up again, back to their old selves within 1 second to the next. Right? That's that then, Fred said with a grin. Want a dash? See what we did to the classroom? I barked out a short laugh. Sure. Were you planning on staying for holiday? I looked up from my position on the floor. We were in the unofficial classroom of our animagus class. Mikhail, like last time, was sitting on the desk. Unlike last time, he was also gnawing on a whole blueberry pie. Nah, I'm going home for Christmas. It's good to be with family. Are you finding inner Julia? They'll be easier this time. After the initial weird encounter with the twins, the weeks before the break went by rather smoothly. Cedric and I had reunited, the lessons with Mikhail continued behind the scenes, and I was back to sitting at our table. In theory, everything had gone back to normal. All was well. In theory, that is. But as in theory never quite works in practice, I'll be the first to point out the few key differences in the weeks leading to Christmas. The first was simply that Mikhail's friends had gotten used to me avoiding Cedric by sitting with them. We'd become friends, even if we weren't always on the same page language-wise. This, of course, meant that they wouldn't just drop me when what I had with Cedric stopped being so awkward. It just meant we now had 6 boisterous Russians at our table instead of the usual one. To say the Hufflepuffs were startled would be an understatement. But other than the fact that I, the self-proclaimed wallflower, had somehow managed a following half the size of my house, I'll also be the first to say that, while memorable, it wasn't really what had me scratching my head. You see, the whole school was very much down with Yule Ball fever, and everywhere I looked someone was talking about it. Everyone I knew was affected. Fangirls were swarming Cedric in the halls, traveling in packs to ambush him with chocolates, flowers, and other bribes. Kara got asked by Summers, squealing all of Hufflepuff out of their hearing in the process dash. The twins asked their Quidditch counterparts. Even Mikhail got a date. Sure, he'd practically ambushed Eloise Midgen, who'd been too terrified to say no, but the fact alone still stood. So it was no surprise that, among all the chaos, it took me a while to notice what was really happening. Namely that besides Cedric getting weirdly nervous whenever the ball was mentioned in the slightest, Kara of all people, was mad at me. All right, what's wrong? It was the last day of term, and after a long day of pointless classes filled with jittery students, I was finishing up my packing. As the only 6th-year Hufflepuff, or older student in general, who was going home, that meant I pretty much had our dorm to myself. Or at least I would have, had Kara not been flopped on her bed and ignoring my presence. Something's wrong? My friend rolled over slightly to look at me. She wasn't glaring per se, but Kara had never been an actor. I could tell something was bothering her a mile away. Yes, it is. You've been ignoring me and shooting me these, I don't know, look since I made up with Cedric. Come on, Kara. What's going on? Kara turned fully now, and her face was nothing if not stony. Like you don't know. I really don't. You turned him down. She shouted suddenly, startling me. Kara rarely ever yelled at me. She must have been angrier than I'd thought. All those months of romance, wasted. I really thought you had something, and you go and do that. Do you want to be alone? On second thought, it all made sense. Romance would be the only thing to piss Kara off. Sans bubbles, that is. Also, how do you know the twins asked me to the dance? Stopping mid-rant, my friend shot me a look that was both surprised and incredulous. The twins? Wait, the Weasley brothers asked you out too. I shrugged. Well, kinda. I'm pretty sure they just wanted a female friend to go with, so they wouldn't really have to ask someone, you know? For some reason, all anger seeped out of Kara within 1 second to the next. Now she just looked deadpan, and like she really wanted to smack herself in the forehead. Please tell me that you shot them down nicely. Ah! I told them I'm going home, and? Did you explain to them that you went home every year and it had nothing to do with them? One blink later, and it was more of a blurt, actually. Oh look, she actually slapped her forehead. You know what? I'm not mad anymore. You're just so... Ugh. I mean, of course you turned him down. You probably didn't even know he was asking you out. And then, before I could explain again that the twins had just wanted a friend thing, Kara threw up her hands and stormed away. I barely heard the, "I'm going to find someone who makes sense," before she was gone. Well, that was weird. Once, a very long time ago, and before this version of me had even been born, my family's circus had run all year long. There'd been no stopping point, no home base. The people who'd lived with us, traveled with us, they were the people society didn't want. They had pasts and no homes, secrets but few who'd take them in anyway. The circus was all they'd had. There'd been nowhere else that'd accept them, nowhere to go. And then the Death Eaters had come to town, nowhere to run. The world I'd been born into, the one with barns and caves, hiding and slaughter. That world had existed solely because of that fact. Having a bunch of cloth tents and nothing else had essentially turned my family into fish in a barrel. We'd been easy targets. It was the first thing my father had fixed when Harry'd saved the world. He bought an old Muggle townhouse and spent nearly every penny he owned so that the property would be big. Every single tent would fit comfortably on that land. There would be a home place. History would never be allowed to repeat. And while there was no more winter months for the Circe de Guerre, standing on the porch of our winter property and looking out over the veritable sea of colorful tents, I realized that was okay. It was so much better to belong. Annie, it was with a very ungraceful oomph that I suddenly found myself sprawled halfway down the hill I'd just been looking over. Kevin, the blonde and bouncing 3-year-old responsible for said predicament, giggled wildly when we landed together in the snow. "Onchi, onchi, onchi." He chanted loudly, bouncing and crushing as every bounce sent his knees driving into my diaphragm. "You're home." "Yes," came the wheeze as I struggled to breathe. It wasn't really working. "Good see, kiddo." "Annie needs breathe." "Whoops, sorry about that, Julia." Another voice cut in as the heavy toddler was lifted from my chest. I was left gasping on the ground. "I guess he really wanted to see you, huh?" Getting up, I brushed the snow off and sent a half-hearted glare at the new arrival. Or, more accurately, all 6 feet and sunny blonde hair that was my brother. The height difference made the glare fall flat anyway. Sometimes genetics just weren't fair. I think I'd prefer a hug. Coming up behind me, she'd volunteered to levitate my trunk and Bubbles' cage from the apparition point dash. Sarah let out a light laugh. And as no one, and I mean no one, could stay mad when my sweet and gentle sister-in-law decided to laugh, I let the glare fall in favor of a grin. "Oh, and nice to see you too, bro." Did he forget his manners again? "Oh, I'm sorry, Julia. Sometimes your brother can be so hopeless. Here, you must be cold. All covered in snow like that. Exoresco." Sarah was a bit of a mother hen, but it was a charming quality for her. I can't say I minded the drying charm, or the lack of dripping melted snow. Anyhow, leading us all inside, the older girl hurried me into my favorite armchair and conjured a blanket around my shoulders. She smiled. "That's better. Oh, and before I forget, how was school?" We didn't get to talk much at the station. Marcus, sitting on my trunk and casting an exoresco of his own on Kevin Dash, shot me an interested look. "Why are you here anyhow? I heard there's supposed to be some sort of dance thingy going on." "What? Couldn't find anyone to go with you?" "Marcus," I laughed. No, it's okay. I just didn't want to go. Dancing's not really my thing. School's been great, though. Everyone takes up a lot of time. Before this year, I wouldn't have believed you if you told me how much I'd spend socializing." A very unflattering snort came from my brother at that. "You socializing? Hate to break it to you, sis, but I don't think your friend Kara counts as an everyone." And though Sarah did shoot her husband a reprimanding look, even she didn't really seem convinced. The look was most likely only in the spirit of being polite for my sake. What was I? A self-proclaimed pariah? Oh wait, it's not like that. I don't know why, but this year's been different. Kara and I aren't just it anymore. There's Cedric and Mikhail, Fred and George, and that's not even to mention all of Mikhail's friends. Oh, and Kara's boyfriend, Summers. It's like every time I blink, the group gets bigger. Despite my best efforts, it was true, and I'd long since tried to stop it. My wallflower days were gone, and I knew it. Marcus started coughing violently, and I, while Sarah blinked a few times, went and got him a drink so he wouldn't die of a hacked lung. He nodded his thanks, drank it, and then smacked it down so hard I swear the glass cracked. Cedric, Fred, George, Julia, your new friends can't be boys. That's not allowed. You're too young. You can't be growing up. Not until you're 30. I joined Sarah in a few surprised blinks before stifling a laugh at my brother's expense. He was completely misreading the situation, not to mention that I was a good deal older than he could even imagine. Julia, don't laugh. This is serious. You're going to get taken away, and then who's going to be Kevin's Annie? Bertha? I think not. She pretends to be bearded for the muggles. That's a horrible influence. Bert! Kevin cried happily. I'll leave her alone, you. We both know your sister's not like that. Sarah rolled her eyes and smiled, turning my way. I think it's good you've made friends. You should give them some of the family passes to the circus Hannah sends you each year. Merlin only knows how long she and Frederick have waited for you to actually give some of them out. I already have, or at least I partially had. Fred, George, and Mikhail never gotten passes. I'd probably have to include them in Christmas presents. And speaking of which, where are Mom and Dad? I haven't seen them yet. It was true. Neither of my parents had made an appearance while we sat around talking. The main house being as big as it was, it wouldn't be too surprising if they were upstairs and just hadn't heard us come in. Not that there weren't infinite other options, though. Our winter property was so big that they could actually be just about anywhere, from the circus camp to the fields to down into the nearby Muggle town for supplies. I could search all day and still not find them, which is why I asked. Save time. They're down with Miranda at the camp. Something about making her tent bigger for next year? I don't really know, but you should go say hi. Mom's been fussing about you all day. Probably a good idea to show her you didn't keel over on the train here. Marcus, don't mock your mother for fussing. Kid, and don't teach our sons strange words. Laughing lightly at their antics, I left my brother and his wife to their half-assed arguing and went to find my parents. The main house overlooked a small valley which, over the course of 14 or so years, had become the main encampment for any circus staff staying over the winter. And, as not many have anywhere else to go, that pretty much means all of them. And not really being that late, there were a lot of familiar faces shouting greetings as I made my way past. I smiled back, shouted greetings of my own, but all in all didn't really stay to chat. I could chat with them later, maybe play a game or two of Morty's modified exploding. Snap. Now, however, I had some parents that I really wanted to glomp, and never let go. Miranda herself lived at the very back of camp, more into the woods than the others. She liked seclusion, a fact that may or may not have had something to do with her being part hag. Seeing the heavily beaded, gypsy-ish fabric that was the woman's home, I smiled and lifted the canvas flap. It was a testament to me about how utterly unforeign the heavy scent of incense was by this point. Julie, come in. Hey Miranda, I said to the older, Middle Eastern-looking woman sitting at a table at the far end of the tent. Everything in the place, including the woman herself, was heavily decorated to fit the stereotypical fortune-teller cliché, which was expected considering that was her job. Smiling still, my eyes scanned the beaded curtains, embroidered cushions, and crystal balls before settling back on the old woman. The small front room she used for the muggles, to make the place seem the size of an actual tent, wasn't set up. That left the place in all its magically expanded glory. And yet I can't see Mom and Dad anywhere. Have you seen my parents? Now Julie, call me yes Miranda. It makes me seem more mysterious. You just missed Hannah and Frederick dear. They left about 3 minutes ago. I'm surprised you didn't pass them on your way in. Oh. Deflating a bit, I turned back the way I came. I guess I should go back then. There was a light chuckle from Miranda. None of that, dear. Come sit down, I'll conjure up some tea. Why don't we talk about why you're really here? Really here? I asked, taking both the chair and teacup that my old friend offered. Miranda wasn't really someone you questioned. While never sure she actually had any prowess as a seer, the woman was right enough that if she said something, you did it. Precisely. The fates have always interfered heavily with you, Julie. Even when you were a baby, I knew it was they who had brought you to us. They made you where you were never supposed to be. Don't you want to know why? I nearly dropped my teacup. They made you where you were never supposed to be. A little girl watched with old eyes. She wasn't who she was. Julia wasn't real. What? How dash. Another chuckle. Did I know? We all have our secrets, dear. I would have allowed you to keep yours had you not approached at all. Wrong. Clicking her tongue, Miranda poured more tea into my spilled cup and smiled a devilish smile. Really, girl? Staying uninvolved? Did you really think the fates brought you here to be quiet and read books? You were meant to change things. See change? How did she know? How could she know? I'd known Miranda since my diaper days, and she'd never. Precisely. Julie, you will never be able to resist it. Have you never noticed things drawing you in despite your best efforts? Cedric, the twins, the first task. But why? Why me? I know too much. The plot goes on fine without me. People will die if I say what I know. The woman sighed, her eyes alight with something I'd never seen before. It was both magical and mysterious, old and young. Suddenly, I knew something that had a creepy shiver of dread crawling up my spine. I was right. The Miranda I knew didn't know my secret. Because this was not Miranda. Don't you see, my dear? He'll die if you don't. Chapter 15. D. I do not own any Harry Potter copyrights. I woke up with a start. Or, to be more accurate, I woke up in a tangle of blankets and in trying to jerk to my feet, immediately fell into a crumpled heap on the floor. Mummy! A very familiar, very worried, and very childish voice called. Is Annie dead? No, she's not dead. Marcus Henry Whitman. Just what have you been teaching our son? It wasn't me. Why do you always assume that? Those voices were familiar. The deep one was Marcus, the other Sarah. But that wasn't right. They hadn't been with me when I've been talking to someone. Miranda? But why would I be? My mind felt fuzzy. It took longer than I'd like to shake it off. Emma, what's going on? Face first on the floor, I doubt they heard me. In an effort to fix that, I peeled myself out of the death grip of the fuzzy woolen throw on my shoulders. Blearily, I recognized it as the blanket Sarah had conjured for me earlier, shortly after her son had thrown me down a hill. Also blearily, I twisted to look behind me, stared at my favorite armchair, resting oh so innocently behind me and blinked. A dream? Oh, Julia! Are you all right? That was quite the nasty fall. We should have moved you earlier, but I couldn't do it. You look so comfortable. There was a snort, one that I would never be too groggy not to recognize. If by comfortable, you mean drooling into the cushions. Marcus! No, it's all right. Pulling myself up and into the armchair again, I took the moment to take in my surroundings. It was our winter house, of course, but not quite as I left it. I'd remembered placing Marcus's water glass back in the sink when I'd left. Only, that's not where it was now. It was on the floor, actually, right where I'd thought I'd snatched it from earlier. That must have been when I'd fallen asleep. Wow, you must be out of it, my brother said with an air of nonchalance. He must have noticed something, because the water glass was nudged under the curtain. I wonder if I'd been staring. I was sure you'd have one of those snarky comebacks you're so good at. What? No. Well, they say drooling runs in the family, or at least I don't need a drying spell to prevent water damage. Come on, Julia. I expected better. Get back to me when I'm awake. Where's Mom and Dad? It was actually quite a bit later than it had been the last time I was awake. I hadn't noticed earlier, but several pots and pans were busying their way to dinner in the kitchen. And, as Sarah was the one waving her wand occasionally to keep them going, that could only mean that my parents weren't back yet. After all, Mom was usually the one who made dinner. Oh, they've been out and about all day, Sarah told me with a smile. Despite being the cook, she was sitting in the wicker chair with a book and toddler in lap. Not that that was completely unexpected. Compared to the Muggle version, magical cooks were much more hands-off. Morty called them out to approve one of his games. I swear he's going to hurt someone one of these days. I nodded, though inwardly there was a bit of relief. It was nice to get a different answer than I'd had the first time, if only because my dream bothered me much more than it probably should have. It had just been so realistic. And as my normal dreams were of the fuzzy Cedrics of purple dinosaur variety, well, there was a reason this one concerned me. Don't forget Miranda. Marcus cut in. I think she wanted to talk about getting a bigger tent or something. And back to being concerned. Before I could blink, let alone stand up, demand answers, and make sure there was no mistake. That somehow a dream hadn't held some grain of truth. They made you where you were never supposed to be. My parents walked through the front door. Oh, Julia, you're back already. I'm sorry it took us so long to get back. Morty's modified gobstones made quite a mess down in the valley. Took out 3 tents before we got there. Your mother had to meet with Miranda, So of course that left me with the lovely honor of cleaning it up. Despite the wording, my father actually looked quite pleased with himself. He wasn't exactly clean upon walking through the door. He was so splattered with paint, actually, it was kind of hard to tell where he ended and his clothes began. His hair brushed the doorframe. My mother, appearing a half step behind, eyed the splotch left behind. Honestly, Frederick, we have wands for a reason. Scourgo, the spot on the ceiling taken care of. She turned to her husband with a huff. Despite being nearly half his size, my mother cut quite the striking figure when mad. As a child, it had been a rather terrifying trait. Now it was one I wished I'd inherited. Well, more so than her height anyway. Hey Mom, Dad. Sounds like you had a fun day. Dad grinned at me, nearly blinding me in the process. I smiled back, letting Dad's enthusiastic and carefree personality wash over me. Mom, scolding one moment and smiling the next, took that moment to stow her wand and gather me in her arms. Sarah stepped in, Kevin giggling on her hip as he was nearly crushed in the mixed dash, then Marcus, then Dad. For no particular reason, other than I was there, and they could, my family had gathered into an impromptu group hug. I nearly burst into tears. It had just been so long since I'd had a moment like this. So long since I'd been near the people in this room at all. Sue me if the feeling of belonging was too much. I was only human. My eyes were allowed to prick around family. And if it was there, surrounded by the arms of said family, that all thoughts of my dream slipped away. Welcome back. Well, I'd think about that later. The week before Christmas passed quickly. It was actually a bit surprising when you stop to think about it, considering how absolutely packed that week was. Many of which things that just needed to be done before the big day hit. One of those things was Christmas shopping. As a person, Julia or otherwise Dash, I'll be the first to admit shopping is not often an exciting concept. I tend to put it aside and, as a result, often resort to buying the first thing to come to mind. On the day of usually, let's just say that my mom wasn't exactly surprised when it came out how much shopping, or lack thereof, I'd done upon arriving at her doorstep. Which, of course, is probably why we went to do just at the very next day. Spending the next few days in and out of Diagon Alley wasn't actually all that bad in retrospect. My worry about the usual Christmas crowds went out the window the first day there. There was no fighting off other shoppers or facing ridiculously hiked up prices. No anything at all because of the Yule Ball. Over half the winter population of Diagon Alley had been stripped away, leaving the whole place with an eerie ghost town-ish vibe. There just wasn't anything left. Nothing but fairy lights set up to combat the growing night's dash, icicles, empty streets, and the occasional snowdrift. It was so very, very nice. After getting the usual gifts from my family, Circus and otherwise Dash, I sat down, took a breath, and nearly had a heart attack. My Christmas list, before never stretching past Kara, was long. Thankfully, my mother is a godsend, though nearly having a heart attack of her own. Her daughter had friends. Dash, the woman always had an interesting knack when it came to getting gifts. All it took was an in-depth discussion, interrogation, and she was dragging me from store to store. It was like being in the middle of a frenzied, blonde, shopping-loving whirlwind. On an unrelated note, I'd once seriously considered Kara and me being switched at birth. If I didn't remember said birth, I still would. As far as the actual gifts went, the people I didn't know very well, Summers and the Durmstrang students, got simpler gifts. Sweets and baubles mostly. The people of my unofficial group, however, well, Kara ended up being the first gift gotten. My mother being my mother, her first agenda had ended up dragging me into a popular witch's boutique. A hairbrush, charmed to change hair color while you brushed, had quickly caught my eye. Interestingly enough, the twins also got something from that boutique. A pair of matching mirrors. The first, mainly used to copy and save the expressions of whomever looked into it, was somewhat boring on its own. The truly brilliant part only came when one gazed into the second mirror. Why? Because that was when the face of said unfortunate victim became stuck in whatever expression was made into the first mirror. Like, say, a hysterical smile for our beloved potions professor. I'm not ashamed to admit it. There may have been a giggle or two when that thought popped up. Oh, I'm so giving them that idea. Mikhail was perhaps the trickiest to shop for. Surprising if you considered just how laid back the guy was. The problem wasn't even him. It was where he came from. After all, what do you buy the foreign pureblood who probably already has whatever you choose? He wasn't really the reading type, so books were out. Getting him a similar gift to the ones I'd already gotten was, well, that was out too. After all, this was Mikhail. Pranks and beauty? Not his defining characteristics. The only thing I could think of was a magical lunchbox. And as he already had that, does he have any favorite foods? My mom had asked, twitching impatiently. We'd been in a sort of magical homes and gardens for hours by that point, a good few of which spent in the kitchen aisle. I've been staring down appliances like they owed me money. I don't know. I'd snapped. He eats anything, Mom? Pies, turkey legs, mulled vines dash. And that, my dear Watson, is how epiphanies happen. Because Mikhail, wonderful accent and all, hadn't said vines that day. He'd said wine. The gift following said epiphany hadn't been wine, of course. Mum had went from heart attack to aneurysm when I'd asked Dash, but there was a pack of jellies charmed to taste like it. I bought in bulk and thought it a good compromise. The week ended at the Quidditch shop when a miniaturized Quidditch pitch caught my attention the first second in the door. Set up somewhat like wizarding chess, with figurines charmed to fly Dash. It also had the added bonus of an autopilot mode of sorts. One could play with no opponent other than the game itself. For Cedric, it was the perfect way to strategize before games. For me, the perfect way to cream my brother. But we'll get back to that. All in all, I was more than a little exhausted by the time Christmas rolled around. Bubbles had taken the gifts, circus passes and all, off to Hogwarts and come back with a whole horde of owls bearing gifts of their own. And though he'd left with little complaint, the turd hadn't been quite so happy when a horde of owls turned into sharing your birdseed. I'd actually had to separate him from a few of them. Princess went into another room entirely. Yeah. No, Kara wants her owl to return with a beak. Thank you very much. Issues of owl infighting aside, the most puzzling issue those birds brought wasn't exactly Bubbles' hatred for them. Particularly because that would never be the little git's most surprising trait. It was the gifts, because, despite having placed them unopened beneath the tree, even I could tell there were more than there should have been. More than I had friends, actually, which meant what? That someone else had sent me a gift? Looking for names on the packaging had told me next to nothing. The only two that didn't have the names of my friends were the ones that didn't have names at all. I just have to be patient and see if my mystery senders had thought to include a card. Auntie Annie. A shrill and childish voice cut in, breaking me from my thoughts as surely as the tugging hand on my sleeve. I blinked, saw my nephew, and blinked again. The kid was practically bouncing where he stood. Mummy says you start. It was Christmas morning, and I was sitting in our magically expanded living room, nursing a cup of butterbeer. The entire circus was there, chatting and mingling in a way that made the huge space seem smaller than it actually was. Not that I minded. I knew these people. They were as much family as my actual family. Start what? My sister-in-law laughed at that, along with a few others in earshot. It was fairly obvious how much I paid attention. The presents, of course. Everyone from the valley's here now, and Frederick said we could get started. Don't worry about finding the right ones. Hannah charmed the tree. The first one you grab should be meant for you. She was right about the tree being charmed, though I personally thought it was charmed more for size than anything else. The thing, 18 feet on its own, looked even bigger once the pile of presents was taken into account. Whoa, the pile really was massive. Like Sarah had said, the presents seemed to shift slightly as I approached the tree. When I reached down to snag one, a package of brown paper and twine appeared under my hand. Thus the gift-giving began. We took turns, so it took quite some time before I could really take into account what I'd gotten and who'd given it to me. The gifts from my family were fairly standard, the gifts from the circus anything but, and the gifts from my friends, well, I can't say I was surprised. Kara, true to being Kara, had sent a remembrall-like globe that glowed if you were near someone who loved you. Different colors too, as in purple for family, yellow for friends, and red for romance. Her card made me blush and groan at the same time. It was quite the feat. Most of Mikhail's friends had gone the route I'd gone, and gotten me sweets. Summers didn't get me anything, and Mikhail stepped it up with a book on animaguses. The twins' gift, though also sweets, was questionable enough to go untouched. One of the unnamed gifts turned out to be an ink set from Hermione, which, after I got over Hermione sending me a gift, actually looked quite nice. And then there was Cedric. Wow! My mother said when I unwrapped the book, the heavy, ornate type that only came with money. One look at the title and I could tell it held transfiguration spells, high level 2 by the looks of it. Someone must like you. New boyfriend. The words made me blush, even as I assured her that no, it's not like that. I was so occupied with protesting, actually, that I was halfway into opening the next gift before I looked down. The second unlabeled gift was not a gift at all, it'd seem. I opened a thick parchment letter. Remember, dear, he'll die without you. You were meant to change things after all, and immediately felt so very, very small. Dear Julia, hey Julia, I know it's only been like a week since we last talked, but I just had to write. The Yule Ball was beyond amazing. I can't even say how much. My dress robes, you know the ones I bought at Hogsmeade, had all of Cedric's groupies dying where they stood. I only wish you could have seen it, Julia. I had one for you too. They would have been so jealous. Everyone had a date too. Even Cedric. It took him a while to find one, what with certain unnamed events and all. So he ended up asking that Ravenclaw girl, Cho, the day before. You'll never believe it though. Cho was already taken. By Harry Potter, no less. And he's like a year younger. It was really juicy gossip. Everyone was talking about it. Anyway, Cedric asked me if I knew anyone, so I went and asked Parvati Patil. She's a Gryffindor girl, so I don't know if you know her. Don't worry though. I made sure she was one of those extremely girly girls before I asked. I mean, there's nothing wrong with beauty, but I had to make her as far off from what Cedric really wants. After all, certain events have made his type a bit different recently, if you know what I mean. You should have seen him up on the champions table. It was like he wanted to be anywhere but there. Parvati had fun, but I'd bet money he'd have spent the Christmas with you in a heartbeat. It's really a pity the champions had to open the dance. Oh, and speaking of that, the dancing was so fun. Julia. Jason is a really good dancer, and I didn't even know. Apparently his mother's a pure blood, so he had to take lessons when he was younger. It really paid off too, almost like dancing on a cloud. I'm really glad I got him as a partner. Some of the other girls, like the Weasleys' younger sister, weren't as lucky. The poor girl ended up with that Gryffindor boy who everyone says blows up his potions class on a regular basis. He stepped on her toes so much, I don't think she was ever not wincing. Your Weasley friend stopped in now, and then they were dancing really wild. One of them even turned into a canary. I saw them bothering Ludo Bagman too. Do you know what that's about? The man left after they made some sort of comment. I think it was about owls. Oh, I really hope you haven't managed to traumatize him with that owl of yours, Julia. The last thing you need is the Ministry realizing how evil that bird is. I got your present, by the way. Thank you so much. I've always wanted a color charm brush, ever since I saw an ad for one in Witch Weekly last fall. I didn't even know you knew it was in fashion. It gave me a lovely golden shimmer when I used it before the ball. Jason couldn't keep his eyes off me. One of the weird sisters even complimented my hair. Oh, Julia, it was the best moment of my life. A celebrity liking my hair, me? Can you even imagine? Speaking of presents, how did you like mine? It's called a true love's notice. Romantic, isn't it? I saw it in the window and immediately thought of you. Now I just need to shove you in front of a certain someone and see if it helps any. If you get anything from the Weasley twins, don't open it. They started giggling horribly when I asked what they bought. Anyway, Julia, I have to go. It's after the ball and really late. I would have waited till you came back, but I just couldn't. So much happened tonight. It was such a magical night. Too bad you had to miss out. Maybe the next time a once-in-a-lifetime ball comes around. Your friend, Kira, /N. You know, I'm sort of surprised no one noticed the change in cover art. If anyone's interested in checking out the full piece, go to my DeviantArt. My username's Sweet Lil Sunshine, and the piece is called Circus Cover Photo.